way of putting it. Yeah. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. That I mean, I already knew that, but going back to that, yeah.
But yeah, Copernicus came up with the model, so he was a Jesuit priest.
For sure.
Right. And while my understanding of history, which is admittedly limited, but I understood that the church was opposed to Copernicus only in the sense that the church wanted the power to reveal the idea to the world rather than have an individual reveal it to the world.
Yeah, it's the only way they'd get people to believe it. It's a miracle.
But yeah, I guess I was just curious about that. Specifically because a lot of the people I've ever encountered who are flat earthers, and I don't know about the people in this room, so I'm not speaking for you. I'm not trying to anyway. Have at least some level of religious motivation for their belief. So, for instance, I've heard people say that the Bible says that the Earth is flat, and so therefore, foundationally, that's what they believe.
There's a little feedback there though, because I suggest to any of you go up to a boomer who is religious and suggest that the Earth is flat. Let me tell you something. I've gotten in a lot of political arguments over my lifetime, but I have never been more scared than trying to tell a Christian boomer that the Earth is flat.
This is the problem: is that they have a calcified pineal gland after.
Well, yeah, no,
decades.
at 1,000%, because most of their core memories are wrapped around the moon landing.
Exactly right.
Like and I really mean that. Like everybody,
exactly right.
The moon landing was like COVID times a million. Everybody had a TV. Everybody went to somebody who had a TV's house, right?
Well,
and they saw that, and America won the space race. It's
That's the thing.
Yeah, it's not even a question.
It did not happen, and they always have she goes, yeah, it did happen. It did happen. You know, they have that little the reaction from their
my point though,
heart as if it's so true. That's what I'm saying.
Right. But my point from earlier about like the religiosity of it all, right, is that these people are very religious. A lot of the times, like at least the people that I've been talking to, you know, they are definitely religious, and they are definitely very much opposed to anything flat earth. So much my dad actually yelled at me. He doesn't usually yell, like he doesn't really get angry, right? But when I mentioned this, he got mad. His voice was raised, and he was ready to fight. He's ready.
They have
he's 70. You know, he's 75 and he's ready to throw down. And I'm like, yo, chill. Like, so what I did was I've been slowly working him toward it, right? Like, I don't just say, hey, the Earth is flat. Instead, I'll say, hey, did you know that even Buzz Aldrin says that the shit you watched was, huh?
But I'm wondering, why does he think he has the right to speak to you like that, to yell at you?
Well, because he's my dad.
So this is your father, was it? He's 75.
Let me say, all right.
I don't know. I would tell, if my kid was talking back,
that's how you should approach it, 100%. I've got me family completely over the top of it. There's not a single person in my family that would yell over me about it. But if this person is so deep into it, right, then this is a serious thing you need to approach, right?
Well, yeah, but he gets the same way when I talk about Israel shouldn't exist. You know, he's like he's very mad about that. He's very invested in revelations coming through Israel, like very much so.
Well, that's really bad, brother.
But my whole point
is, but he's not the only one. That's what, like,
yeah, but that must be an American thing.
It very much is. The number one supporters of Israel are not even Israelites. They are American.
And is he a Christian?
Like very religious Americans. Like,
so he's a Christian, is he?
Yeah.
And that's incredible that he actually believes in the Zionist point of view, even though that is completely anti-Christian.
Yeah, because like the moon landing, World War II was just as fake. It was a paper war. Like the real war was World War I. The World War II was the big French fucking all the gays saying this is how it really happened. Fuck Germans. It's like
World War II is a bit different. Like I think we don't need to get into what happened with Hitler. But after the moon landings, if you look at the statistics, most people became atheists after the moon landing, and this is when the whole globe rubbish started coming in with television, and they had the globe in the classroom and things like this.
Yeah, and no prayer in school. Like,
Well, exactly, taking away religion completely. So I was born in 2000, right? And my parents are like 80s party kids. They were teenagers in the 80s, you know. So they lived in an age that not only were psychedelics illegal, so they couldn't even get a Gnostic understanding or mystical understanding of the world. Lived in a
right. So,
complete nullification of reality in a way that even today, me saying that I've been brought into Christ, their initial reaction was that it's effed. They said it was effed that I was a Christian because they completely misunderstand what it means.
completely. Yeah, they really do.
They say they don't understand the meaning of sin. They think it means so. What they think it means, as far as I'm aware, because they're so shallow-minded, they think if you're a Christian, it means you're secretly an evil person.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? That's the way
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah, yeah. You're a person of
they
the
don't
night. You're a
realize
shadow person, right? Yeah. Well,
they don't
that's
even accept their own sin. They don't know the
that's
definition of sin.
yeah, no, absolutely. They've been completely corrupted, right? Like just like teaching children that the world is a globe, teaching children that like the sin. What ends up happening is you become the shadow person. Like this is what the Catholic Church wants. They want people to be slaves. They want people to fetishize the sinning. They want people to fetishize Hitler. Like you don't even have to like love it, right? You hate it, but because you still hate it, you're stuck now because you can't forgive, like Jesus says, and move on and like and figure things out, right? Like
Well, I don't know about Hitler.
you
I don't know
know.
if Hitler's actually
Well,
a
no, you
bad
must
guy.
forgive everything. No, this is what I told CNN. I got interviewed by CNN, and I told them that I was like, because I was at a communist event, and I was like, I forgive Stalin because he tried to come up with the whole he killed like 30 million people, and I'm like, well, I forgive
I
him,
would never
right?
forgive Stalin.
I forgive all haters of the
Well, Stalin was a
1900s
Jew.
because we're in the
Well,
21st century. Yeah, but
okay,
they're dead. Yeah, but first off, Stalin wasn't, and he literally
he
killed,
was a
he
Jew.
assassinated Trotsky, who was a Jew, who was a
Well,
liberal
Stalin
Ashkenazi
was a
Jew.
Jew.
No, he
Bolshevik
fucking
movement was
wasn't.
Jewish.
Oh
He
my
was
God. Yeah.
100% Jewish.
Okay. Go back. Go watch Europa Last Battle again.
Let's not
Okay.
have a.
Yeah. It's such a good documentary. I love how it doesn't
Oi.
source fucking anything. It just uses horrific imagery over and over and over again while it tells you Hitler's
All
base
right,
and
all
all
right. Hang
commies
on.
are Jews. Shut the fuck up, man.
So
All right. Anyway, no. To back to the religiosity for
I can
flat
swear at
Earth.
you, but I want to have a proper
Yeah.
argument
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
back and forth.
No. Let's rewind it. Okay. So.
Okay.
But
It's better
like I
for
was
the conversation.
saying, we must forgive those who have transgressed against us, our debtors, right? Those debtors include the teachers who have taught us the wrong thing, like the wrong version of sin, the wrong shape of the earth, right? There and therefore reality. So and now that we've forgiven them, we are blessed and we can move on and we can create and we can become our own architects. So one of those things related to that is one of the ways, because it's been a slow process, but I've been getting there, is to try to get my dad to even talk about flat Earth, right? Is I got him to show. I've just been asking him questions, right, about specifically early Earth theory, young Earth theory, right? Creationism, right? Because I talked to Dr. Ken. He's done some AMAs on this server, and he owns a creationist museum, I think in like Kentucky or whatever, or amusement park. And he got really mad. He also he's one of those religious boomers who get really mad when you bring up Fight Club, Flat Earth. He gets very, very emotional, and he's like, it's absurd, it's anti-scientific, yada yada. He gets really mad, right? And it's really funny because he's a creationist, you know. So you'd think that he'd be kind of sympathetic because people would they treat flat Earth kind of like creationists, right? Like they're similar. It's on the same level, not so
It's
much that
the
they're
exact
similar, right?
same thing, actually.
Well,
And
yeah, no.
so
So
I've
that's
had
what I've been doing.
conversations
Is
in this
there's this
politics
really
and
great,
religions room on
yeah,
Learn About God. There's a guy, so they're all complete diehard Christians to the word, what it says in the Bible, but they
yeah,
will
true
completely
Orthodox.
deny anything to do with Genesis and how the world is actually created. right? They'll think, yeah, the Earth is actually a ball, but everything else in the Bible is true. But let me have this one thing, even though that one thing is a Jesuit mind control.
Yeah, absurd.
And
Yeah. That's why I'm really close to getting my dad to finally like flip on this, because now we both agree, and I agree with him, because he showed me something, I watched the video, and afterwards, like, he was kind of expecting me to like give him shit about it, but I was like, no, I 1000% believe the guy. And what the guy was saying was that he said, at the very least, we have to forget that the world, like, it's there when they say the world is like billions and billions of years old. Fuck them. he's like screw them, don't even think about it, like, these people are lying. And I was like, wow, he's like treating us like he's treating them like we treat Globers, right? And he's like, because at the very least there has to be some kind of compromise, but they don't even want to try to compromise. They just shut you down the moment you even bring it up, right? And I was like, that's a great point, because again, most globetards, they shut you down. They don't even want to try to compromise, right? They're just like, they just do nothing but ad hoc and ad hom arguments and deflection. They act like O.J. Simpson's lawyer. There's nothing you can say that'll be ever right, you know. So but what's really great about this guy, I forget his name. I can get the video eventually. My dad's not here, but I can get it back. But he just talks about how the Great Flood in Genesis, and like how the Great Flood was described in Orthodox Bibles, like in Greek and Hebrew, and how they described it, and how they described it, it really does seem, first off, it kills Darwin. It takes Darwin and shoots him in the back of the head, because he's not exactly saying that the world was created 6,000 years ago, but he is saying that Pangea cracked 6,000 years ago, that actually all the islands, all the continents were connected, and they got split up. They got absolutely destroyed around 6,000 years ago. That's what created the Great Flood. And then if you scientifically look at all of the world's great rivers, he's been to every one on every continent except Antarctica. And he's gotten the same science back saying that, yeah, all of the mud shelves that the rivers exude out to into the ocean, they're all, even the scientists will agree, they're 6,000 years old. Every single mud shelf. He's like, that's absurd to have that, but they never want to talk about it. They just shrug and they go, well, that's quirky, right? What a thing, you know? And he's like, it drives him crazy, because they don't want to look into it further, because it'll probably disprove a bunch of their science. Just like a lot of people, I've heard people here talk, they don't want to even admit that, you know, take your pick, you know, the water's not flat, you know, there's, fish islands, we've never actually seen a rocket pierce the firmament, yada, 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 you know. So, but yeah, it's like that same thing. So I agreed with my dad the moment he said that. He was like, could you at least agree with that? I was like, yeah, of course I could. Like, and in fact, I would say that Pangea 6,000 years ago leads to the, like, first off, that just answers so many questions. Not only that, but it of course lends to flat earth theory, like, to have one, like, massive one piece, right? Like, you're literally saying we had one piece of land that everybody was in, and now we don't, right? And how don't we? Well, we probably learned too much, and the world had to get a lot bigger very quickly. And by learn too much, you know, I don't know if it was technologically or religiously, or about reality. Like, I don't
It was
know.
reality.
And maybe it
That's
was,
what it was.
yeah, you know, I mean, the
I
ocean's
think we're
pretty
coming
deep,
to the end of
man.
time right
Like,
now. We'll think about
like,
this. So we are exactly. So this is where the
well,
aliens or the
I would say the end
UAPs,
of time is the
they're
same as
coming
beginning
from the
of time.
oceans.
Just real
Think about
quick.
this. We exist in this time now, and it's seemingly in coincidence with artificial intelligence and simulations and games in general. Right? We exist in a time of movies and cinema, which
Oh
is
yeah.
seemingly, according to history, has never happened before. Well, that's obviously not true. This has happened before, and it's clearly a cycle.
That's why you have to play Cyberpunk, because Cyberpunk 2077. I know you're laughing, but like, but for real, because just like we talked about how the boomers, their core memories are around the moon landing and World War II and beating the Nazis, right? And watching
Oh, yeah,
Three
yeah.
Stooges and shit, right? And Popeye, you know, just
We
like
don't
they
have a
have
conversation with
yeah,
Nazis or whatever.
kids today, in just one generation, right? Because they're already kind of mind broken from Minecraft Steve and Freddy Fazbear and Skibbity Toilet.
Well,
In one more
the problem
generation,
with
it's
the
all it's going to
children is,
take.
yeah,
These kids are going to have the ability to make entire movies by Goo Gaga by just saying,
yeah,
"Okay, Google, make me a movie," and it will make them an entire fucking world. They'll be like, "Make me a video game. I want to be in a holodeck," and
exactly
they'll
right.
have like 4 phones that'll set up an AR situation in their fucking room,
Well,
and
this
it's
is the
like
problem.
they will be wholly living in a new universe,
No, but
an
they'll be living
entirely
in a
different
universe
reality
that
that is
is
shaped
Luciferian.
for them.
Well, this is the
Like
thing. So
they will have ascended effectively.
I hear exactly what you're saying, brother. But this is the thing. It's going to be a Luciferian experience for them because it's going to be
Yeah,
completely
that's why you have to
beautiful
watch
because
that.
every
That's why you have to play
decision
Cyberpunk because
that
yeah,
it's
exactly.
they're going to live in a world full of sin and pornography, right? That's going
Yep,
to be their entire
yep.
existence.
And you'll have Keanu
They're
Reeves
going to have
crying into your
it's
ear saying it's
going
all
to
over. We failed.
was going to be the opposite of what it means to follow Christ. And that's the life they're going to live. It's going to be
No,
pushed. It's going to be
absolutely.
pure dopamine.
It'll be a digital revelation. Like we will be done. We'll be cooked. There will be no more architects. Like we will be cooked as a species and in our reality, like for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Get your
Well, this generation, right? So I'm Gen Z, right? And I was born in 2000. I believe that millennial changed in 1997 or something around that range. And it changed to Gen Z and then it switches somewhere else.
Yeah, but
Uh,
basically I tell people because
this is
I'm a
the thing.
millennial,
So the
I say
people,
this, if you can't
listen,
remember
listen, listen.
9/11, then you're a zoomer. Like that's all
Yeah,
it
exactly.
is.
So Zoomers, so Gen Z. But this is the thing. My point is, in the past 10 years, I think it is, they're called Gen A, Gen Alpha.
Yeah,
They're
the
not even
Alphoomers. Yeah.
so. But it goes from Gen Z, the last letter in the alphabet, to the first letter.
Okay.
So that
Yeah.
they're not even on the same wavelength we are. They're a
No, not even
whole
close.
different.
It's
Yeah,
the age of Aquarius officially. Like that's why like all the Democrats and liberals they're like, "Geez, if all these boomers would just die, then we could vote and get all the Democrats in." It's like, yeah, so we could have our entire government completely corrupted by sin instead of just mostly corrupted by sin. Yeah, great. Because I will give it to the boomers, while they are goofed up in a lot of goofy ways, they still do have some semblance of good versus evil, slave versus architect, like slave versus master. Like they have a duality understanding, right? But we're now going to have kids who are going to, at least I do, I force myself into it, will have a triality way of thinking, right? A Pythagorean way of thinking, a coding way of
triune.
thinking.
That's exactly that's the way of God.
Yeah,
God is
yeah, no,
triune.
1,000%. Like that's why the Freemasons were so popular because riddles, Freemasonry, like that, they literally they treated reality like a video game, as above, so below. Like even like all gamers know that you have to have a game creator, a
Well, I think
director, right?
Christianity is exactly this. It's a triune reality.
Oh
So
yeah, no, God,
Freemasons were fucking weird.
Jesus was okay. So I'm reading.
Well, his nature is
Both the
triune.
old. I'm right now. I'm reading the Old Testament, but as soon as I get to the New
No, no.
Testament, I'm excited to
Brother,
read
brother,
Jefferson's accounting of.
my Bible is currently in the post office waiting for me.
Which
But
one?
I listened. I got the it's a King James Bible,
Yeah,
but with the amplified version next to it. So it's a
nice.
parallel Bible.
Okay, yeah.
So it's gonna be
Cool.
awesome, man. So
Yeah, that'd be great. Well,
I listened to most of the Old Testament, right? So I've heard most of it, but I haven't
yeah.
read because I've read a few pages of the Gospel of Matthew on the internet, but it's nothing like having the Bible in your
Oh
hands.
yeah, no, not even close. Yeah.
I've gone to the Catholic Church in Sydney to try and get a Bible, and it's like, yeah, no Bibles here, and this is in St Mary's, the biggest cathedral in Sydney. And it's like, what's
Oh
going
my
on here?
God, that's crazy. That's nutty. That's actually
I
crazy.
ended up buying a rosary necklace and sitting and praying the rosary in the cathedral. But I couldn't even get my
Yeah.
hands on a Bible. So
Yeah.
you got to do what you got to do. And I walked out of that cathedral, and this is in Sydney. Not to get too off topic, I walked out and they were doing a Palestine rally in our what do you call it, the park next to the cathedral. So they had Muslim
just
stuff
regarded, I
playing,
don't know.
Islam. It's like we've been overrun by Muslims. In
Oh, really?
the cathedral was just full of Asian tourists. Like that's
No
fine. Like,
way.
but the thing is, the
There's
cathedral
actually a
has
lot
been
of
turned.
Asian Christians. There's,
Yeah, exactly.
I
But
will
the
say,
thing is,
yeah.
the
Like, there's
cathedral has been
actually.
turned into a tourist destination, and it's no longer actually a place of worship anymore, which is really unfortunate.
Why won't you let Vanu finish his thought? He's trying to extrapolate data, and you're interrupting him and laughing. Why?
No, he's fine, brother. No, you wonder. Come on,
Okay,
don't do this.
okay, I trust you.
Well, this is the thing. So, I believe you heard me, Charm, right? So, the cathedral has become like a tourist destination, almost like a globalized position, and us Christians have been driven out of our own place of worship. It's almost like they've forced what was once present within the past 100 years or so has now become a museum. Isn't that incredible?
That's what they want. They want
Exactly.
Christianity to
They
be Egyptian, right? The old gods,
did
like, yeah, go to
exactly.
the pyramids, don't think about them, but be like, wow, take your selfie, go home, get back in the pod, bitch. Like,
I
yeah,
imagine they did
no,
that in America
absolutely,
as well.
yeah. Well, oh, what was I gonna get at?
Yeah, you're fine, bro. I don't want Wonder Boy. You're too good, man.
No. I started watching American. I got American Dad on my other on my other screen, and I got distracted because yeah, it's funny. It's just an episode I haven't seen
No,
yet.
you're fine.
I'm on a Twitch channel that's got American Dad 24/7, right? And it's just they just do a marathon constantly, and they got a whole bunch of them now with all the different shows, like Always Sunny.
So you're a Christian.
Yep. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, thanks. Brought me back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, now they've. Okay. So I moved back home with my dad, and because I was listening, you know who John Zerka is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Big Giga, literal Giga Chad, right? But he only looks like that because he took steroids, like
No,
RZA at
he is a really good
18.
soul. I see.
Yeah. Well, no. He's. You listen to, if you're a woman you'll hate him, but if you're a man you'll love
Exactly.
him, right? Like, yeah.
He's a good guy.
So well, yeah, but because he tells it like it is, because he is like a good jet, he just knows. So, but no, like a year ago, and he said it just in passing, right? He was kind of joking, but kind of not. And he was like, "Go to church with your dad," because somebody was like, "What do I do?" And I'm like so lost. And he's like, "Go to church with your
Church
dad, bro."
dad.
Yeah, and that's all he said. And I was like, man, you know what? I got the chance to do that, so I started doing that. I moved back home. I've been going to church with my dad. And he showed me something. He goes, "Hey, these guys, the people we bought the house from, they left a few things here. Here's one of these things." And it was a 3-part encyclopedia for Freemasonry. It's the revised encyclopedia for Freemasonry. It's revised because the first 2 editions are from the 1800s, 1850. Mackey it was called the Mackey Encyclopedia, and that it's revised because I forget the other guy who wrote the addendum, right? The third book, basically, and just kind of he didn't correct much in the first 2. He just basically did grammatical errors and spelling errors. He just fixed those. But in the third one, because there's always got to be a third, right? He talks about it, like he goes into it. He released it. I think it was like 1950 is when this version released. And there's 2 things that shook me to my fucking core that actually that legitimately terrified me, right? Now, of course, I could talk about all the awesome stuff I've seen that have like changed my life for the better. Like reading George Washington's input, like, and they even put his picture in there, right? And he's got an apron that has a chessboard on it. It's awesome. It's so cool. Reading reading Washington's, I was like, and I thought that Ben Franklin's page was going to be cool, right? He's got nothing. They were like, nah, he was a literal poser. He just pretended to be a Freemason. He was just a satanic slut, but whatever. But George Washington, there's like 5 pages dedicated to him, and it's just recounting everything. It was incredible, right? And it made me so much more nationalistic. I was like, yeah, America, great, yeah.
Isn't that a pretty fucking good joke? Pardon my language, but isn't that a pretty joke though?
Kind of. Well, so, but the main point is the shit that spooked me. Okay, now in the first two, okay. So first of all, they consider themselves like warriors of light, effectively. Well, not warriors, but builders of light, like prophets of light.
Warriors?
They're like.
Hold on, wait, just a moment.
No, we're talking about Freemasons.
Right. You
Original
said
Freemasons,
warriors.
not.
Right.
Yeah,
But what did you architect before? Why do I feel like architect is a more accurate representation of their views?
Wait, what did you say?
Why do I
Architects
feel
of
like
light? Yeah.
No, not even of light. Architect. Freemasonry. Completely free.
Well, no, that's exactly it. To be free, you must
Okay.
you must have light to be free. Like you can't be free in darkness, right? Effectively. And you need every sense available to you. You need every sense available to you, right? Well, just real quick. No, you can respond real quick. But I'm having a convo, and you can address me after because I just want to say these two things, and then
then I'll let
you
you
can say
talk.
whatever.
So apparently, your voice is more important.
Yeah, well, it is. All right, thank you. So, the major thing that spooked me, that freaked me out more than anything, in the first series, in Mackey's series, is randomly he talks about the Shadow Assassins, the literal Assassin's Creed. I shit you not, right? And he talks about how they worship the shadows, they worship slavery, they worship not satanic, but like straight evil. Like they worship nothing, right? Atheists, the truest of atheists, right? And how they are the Freemasons' number one enemy, and they are coming for them, right? It's so incredibly spooky. And then in the 1950s edition, the addendum, effectively, the third one, I was reading up on World War II, and he was talking about what had happened, and he said, we are in the weakest Freemasonry movement ever. And he attributes it to the fact that they kind of all in the 1700s there was a massive resurgence that even led to the building of America, and like he kind of blames the fact that they made it open. Like everybody kind of knew about Freemasonry now because they, instead of living in the shadows, they all had like open, it was like Lions Club or the Moose Lodge, like everybody kind of knew about them, and he blames that. But he says he's very sure that nearly 100,000 Freemasons were sought after and killed in Europe during World War II by everybody, by the church, by the Nazis. Like they were slaughtered, right? And it's so disgusting and it's so tragic. And that leads to me where we are now, right? Where the Freemasons today are exactly like the Catholic Church. Like they are a shadowy, evil form of themselves that push globe Earth, that push, that we landed on the moon, that they push. They don't care about creationist theory. They're like, no, get gay married, it's fine, right? Like they want you to do these evil things, the shadowy sins, the negative life, so you will forever be a slave. And even if you are an architect, you are still owned by somebody. You do not have free will as an architect. So you're a slave builder, effectively, right? So that's pretty much all I wanted to say when I came here earlier, is like it's now, it all comes back to itself, which is our only hope going forward is that we are hitting that new age. We are in that new age now. We're coming to it now, which is the age of Aquarius, which is the you all right? You want me to justify a claim? Well, you just got here, so a lot of my justifications you probably weren't here for. You probably didn't hear. I was talking to Vanu, but I think he went AFK. So I don't know. Were you?
Ah, you're right, brother.
I don't know. He's like typing a lot. But but yeah. Well, so yeah. So there you go. Right. Like that. It all comes back around to that where we are right now in that crossover, right? Where the boomers, yeah, they are lost and they're about to be dead. And now we have a chance. We have a real chance. This is one of the reasons why they're trying to put Trump in prison. They put Steve Bannon in prison. They claim Matt Gaetz is a pedophile. They say that Andrew Tate is trafficking women and that he also deserves to be in prison. Like all of these strong men who want men to be architects, free architects. They're not even Freemasons. These strong men who want to be architects, like Elon
That's
Musk, right?
a strong man is. That is disappointing, sir. That's very disappointing.
Okay. Well, you sound like a soy boy cuck, so.
No, don't I? Don't I? Don't you want to cuck
Weak
me?
chin,
You wanna cuck
yes,
me?
yeah. You have a weak chin, and you sound like a gooner sinner.
You want to cuck me? You want to cuck me? You want to test my chin? Come on, punch
Yeah,
me. Punch me
yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
You
I
are
like
a gooner. Yeah. How about you just go ahead and cut
Give it to
yourself?
me. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Give
you're a
it to me.
gooner. That's
You're
what I
a big
figured.
man, right? 'Cause you're so big. You're so big.
I
How
am
big are you?
large. I
Big are
am a
you?
large man, and I could destroy you
How
pretty
big are you?
easily.
I'm 7.25. How big are you?
7.25. So I'd kick you in half. Like I would kick you in half, kid.
Oh, right. But what was I
Yeah.
talking about, big man? I told you mine.
Nothing.
Show me yours.
Psychosis is what you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
See
Active
what happens?
psychosis.
You don't justify your claims and you just keep making assumptions. You get fucked
Yeah,
in the ass.
right. Yeah, please. Here's my. Actually, I do. I do have a justification. Here's my master's. There you go. Yeah, that's right. I graduated. Now everything's justified. You fucking psycho.
You know, you guys are right. Don't have to get all this and that.
Huh?
Yeah. Don't have to get all about this energy.
Love it. Yeah.
So you're a flat earther. I'm
Me?
doing my own yeah, you, brother.
Mostly, yeah. I think it's a mix between flat Earth and simulation, right?
Oh,
So
no, exactly right. So it's the same thing. So
yeah,
it's a
it's
hologram.
basically
We
the same
exist in
thing.
it.
Yeah,
So the
it's
flat
like
Earth is the expression
it's a simulated globe, right?
What
Yeah, just like Dyson Sphere program, but I think reality is more like Minecraft.
You're 100% correct. So it's sort of simulated globe. I wouldn't agree
Right.
with you there.
Yeah.
It's a horizontal flat plane, but the thing is, we exist within the firmament. So cutting edge physics proves this. Quantum mechanics, right? So nothing exists until it's observed till there's a collapse of the wave function, right? Otherwise, it's waves of potential information. So
Right.
that's what reality is. That's why we experience the beautiful horizons and the world the way it is, because our conscious image of God in our souls, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and think about so that's why I love Freemasonry so much, because now we can
You love
understand simulation theory. Yeah, no, I know. I'll bring it back.
You're the first guy in my life I've ever heard say this is why I love Free. But that's actually
It's
funny.
pretty
bro.
messed up,
Well,
dude.
so just think about 3,000 years ago, right? They didn't have video games. Okay, they had riddles and language and writing. They were like, if you want to make it, if you want to become an architect, you need to fucking write, right? Which
So
I think is actually patently false in some ways, but I don't want to get into that. But
I see
but
where you're coming from. But how about this?
Yeah.
So, so when I had a laugh about the idea of Freemasonry, obviously I'm thinking about some sort of global conspiracy in the way that Freemasonry,
Yeah, Illuminati. Yeah,
in a way that is somehow Satanist. And
well, I should just start calling them free builders instead of calling it Freemasonry, because they've been corrupted. Yeah, 100,000 of them died, and they've been taken over by the evil.
Is that what you should build, or do they prune?
Well, pruning is nihilist and evil.
No, it's not. It's gardening. If you cut one,
it's not. I love how he affirms his own. He affirms his point with two negatives. He affirms his point with two negatives. Yeah, it's not nihilist. No, it's not. Yeah. Okay. You're brother. You fetishize the negative. Go.
Right. So that's the response you wanted out of me, wasn't it?
No, I don't want any response from you.
You got.
Honestly,
So you don't even want a response out of
go
me.
ahead and
So
keep
you don't
typing.
want
I
to
want to talk to Dez Studio
be
and
heard.
Vanu.
Okay, go ahead.
Dez, did you live with a couple in the Midwest like 10 years ago? Because I'm selling all of your Magic cards and Warhammer 40K figurines if you're the same Dez. But if not, then just disregard that message. But yeah, no, so the reason why I love Freemasonry though is because it's fun to imagine a world without video games while trying to think. Yeah, I know how pruning is important for apple trees, I'm well aware. Building through destruction, very edgy. You're not wrong, technically. Congratulations. But just like that, there are many paradoxes in the world, and that's how riddles came to be, right? It's like, how do you build? How could you create something through destruction? It's like, well, yeah, pruning, like pruning the rose and the apple tree, making sure it's not twining into itself and literally killing itself, right? Like, yeah, that is technically you are building through destruction, right? But it is a rare circumstance that you can only do with plants, with humans, but I believe humans have over pruned themselves to the point of disability, especially mentally. And one of the problems is that instead of thinking about, oh, free building, yes, true freedom and like creating whatever I want, instead it's like, oh, Freemasonry, that's the shadow assassins from Assassin's Creed that'll kill you and kill the Pope. It's like, no, that's the Illuminati and lizard people, they're the ones who really control the world. It's like, well, there are definitely mafia families who control very large aspects of energy, land, agriculture, like war. Like, yeah, you're not wrong technically, right? But yeah, so that's why we have a chance now to fix that with the new generation to effectively trick them into knowing how the world really works. Just like they did thousands of years ago, the Freemasons did do this by effectively, tricking people into being better for themselves, right? Like, this is how Jesus even came about as a being, right? Like, the triangulation of reality, of not just our earth, but of the human spirit, right? And why it's so important that we are who we are, and how humanity is in a way immortal because thanks to women, we can be immortal, like through the next generation, like, yeah, in a way, like, so to speak, right? And so to speak, our world kind of works like a globe, but also kind of not. So we have to be able to bridge that gap. Well, bridging things is masonry. Congratulations. Like, if you want to build that bridge, you are free. You have the wisdom to be able to have the talent to create. This is the essence of human God and reality relationship. This is the triumvirate to be able to of reality, to be able to do such a thing, right? To bridge those understandings, to create that then use that synthesis, that connection, or I'm sorry, use the bridge, use the connection of the antithesis and the thesis to create the synthesis, to create a new world, which will in turn create something so wholly incredible. Who knows what we'll see in 2077, I hope it's not cyberpunk. I hope most metropolises aren't like Night City, because that would be terrifying, because it's just nothing but mercenaries and just the worst parts of liberalism and capitalism. Like, yeah, no, hedonism. Yeah, it's fucking horrific, but I don't know, like, hard times create strong men also. So, shit, I don't know. Maybe it would be a good thing. But, yeah. Yeah. Good shit. Good shit. I think we'll get there. I'm excited. As long as they don't kill Trump and they don't kill Tate and Musk. Musk is too much of a CIA asset, so obviously that's why he was able to buy Twitter. It's really funny. They just let the CIA buy Twitter. Isn't that funny? The FBI had like one of the best forms of 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 information control, of propaganda control, and they sold it for folded crypto. They're retards. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Am I right, guys? Oh man, idiots. Once you didn't need the Federal Reserve or IMF to take over cryptocurrency. All you needed was the was the investors who use actual real stock, who use stocks and bonds, right? Like all you needed was them to be like, oh yeah, no, crypto's legit. Oh, Microsoft wants to buy Activision for $69 billion and most of it's crypto. Like it's like a third crypto, a third stocks, a third digital assets, which is just another form of crypto. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. Buy EA with FIFA. Like you bought enough FIFA NFTs. Yeah. So but we got to be careful because people like Wonderboy will get stuck. They'll get stuck in a loop. They'll be looping they'll think that it's like nothing but that, right? It's very
If you don't like the bank and any kind of monetary value system, why do you engage with it?
we have no choice.
You have no choice.
We must engage with. Yeah, I have a credit score. Do you think I signed up for a credit score? Like, hello? Like, yes, I literally have no choice. It's
Why do you care that the number
like a
goes
social
down?
security number. It's another type of social security, but it's not beholden to my government or my people. It's beholden to the financial mafia. Yes.
Yeah, just give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, dude.
Oh, I know, right? I love taxation without representation. Actually, it really works if you think about it. But let's not think about it. Let's talk about something else.
Yeah, just
One question.
come on with it.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So if you agree that these things are problematic, why do you continue to engage with the government that creates these problems?
I have no choice. Engage? You mean like fight
You
in
have no
in a
choice.
ring?
You can't create a platform, you can't devise a new government system. I did you?
I didn't devise a new government system, but I do follow a new one called the ACP. Like that's
What's the ACP?
that's a start.
What's the ACP?
You don't know the ACP?
Please educate me.
It's the American Communist Party.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, so they kicked me out because I said I forgive Hitler to CNN. So but I'll still work for them because I still believe in them, right? I think it's just a miscommunication because the documentary that CNN's working on, they haven't. Man, he went full monkey mode. Did you guys hear that? He went full monkey mode.
Dude, I was.
But
gonna
yeah,
say,
no, they haven't.
I've never heard a laugh like that in my life.
Yeah, right. That was full. He went full monkey. He went full monkey on that one.
It's just
I was Wanda. Oh, you legend. I didn't know I was talking. Yeah, Wanda's a legend, bro. Look at his haircut. He's a fucking.
Oh, I know. No, I'm well aware.
He's a
Trust
legend.
me. He is
Portugal.
full zoomer. He is full zoomer.
No, he's not a zoomer. I think he's a Gen X or a millennial.
Zarping as a zoomer. No,
I was
He's
born in
not a
April
zoomer.
16th, 1997.
1997. So you,
Yeah.
I think
041619997.
I'd
Is that
say
your
you're a
social
millennial.
security.
Well, anyway, so it's a legendary haircut.
I don't know. It's a bit too Jewish for me.
You don't need a compliment, but thank you,
Weren't
dude.
you the guy defending Jews that had a sook about Hitler before?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it whenever people bully weak people and then justify
Not you.
their
I'm
actions.
talking about Charmhole was the guy defending Jews. Isn't that correct?
Was he?
I think he was actually.
Charmhole, were you defending Jews?
When the fuck did I ever do that?
Dude, you had a go at me earlier. You were saying Jews actually are the ones that are picked on. You know, in their Talmud, right?
Oh yeah.
Pardon me, but I'll say real
Yeah.
quick. So after Christ, right, in their Talmud, this is a religious text. It says us goyim, which means non-Jews, are nothing but dogs. Okay, so they consider us
Right.
dogs. Not only that, it says
It's not
that
Jewish,
Christ-
bro.
Pardon me.
Yeah, that's not Jewish though.
No, it is.
Well,
Jewish.
let him just finish. Let him.
Hold on,
It's
hold
not.
on, Vanu. I like
Real
where
quick,
you were going.
brother. It's in the rabbinical Jewish Talmud, so it is a religious text of the modern Jews.
Hey, guys, a quick question.
So
for
not
everyone.
only does it
Let
say
him
the
finish,
goyim are
Wonderboy.
dogs,
Yo,
not only does it
guys,
say the
let
goyim are
Vanu
dogs,
finish. Just let him finish, bros.
it
And
also
just
says
break
that
out.
Christ is boiling in excrement. So our God, according to them, is boiling in excrement. That's how awful these Jews are. So I don't understand why this fella does. Why don't you think they're Jews, even though it says this
These Jews. Yeah.
in their Talmud? So the Talmud, which is written
Yeah,
after
that's not.
Christ,
It's not Jewish.
It's modern Judaism. Well, it's modern
Yeah, it's not.
Judaism. It's
Yeah,
rabbinical
but it's not
Judaism.
Jewish, right? It's not Judaism.
Well, I don't know if you were trying
Torah.
to refer to the old. Yeah, you're
The
referring to
Torah?
the Torah. I completely
Yeah.
agree with you. That's what I'm saying, brother.
Yeah.
So this is
So
rabbinical
Torah, people
Judaism.
used to keep the Torah.
Well, that's completely correct. So this is rabbinical Judaism, which was written after Christ. And in this rabbinical Judaism, which is modern Judaism, which is they're trying to rule the world, right? They consider us goyim
Yeah, it's
dogs.
not Judaism
According-
though. They're fake.
Exactly right. Sure. So the synagogue of Satan. But
Yep.
according to them, they're going to have 70 goyim slaves per Jew.
Yeah.
They say our God is boiling in excrement. They say we're nothing but dogs. This is their religious text. And we
Yep.
wonder why they call us anti-Semitic. Hang on, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm anti-Jewish. And that's all there is to it.
I know, but that is not Jewish, bro.
Okay.
The-
well, I'm anti-synagogue.
the Torah.
Now about that.
The Torah is Jewish.
The Torah
That's
is
why
the
it
old.
says.
The Torah
That's
is the
why it
Old
says-
Testament. You're right, brother.
That's Jewish, right?
Okay, that's Jewish. So what would you call the
That's why-
rabbinical? They call themselves Jews, the rabbinical quote-unquote Jews today. What
That's
would you
right.
call them? Rabbis. What would you refer to them as other than Jew?
Well, I wouldn't call them Jew. I would
Well, you need
Call
to
them
identify
fake.
them.
I would
but they
just
need
call
to
them
know-
fake.
well,
fake
you
Jews,
can't just
right?
call them fake. So they're fake Jews.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what the Bible says. So when it says
Yeah, I agree with you.
beware, can you let me finish? So in the Bible says, beware of the false Jews from the synagogue of Satan, right?
Yes.
So it says beware of false Jews, not all Jews. Okay? So the flip of that would be for Christians to seek out genuine Jews.
No, there's no such thing as a genuine Jew. No, listen to me.
There is.
So anyone, no,
Okay, so
So
we're going to go
there's
back
no
to
thing.
the
There is
topic of the
food.
server now. Wow.
Can I say one
We're
thing?
going to go back to the
quickly?
topic of
It
the
is
server.
the Torah. It's not complicated.
Mic check.
No, it is complicated because there is no modern
I hear
Jew
you,
that follows
Station.
the Torah.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
All right, enough, guys. You know what's the deal here in this VC. Bring it back. Thank you.
So this is a politics and religion server. Hold on a second. This is a politics and religion server. There are other VCs or channels in here. You guys can discuss this. Just this is one meant for flat Earth, right? So let's do that.
We talked about it, and we're all flat earthers
The
now.
concept of flat Earth
And
got propagated.
creationists.
Where do you think that information comes
Good
from?
combo, Vanu.
Hi. Hey, how did you guys discover flat Earth?
I discovered it when I, was able to breathe and open my eyes.
That's
I was just told something different and believed a different thing most of my life.
yeah,
but-
same here. It's been like 3 years since I've discovered it, and I'm just trying to come to terms with it every day. It's kind of takes my every waking moment. Thought it's crazy.
Yeah, about 8 years for me.
Yeah. Oh man, I just can't believe how the world is and how, we've been lied to so long, man. Scary.
Deception is powerful, right?
Yeah,
There's a reason magicians exist, because ripping people off or just a sleight of hand or the power of suggestion does work. So
Yeah.
here we are.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think this conversation about derailed to a question about Judaism.
I don't know or care. I wasn't here for that. But if I step in here and we're talking about stuff that's, sort of off topic, we try to get it back on then.
Right. But here's my question. What if it's all connected and you just don't see the connections?
Well, there may be connections, but for the purposes that we have this server here, or this channel here, I should say, is to discuss the topic and, directly that topic, not to go on ancillary things or how this came to be. There might be connections, but we're not going to talk about too much of that. Not too much anyway.
Are you one of the moderators here?
Yeah.
And you let that dialogue go on for how long without doing anything?
Bro, I just stepped in here. So are you going to now be a concern troll? Is that what's happening?
Am I trolling you or am I asking you questions?
This is called concern trolling, where you want to gripe about the moderation, even though I just stepped in and I put an end to it. So,
Okay.
do you have anything?
Thank you. You're wrong. Thank you for answering concerns, because I'm not trolling you. But I'm going to say that there is a theoretical connection. We should explore it so we can disprove flat Earth theory, because we have, haven't we?
What is flat Earth theory? I've never heard of this. What is it?
Flat Earth theory is, to my understanding, the theory that the Earth is a disk supported on the back of a turtle that its turtles all the way down.
We may want to do a little more research.
What the fuck?
This mountain surrounding
Oh,
all
man.
the water falling off the edge.
You
I
actually
think
believe
Yeah,
that's
you may want to do a little bit more research, bro, because you are way off in the weeds. That's not flat Earth theory as far as I know.
what if you look up an image of the flat Earth? Isn't that usually the model that represents it?
So someone
Turtles
creates
all
a fictitious image, and then you take that to be an entire theory that is ascribed to people on the internet that you don't know. So you've strawmanned a group of people, right? This is a straw man argument.
No, it's not. You're the straw man. I'm the argument. How
wow.
have you ever gone down to an open
boy.
field?
Wow. Bro, keep talking. You're doing a great job for the flat Earth theory. You really are. You're actually giving credibility to it with your, irrational
Have you ever gone
behavior.
to an open flat field?
What? What about a flat field?
Have you ever gone to an open field? Like ones that they use for farming or undeveloped land or something like that.
Yeah, what about it?
Did you ever, take a standee and then set up two pieces of cardboard and cut a circle at them at perfectly the exact same size and location, and then set them up, let's 100 meters apart?
Uh-huh.
And
Why
then
would you be
say
doing
that you take a laser pointer and you point that laser through the first hole, and you have somebody else observe where it lands on the second one. Do you think it should, if the Earth is flat, go straight through it?
I have no idea. I do know that there's laser tests for 25 miles that show no deviation or Earth curvature. Excuse me, friend. I was just talking and now you decided to talk. So I do know that there are laser tests over 25-mile distances that show zero drop over distance. So your field thing doesn't really matter when I have a laser test over 25 miles over a frozen lake with no deviation or no Earth curve measured. So what does your field thing have to do with the topic?
Congratulations, you found a flat plane that lasted as long as your measurable experiment.
Yeah, it's called water. It's called water. Do you think that water finds its own level or no? Do you think the oceans are curving? Yes or no?
Right. Water finds its own level. Water only can stay in a vessel. So, what is the vessel? Isn't water just falling out into the sky?
Dude, no one's making any claims that the water is falling out into what you call space. Who's making that claim here today?
Guys, the Earth is flat. Simple as that. Come on.
Spitting facts. I've worked in construction all my life, and we've done railways, and you be laying 100 miles of railways. For every mile, you're talking 8-inch dip. That's what we're told anyway, and we've never accounted any of that on building stuff. So I was these perfectly straight tracks curving around this Earth that's meant to be curving. It blows my mind, man.
Such an inbred VC, my God.
Oh,
Oh,
so
there
do
you
we
go.
not want to talk about flat Earth now? Says who?
Excuse me, I'm here to talk about flat Earth, but I'm just wondering
Why
why
are you
did you mute
freaking
me, brother? Excuse me, says who? Why did you mute me, brother?
First of all, I didn't meet you, but I'll tell you why someone probably did is because you guys were talking about off-topic stuff and you wouldn't shut
I
up.
want to talk
That's
about that,
probably
brother.
why.
I've been here in this room for like 8 hours. Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
The conversation seems to evolve.
Right. And so I came in, I asked you guys to, cut it off. You didn't cut it off, you kept going. So someone muted you. That's kind of how it went down.
Yeah, that's fine, brother. But what I'm saying,
But
I was
who
no more
muted him?
responsible.
Who muted him? Was it you?
Who cares? Are you doing more? This is more concern trolling. So I'm going to mute you now, Wonder Boy. Okay, Vanu, this is how it went down. I came in, I asked you guys to go to the actual topic of the room, seemed to go ignored. Somebody else muted you, not me. Doesn't matter. That's how it went down. You don't have to take it personally. We're back on the topic. Wonder Boy wants to talk about flat Earth. That's what we're
I know
doing.
who it was. It was the Corsil Kotal guy. I think he muted.
Okay, and what does that matter? Now we are back on topic.
Matters. Okay, so I've been here for a long time, so I'm here to talk about the flat Earth, and
That's great.
Topic. All right,
great.
but I obviously feel personally attacked under the red muted bar because it's actually quite personally offensive.
I find it personally offensive that you would come into this VC, someone asks you, like a moderator, to stop talking about whatever you guys were talking about as far as the Bible or Judaism or whatever, and you totally ignore it. I find that personally offensive. So we're even then.
We're even. Fine.
Yeah.
You find it
All right,
personally offensive?
Wonder Boy, are you going to talk about the topic? Are you going to make this about your feelings and being muted and complaining? Are we just going to complain today?
Dude, are you going to let me speak? Aren't you the moderator? Shouldn't you be the bigger man?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm definitely the bigger man. That's why they gave me the mute button. So, in this context, would you like to continue with the propaganda that you're trying to peddle as the flat earth theory? Oh, meanwhile, I was talking and you interrupted me. So, anyways, do you want to talk about the turtles and the oceans flowing into space, apparently, that you were fed as propaganda? And you want to straw man that as the flat earth theory, which I still don't know what that actually means? Or would you like to talk about what flat earth actually is? Which one do you want to do?
Well, can I have an argument with Wonder Boy? Because this will be funny. So, Wonder Boy, I honestly thought that you were a flat earther.
Is that what you thought? That I was a flat earther?
I really thought you were. Because as what I'm hearing from you is
Better
you're saying
argument.
also,
What
you're
is
saying
flat-
where it's the water falling off the edge of the earth. So we have Antarctica, right? And if you look at the quote unquote edge of the earth, or you go as far south as you can, you're looking at a massive wall of ice blocking the water. And there's like nowhere else on the earth. So the water is contained. The oceans are contained, brother.
Right, they're contained by land masses, geography, and ice sculpts. But the reason that water isn't flowing out into space is that Earth has enough mass to hold on water to its surface, and the moon causes tidal waves.
The Earth isn't a ball.
Holy cow.
So
The moon
you're
doesn't
talking
cause
about
anything.
water. The water is contained, like I told you, by not only the continents, but there is Antarctica. So there is an ice wall that we can observe, right?
Yeah. No, there was an ice wall, and so people saw this and just assumed that was the end of the Earth because they couldn't get past it with their
Well,
limited
it is the
technology.
end of the Earth. So we have
Is it?
pardon me, brother, but we have no proof for gravity, which for your instance means mass attracting mass. Okay, we do have a downward vector, so things flow
Right.
at a certain speed due to density.
So what if
Density and
we
buoyancy.
did more research?
Exactly.
What if we did more research? What if we tried to figure out what gravity was a little bit more? And what if we were more transparent with our findings?
They're all theories.
So what you're talking about is mass attracting mass, and this has never been proven. So
Hasn't
the
it?
Earth that we live on is geocentric. We don't spin around the sun. The sun actually rises very much like the moon rises.
Yeah, that's a very outdated model, but continue.
It's not outdated. It's common sense, me brother. Why do you think they appear to be the exact
You're right.
same
No, it's
size?
common sense. Go
Pardon
ahead.
me.
Go ahead.
Why do you think? I will. Why do you think they seem to eclipse to be the exact same size?
He must be joking, right?
Why do you think the moon and the sun eclipse are the exact same size unless they were lights of God's creation? You think it's a coincidence? Is that right?
I think that there is such a thing as coincidence, but I think that we just don't understand enough of the mechanics.
No, you have no idea what you're talking about. That's really all there is to it, brother.
I'm gonna laugh when the final experiment happens. That's gonna be a funny one.
I
Indoctrination
feel
goes
sorry for you,
bad.
man. And I pray for you, and I pray Christ delivers you. The earth is flat, me brother.
What you,
just...
hold on. You pray to Christ?
Christ is the only God.
But,
How do you know that?
what about all those other religions
know
that came
that.
about? Oh, right, but we have to talk about only flat Earth. We can't extrapolate using new data, can we?
We're not doing this again. We're not going to go from, talking about gravity to do you pray to Christ? Just keep it on the topic, please.
I didn't bring
How
it
are we
up, they
supposed to
did.
keep the topic if we cannot
Actually did.
explain?
Hey, they brought up Christ, not me. Don't blame me.
Hold on. Weren't you the guy who said, like, I'll pray for you because Christ is only God? You brought it up, mate. Come on.
No, you brought it up, mate. So think about this. So you think that our Earth is spinning around the sun. Is that correct? What evidence do you have for this?
Overwhelming.
Overwhelming. Okay,
Overwhelming.
come on, guys. Give this guy.
Do you want to
I'm
get
not
to
even,
that
I'm not
evidence?
even going to bother. Yeah, go ahead with the evidence, please. We're all looking to hear it.
Great. Would you like to see a live stream of it?
Live stream of evidence.
Yeah,
Wow.
let's see a live stream of the Earth transiting around the sun. Let's see that.
Well,
why-
that's gonna be a little bit harder, though. But I can show you evidence of curvature and the
You
Earth.
just made the claim. I want to see the live stream. Let me
Sure.
see the live stream.
Sure.
They haven't done a live-
Post it in the chat, bro. I'll watch it.
How come they haven't done a live stream from space, which, like, so you'd have the blue marble, and then they could zoom in, and then you could see life on the side happening on the side and upside down. Why is that never happening?
Wow, this is the first one of this. So we have a live stream of the Earth transiting around the sun.
Oh no, you thought it was spinning on its own axis.
No. You just said we have live stream of the Earth transiting around the sun. That's what you said.
Oh no, I meant Earth spinning.
Earth spinning. Okay. So you have a live stream of this. Do we have any way to detect that while we're on the Earth itself?
Sure, we have tools.
Okay. So what tools are going to give us this spinning measurement?
Oh, it's simple. It's called GPS.
GPS tells you that the Earth is spinning? How so?
Oh, yeah, no, we can actually triangulate the International Space Station, and that's how
Now
we
we're
can calculate it.
triangulating. I need you to give me the tool that you said that we have on the Earth that tells us that we're having an axial rotation.
Oh, you can use GPS for that. Kind of simple.
Yeah, let me see. Show me in the side chat how you use GPS to know that the Earth is spinning.
Oh yes,
Let's
I
see
just
that.
did it in the side already.
Okay, so this is
You're welcome.
GPS showing that the Earth
No, well,
is spinning.
this is actually
Right?
live video footage of our beautiful International Space Station spinning around our globe. I also see the movement of the clouds, etc. And actually, with that, you can also see the different time zones, etc., which means it's spinning. Kind of simple.
Okay, I'm looking at the live stream here.
You're welcome. Enjoy it.
This is not a
It's
live
quite
stream. This is a
fascinating.
55-minute video, bro.
Did I link you the wrong video?
This
I'll
is-
double check.
This is not the rotation of the Earth, you dumbass.
Oh no, it's a live video. Yeah, enjoy it.
It's not live.
It is live. Would you like the original
This is
source? I can do that.
started 7 months ago. This is a 55-minute video from 7 months ago. I want to see the live stream. And I want you to show me how it
I messed
proves
it
that
up.
the
Yes,
Earth
you're
is
right.
rotating.
I messed it up. I'll give you the correct live stream. My apologies.
Jeez.
We're all human.
I'm going to hardcore scrutiny. Yeah, but still, this is not the measurement of the Earth spinning like I asked
no,
for
this
and
is
you
the
said
right
you
stream.
would
This is the live
provide.
stream. Yes, it's correct. Yes. Sorry, it started restreaming the 22nd of January. I was correct. It's the right stream.
Okay.
Enjoy it.
How can I validate this on the surface of the Earth?
Oh, GPS.
Okay, show me how GPS validates this, please.
Well, it's not my job to educate you how GPS works. I think you're smart enough to do it yourself.
Your claim is your job to support your claim.
Oh, yes,
So
GPS.
please support your claim. I'm not going to do your.
Oh, you want
Okay,
the
then show
documents?
me.
Okay, fine. I will
No,
link
I
you the
don't want the documents. I want you to show me how GPS shows me that the Earth
even
is
better.
spinning. It doesn't. Okay, just do what you told me that you were going to do instead of jumping around. Dude, this is starting to get annoying.
Well, you wanted evidence, so I will give it to you.
No, I asked you for the thing that you claim that you had.
Here you go.
GPS showing that the Earth is spinning. Do you have that?
Locate the ISS. I will show you how to do it. Voila.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
Here you
Captain
go.
Obvious, I'm going to have to put you on mute. I'm asking specifically for the claim that you gave. You use GPS to show and measure that the Earth is indeed spinning. Show me that right now, or stay on mute.
Explain it to them. Here you go. This is how the GPS, how we can use it to locate the ISS space station. You're welcome.
Is that what I asked for? No, that's not what I asked for. I asked
said we can use,
specifically.
no, my claim was very clear.
You
We
ignored
can
it.
use
I'm
GPS.
going to mute you because you don't want to give evidence for the claims that you make, which is pretty obvious by now, Captain Obvious. What is definitely obvious from Captain Obvious is that he will not provide any support for his claim. Back to Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy, can you show me the measurements of Earth curvature and how we can validate them?
No, but you have Google.
Okay, so you don't know how this was achieved. So you're claiming that we live on a ball, but you don't know how we measured it to be a ball. Don't you find that to be a problem?
I mean, I'm currently more focusing on the conversation we're having right now, and if I really wanted to, I could literally just Google up all the things, and I could use all the information that all these kind of people offered me to give myself
Well,
a
let's do
better
it.
understanding.
Let's do it, bro. Let's do that right now.
I did. You do it.
I've already done it. I've checked the information. It's all bunk.
I think that really
That's a
flies my
bold
mind.
assumption.
Wonder Boy, are you spiraling? Are you okay?
He's getting dizzy from all the spinning.
So many people believe that they live on a ball, but they don't know how to prove it. That should be like a red flag.
Yeah, it's like I think everyone like started off believing in the globe from when we were taught in school and stuff, but like to come around it's really hard. It takes a while.
Yeah, it does.
It took me a bit.
They have to get past the denial and the anger. It's the death, you know, that's the 5 stages of grief. So the first 2 are denial and anger and kind of some incredulity. But then they figure out if they just go outside and stop watching TV, that there's no Earth curvature to be found anywhere. 70% of the Earth is water. The water lays flat and level, measurably. The navigation systems that we have are on a flat plane and are measured that way. Everybody builds using a level.
Yeah.
Flat and level everywhere you go.
The one that really got me was so like you look at the Earth and it says like it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour. Going around the sun 64,000 miles an hour. And I think the solar system's traveling 140,000 miles per hour. While the Milky Way's traveling 400,000 miles per hour. That's a lot of moving to not feel anything. And I just like, and we're told that we're not supposed to feel anything. And I'm just thinking, I'm looking at the night sky. It should be an absolute shambles. And I just can't get my head around it. And that's like something I really like, I don't know, it just, yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy how all this stuff is even happening.
Yep.
I don't know what else there is more to say, but yeah, I'm just going to sit back and listen. Good work, guys.
I got a question.
Sure.
So why does it seem common trope of the Globers is to point to the sky to prove the Earth?
Well, because that's the same thing that they were taught with, right? So no one told them to look at the Earth and measure it. Everyone said, look up at the sky You see those things that look round? You're on one of those round things. And then people just kind of by the power of suggestion got ripped off. And they refuse to not be ripped off, so they stay looking at the sky, pointing at the sky, going, I'm on one of those things. They don't even know what those things are. They've just been told a story about them. They believe a fiction. And they stay in that kind of Never Never Land fairy tale because they were taught this as kids and they want to stay kids.
Yeah, but what blows my mind is they're not even like, we don't even know if they're spherical, right? But they're circle, but they're not spherical, at least that we know of. So like, how can you, I don't know.
Why everyone here muted?
I'm just here to listen.
Yeah, so if you go to those top 10 reasons why Earth isn't flat, it's always stuff in the sky. Shadows on the moon, opposite rotation of the
That blows
stars.
my mind.
Nothing about curvature or anything.
Oh,
How it's
I had
measured.
a
It's
question.
measured
I have a
flat.
question. Why is it that I had some guy that posted a link where someone was going to fund a trip for a bunch of flat earthers to go to Antarctica?
Yeah.
But he was trying to pigeonhole the argument to saying it was solely for the purpose to see the sun out there, right? But I've heard many flat earthers claim other reasons to go to Antarctica besides just seeing what the sun does.
Yeah, there's no reason for a flat earther or anyone to go to Antarctica to prove anything. It doesn't prove a thing.
I think there's something we can prove.
The whole thing's begging the question.
100%. Have you seen the Antarctic Treaty?
Well, think about this. Regardless of the Antarctic Treaty, think about this. That if we believe in the AE, projection of the map, which is the flat Earth map, right?
No, it isn't. It's not a flat Earth map.
Well, regardless, this is the idea that I'm trying to say. So, if we have the Antarctic, that boundary and the Antarctic wall, we're going to see, is it going to go concave or convex, right? So depending on if it's hooking inwards or it's hooking outwards, like it's a massive wall.
Well, they say that it proves the
what
solar.
can we observe?
They say that it proves the solar constellation, solar constellation. I guess I don't know.
Well, think about what I'm saying is think about the ice wall. Okay, is it going to be concave going inwards to the ocean or convex? Right? Is it going to be a small sort of continent looking thing? And that is a big factor in terms of the flat Earth, right? And how
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's just speculation whether there's an ice wall around.
This is the thing. No. But what I'm not trying to
prove it. It's just
how I'm trying to explain it is.
Oh, I thought the ice wall was proven.
So there's the ice wall. Okay, this is what I'm saying. No. Is it hooking outwards? Is it turning inwards to us, or is it going?
What ice wall, dude? Yeah, what ice wall?
Antarctica.
The one that the Admiral Byrd found. That one.
Antarctica. So it's the southernmost.
Yeah, it's all speculation.
Well, south of Tasmania, I don't think it's speculation, brother. There is Antarctica.
I know. Okay. I know. If you go to Antarctica, there's a what looks like an ice wall. Yeah,
that's right. It contains the ocean, and this is my point to you. And I'm trying to. I don't know
if
I'm
go all the way around. I don't know. I don't know if it goes all the way around Earth.
And which direction does it go? Well, this is the thing. I'm not saying if you or me know it, but some of us, we need to figure it out, don't we?
So then we do need to go to Antarctica.
You can't figure it out.
So there was a group of independent flat earthers trying to go there on a boat, and there was a military ship, like a massive battle cruiser, that pulled up and said, "Turn around. You're not permitted entry." So you need some sort of permitted entry to go there. I'd love to personally do it just to see how that wall actually bends.
Yeah, I want to go there too, but I don't want
Do
to
you
go
see
on
what
no.
do you see what I'm trying to explain here,
Yeah,
though, brother?
I just don't want to go on no like North Korea field trip where they pigeonhole you to one area and say, "Oh, this
Well,
proves
this is the thing. I'm frozen. The only expeditions they do are from South America. Like that's the nearest connection from there, and they have that.
No, I know. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is a North Korean field trip. Like they only
I wouldn't
they only
wanna
let
do
you
that.
go where you're allowed to go.
Well, Captain Obvious in the chat, I'm trying to say this to you. So, do you guys understand what I'm saying here? So, if Antarctica, the wall bends inwards to us, that would imply that it's a certain shape, as if, inadvertently that it's going the other direction, which it seemingly is. So it's so the implication is it's smaller than it seems to be, but it is containing all of the oceans to a southernmost point, but it's still flat, right? So that is a clear contradiction to the AE map, which is the flat Earth projection map, right? It's not this extended thing. It's actually this smaller entity, but it's still a containment within the system.
Hypothetical, real quick. Hypothetical. Let's say the two-dimensional plane, the and is that seawall. What happens if you turn that map into a globe? Does it become like a cork or something?
Hold on a second, fellas. Here's the deal. The AE map is a projection of the globe, which is a projection of the celestial sphere, which comes from flat Earth measurements. So you have a projection turn into another projection, which does not necessarily represent the Earth at all. It's just a projection.
They've
just get rid
conformed
of
their
the
model to, they've conformed the model to fit the projection.
Well, no, there's no model. There's no globe model. There's no flat Earth model. There's just map projections, which essentially are reifications.
Well, they say that celestial navigation is only doable on the Earth model or the globe model.
Yeah, who says that? The Globers?
Yeah, a Glober I talked to last week.
Okay. Yeah, and we know Globers are so honest, right? Even though they didn't bother to tell you that elevation angles can only be achieved from a flat surface.
We have to be given
He
the
just
credit
seemed
of
like he was
due.
pretty confident.
This is
with
the
what he was
thing.
saying.
We have to give them the credence of the doubt. Okay, so in this regard, I believe celestial navigation, because I've heard this. It's not the only time I've heard this, and it seems to be their only, beg to the knee sort of thing. So if this is happening, then I'd actually like to hear from them what they explain, because I believe we could easily explain it. All right, there's clearly a misdemeanor in terms of interpretation in this regard. And this is why, obviously, the flat Earth objectively doesn't exist. I don't think as it is, because it really doesn't make sense. It all has to do with the observer.
I know, but I was just saying I'm stumped because that was a good argument on their behalf, saying that it conforms to their model.
Well, so I'd like to hear from a Glober about.
They can sound confident if they want to.
Well, so do you understand what they were talking about? Well, so
celestial navigation, I'm very familiar with it. So what were they saying? Tell me what they were saying.
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you, the confident people telling you, what is it they were saying?
I don't know, because I've never heard them. So what I'm
that
asking
was me. I was the one saying I talked to him.
Well, it doesn't matter what you say.
Yeah, I know. I know what they said.
What I'm asking says who is. So you know about celestial navigation. I personally have no idea what this even entails.
Yeah, I want to answer says who's question.
So what is their point of view?
Yeah. So he was saying that the Glober was saying that if we were to go to Antarctica, it would prove that the sun staying. What?
What does that got to do with celestial navigation?
Well, I'm getting to that. So he said that when you're in Antarctica and you see that, he said something about how like the sun is going to be there for 24 hours or something like that, and how basically it proves the the globe model and it doesn't align with the flat Earth model.
No, see, first of all, they already strawmanned the flat Earth position by saying you guys believe we're on an azimuthal equidistant projection of a map. There is no model. That's a straw man. So don't fall for that. Second of all,
so regardless of this, bro.
Well, hold on. I want to hear what Says Who has to say.
Exactly, I'm
he
listening.
says he's
That's why I
really.
paused.
He says he's really.
paused.
Says Who says he knows a lot about celestial navigation. So
Okay, so this is why I wanted to ask him a question. So, what are these globe earthers proving, or what is their credence to the matter? What is their evidence that celestial navigation is somehow not possible on a flat Earth? Do you know?
They said it's not possible on the models that we have as flat earthers.
And what is their?
Yeah, that's metal. They have nothing. They
No
have
model needed.
specific. What is this specific? Do they have something in exact regard?
No,
Yeah.
they don't. They have nothing, dude.
They just say celestial navigation.
Well, he was pointing to our
zero.
model.
They just say it works on a globe. That's it.
Their
No
model
They
needed.
don't say anything.
hold on.
No,
I
that's
have
what
to
I'm
address
asking
this.
Says
Otherwise
Who.
we
Have
go
you,
round and
have
round in
you
circles.
heard?
This is the deal. Jeez. Okay. There is no flat Earth model, period. End of story. If they say you guys have a model and you agree, then you're agreeing to a straw man that they've created. There is no flat Earth model, period.
Okay, but what's their evidence? Like, have they said some sort of star constellation can be observed at a certain angle? Is this what they're saying?
Who?
That's what I'm asking to you. The Globers, are they saying there's an angle to which a constellation or star can be observed, which is not possible on flat Earth? Is that their argument?
No, what they're saying is they say that it only works on a globe, even though they completely throw the globe out because you can't get an angle to a star from a curved surface to begin with. So what they do is they throw the globe out, they create what they call a tangent plane, which is begging the question that they're on a ball at all, but then they throw it out and they measure angles to the stars and get those elevation angles, which needs a flat Earth.
Needed.
Who keeps
Why
saying
does
this?
celestial navigation work on the globe model? I don't understand that.
That's what I was wondering.
Celestial navigation doesn't work on the globe model. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There is no model for the globe either. All right, this is enough. I swear to God, I've said this about 1,000 times. Can you present to me the globe model?
You're fine. No, dude.
Is no model.
We are all flat earthers. The only point I was trying to ask you, because unfortunately there's no Globers here that we can have a conversation with.
Yeah, I realize that. We've got Chester.
Exactly. So
And Chester is telling me that there's models.
Celestial navigation.
Jesus
cruising
Christ.
over. Yeah, praise him, brother.
Oh, I'm not a Glober. I'm not saying I don't know what the models are. I've just taken their word for it.
Chester, I just told you there is no model. How long you've been in? How long have you been in this topic, Chester? All right, this guy's on repeat, so I'm just going to mute him. He's not helping the conversation at all. Caleb, always coming in to interrupt. Awesome. Chester,
Please.
can you present to me the globe model?
What in which sense? I can probably point to some.
Just point to me. Isn't there the globe model? Some. What do you mean some?
Yeah, well, I mean, because now they're saying it's an oblate spheroid, so I don't know which one they're going off of right now.
So don't you think it's very interesting that they claim a model, but they don't even have just one? There's multiple. Doesn't that seem like a problem?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It does.
Yeah. So the oblate spheroid, how was that created?
They basically say that it's bulging at the sides, kind of.
Yeah, I know. How did they create it? Did they just fathom and create it out of thin air? What did they do?
Oh, I think it originated with, who popularized it was the Neil deGrasse Tyson guy.
This is not his model. The WGS-84 geoid is not created by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, I said he popularized it. I don't think.
I don't care. He didn't popularize anything. It's existed for a long time. How was it conjured?
Hey, man,
I'm
real
not
quick, I got a
sure. I
question.
haven't heard how it was conjured. I don't know.
Okay, perfect. So
quick-
if you're going to appeal to things the people are claiming, you should probably just ask them where it came from and see what they give you as an answer. Because I know how it was created.
How was it created?
Well, they took minimum elevation angles to Polaris, which requires the Earth to be flat. And then they created a geoid using that to back engineering from a flat plane. That's where they get their radius, because the minimum angle to Polaris ends up being about 3,958 miles. That's the distance. So then they back engineer that and created a globe, a sphere, and then they took all the surveying data, which they got from flat plane measurements, rise over run, and they wrapped it around that reification, that sphere that they created. So they took a flat Earth, turned it into a ball, took all the flat Earth measurements from surveying, and plotted that onto a ball like a giant disco ball with about, I don't know, quarter mile square surveys. That's what it is. So it's all flat Earth measurements.
I think he's asking about pear-shaped Earth.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's the
So where did that come
WGS 84. The WGS 84. And then they give you another story. They say, oh, because the Earth is spinning and it's a ball, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson described it. It's just made up bullshit. I'm surprised at this point nobody's caught on that the made up bullshit is made up bullshit. Oh, because the Earth is spinning, it's a little bulgier at the center and around the bottom than it is at the top. So it's pear-shaped, although you can't detect it and you can't measure it. So it's a story that isn't true, and you wouldn't be able to prove it if you wanted to.
But
it is a little hard to wrap my head around it.
But the pear model destroys the globe model. Yeah.
Sure, it's all contradictory. It's all bullshit.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a Neil deGrasse Tyson thing, in that he basically kind of destroyed the globe model by saying Earth is a pear.
I mean,
throw out all of the longitude and latitude lines going around a ball equally. It just totally throws that out.
Sure.
So
it's contradictory, of course.
Yeah. So it's a globe. They go, it's a globe, but it's a pear. So which is it? One debunks the other. You can't have both.
They're both claims, right?
Perfect.
Well,
Yeah,
I've heard that they're both kind of circular for the most part, though. It's just a little
Right.
bulge.
That's fantastic. So here's what we're going to do. We're just going to go, all the claims that we have, they can make all the claims that they want. But what they are claiming, especially with their globe Earth calculators, is that we should be seeing geometric horizons according to the curvature of the Earth prescribed, which is a radius of 3,959 miles. And that means if you go out to any lake or any ocean, then you should be seeing bulge or sagitta or tangent points to measure to at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And guess what? It's not there.
Well, don't they say that's because of refraction or something?
Yeah, so if they say it's refraction, then they debunk their globe because there's no tangent point to measure to. It's apparent. Apparently, it's a fucking hologram. So the horizon is now a hologram that isn't something that I can physically measure to, so they debunk their globe as soon as they say refraction. It's like saying, I'm going to measure to a rainbow. No, you're not going to measure to a rainbow. It's an apparent position.
Hey, can I speak? Can I? So, like, if you observed a rainbow at an immediate point in time, and then you used mathematics to estimate what the end of that rainbow would reach from your location, and then you walked to that point, ignoring the rainbow then on, I think you would find a pot of gold.
No doubt.
So, what? Magic's real?
Yes, magic is real.
I think it's.
So it's
I
even
a
think, yeah, I mean,
commentary.
it's up for debate if magic is real, right?
It is. So it's not up to debate. Let's move the conversation on. Someone else had something to say, didn't they?
Well, this is my problem, right? Is that like like the same reason we don't have a flat Earth model is because we can't accurately project things that would go to a consistent model, which means that the world could be shifting based off perception of the seer, of the person observing.
It's a little bit more complex than that, but you cannot develop a model of something that basically you can't see the entirety of. Now, can you plot points on this using celestial navigation to get an idea of distances, you know, from one place to another? Yes. Can you map that, considering that we have vast oceans and everything kind of falls apart in the sky and on the sea? I mean, yeah, we lose a lot of accuracy because when you're out in the middle of the bodies of the water or in the air, you know, wind currents and ocean currents, and it's just very difficult to plot points. So
I've heard two different theories on that, though, that basically it could be that we, like what you just said, there's so many factors that it's hard for us to accurately get the model because of that. Or I've heard flat earthers also say that it could just be that we don't have the understanding to even map it because it's impossible to map it.
Yeah, if I can interject, models that are testable are for observations. So if you don't have an actual observation, then you're just modeling something from your imagination. So if you never see anything but this apparent hologram in front of you, then what are you attempting to model based off of what observation? The hologram? That's just a claim.
Yeah, I just want to know if we're ever going to get to the point where we can model the flat Earth.
Why would it matter?
I mean, you use it that way and you measure it that way.
I think
right? I mean, you can do a planar survey and that's a model.
You say why? Well, it would debunk the globers. That's why it's important.
No, it's already been debunked because there's no curvature anywhere.
You can't
That's
model
all.
the globe. You don't have a curvature observation.
Yeah. But then you get into the then you get into the whole globers saying, like we were saying before, that you can't measure the curvature because of refraction. So it's kind of like a circular argument.
Yeah, it's just, they screw themselves. They say the horizon is a tangent point that we can measure to. Here's my Earth curve calculator. Well, then you take the Earth curve calculator, you go out to the ocean, you find that that tangent point isn't there. In fact, sometimes it's closer, sometimes it's farther away. But it doesn't matter. Now it's a hologram. And they say, oh, it's because it's refraction. Well, then how'd you measure it in the first place? Then they just start to obfuscate because they know that it doesn't exist.
I'm more of a layman in this, but I remember when I engaged Scott Mackey a long time ago, and I asked, okay, well, what's the maximum refraction distance before we can start seeing the curvature? And he goes, well, I don't know. And it's like, okay, well, that's not helping.
Right. Bottom line is models are for observable phenomena. You need to have the observation.
If someone comes to me and says pictures from space of the Earth is my evidence for the globe, I go, no problem. I should be able to measure that curvature on the Earth. And guess what? I can't. There is no curvature to measure. The oceans lay flat like water always does. It finds its own level. So whatever they try to tell me that they see from space is true here while we're standing on the son of a bitch, well, I should be able to measure it. And if I can't, then it's you know, it's pretty sketchy at that point. Whatever they're showing me on TV, whatever NASA's giving me, is apparently not verifiable. I take a lot of issue with that. That would be the only time they can claim an observation, right? That they would say, this is the observation from space. And you go, oh, shit.
Pardon me. It's unfortunate that, pardon me, Chess, I'll say one thing. It's unfortunate that Wanda is muted. I'll have to type out to him in text chat, but he was asking me to define Jesus Christ. And I think this is a serious conversation. But Chester, you go on speaking, brother. I'm going to type.
No, I was just going to say, I was debating another glober, and he was bringing up a good point of do you guys think that the vacuum seal at the top, do you think it turns into water, like there's water above us as below, or do you think there's an actual like barrier?
Holy cow! What vacuum seal?
No, like, so you know how like there's it's it's impenetrable, right? Like the top, you can't go into outer space, quote unquote, because there's something blocking it.
Well, there would have to be a space to begin with.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's water above us rather than space.
Impossible to prove.
Well, he was
That's
telling
just a
me
simple
that.
answer. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just letting you know. Ain't no way any of us can figure this out. You know what I mean?
Oh no, yeah. Well, he said that he watched a video of someone sending up like their own little thing up there, and when it hit the top, it started sounding like it was underwater. The camera.
Yeah, I've seen that video. It's really trippy, but it's just the rocket has an internal mechanism that stops it from spinning when it gets to a certain height. Yeah,
Well,
so
what causes the groggly sounds? Like it sounds like if you were to put.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No idea.
No, it does sound like it's underwater. I don't know what that is. It's just.
You know what's crazy is that video could be just as much bullshit as anything else. You know what I mean?
It could be, but it just lends credence to the theory of, as above, so below type of theory.
That's a satanic saying, dude. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's a cult.
It's from Church of Satan. Yeah, it's a cult.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I can tell you haven't been in this topic for very long. So, I mean, all grace to you, man. Like, seriously. I would recommend that you head on over to our home server, and I'll DM you the link to it, okay?
Oh, I'm in it.
Where there's a ton of... Are you in it? Okay.
Yeah.
Go through the resources that we have in there, man. And, just kind of hang around and pay attention, because there's like at least two camps as far as Flat Earth is concerned. There's people that are highly concerned with empiricism, demonstrable, evidence, and things that are logically consistent. And that's, for the most part, what 24/7 is. There's also what I call the YouTube Flat Earther, or the TikTok Flat Earther, who get a very cursory knowledge based on most of the videos that they watch. And a lot of that stuff has since been either debunked, or is old news, or is fallacious on its face, like the AE map and this idea of a model. Like, you're going to have to get that out of your head, because that's the stuff that the Globers love to kind of pick at. There's all these straw men that have already been created. So, hang around, hang around here.
The issue I run into, right, is because I got into this a few years ago when I watched the Australian guy doing the street interviews with people, and I forget his name, but anyways, I found out that as time progresses, it seems like everything keeps shifting to where I don't even know the consensus of the actual flat earthers are to argue on behalf, because it seems like the argument's always shifting over time.
Well, that's the thing. You can't base it on consensus. You have to base it on empiricism.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the masses say. It only matters what reality presents itself as and can be proven to be. It doesn't even matter what the flat earthers say, okay? Like, I could say some shit that's totally wrong, and just because I make it sound good or I'm confident in it, doesn't mean you should believe me for 1/2 a second. You should go out and test that shit. And if you can't find what I'm talking about, then you should be like, I don't know, that guy's talking out his ass, because what he's saying isn't correct. So it doesn't matter what people say. It doesn't matter how confident they sound, because that's the calling card of the Glober, where there's got this false bravado. They sound really confident. They're very condescending towards any opposing thought, right? They usually turn it into like this. It's mostly about the ad homs and poisoning the well. Oh, you don't know anything about calculus? I'm throwing everything that you say out because you don't know this particular equation. I had a guy come in here the other day and say that. What do you know about calculus? I'm like, I don't know shit about calculus. Oh, well, then you're not a good authority on anything. It's like, well, number one, I'm not an authority. Number two, how does that have anything to do with the conversation that we're having? So the point is that you got to make sure that you know what you know, and don't rely on anybody else for your truth.
Yeah, I'm always gonna believe in because I like I was saying, like the term flat Earth is kind of like now a catch-all term. It's because we don't even know if it's necessary, because we don't have a model, right? So we can't confirm or deny that it's the actual shape, but that's what they try to pigeonhole us into when they say, look, well, you have to subscribe to a model. It's convenient that you don't have a model, right? And you claim flat Earth. And that's another problem, in my opinion, where it's like, well, I'm arguing now for something that I agree that we don't have a model, but we're coined as flat earthers, so that implies there is a model.
Right. So in that, when they say that, first of all, it's poisoning the well, because they're going to make it seem as if, oh, well, aren't you just some stupid peasant that doesn't have a model, even though they don't have one themselves? It's pure projection. Ask a glober for their model, and they don't have one. Aren't you aware of that? There's no globe model either.
Oh yeah, I'm fully aware that there's no accurate globe model. It's just
no, there is no model whatsoever. There's nothing.
Yeah,
there is no model.
And see, that's where the arguments shifted, because in the beginning of flat Earth, from years ago, it was a lot of flat earthers were claiming a model or different models.
Yeah, I would call that the beginning of the infiltration, where they decided to present something because everybody just loves models, right? Like when you're a kid, they get you pop-up books and they give you globes that sit on desks, and they present to you all these CGI models that we love so much, and we're like, oh shit, that must be what it is, because they, through math and all these different programs, everything works out no problem, post hoc, right? The ad hoc explanations for things that even then aren't 100% consistent. If you get time and date and ask it to show you when the sun comes up, and then, oh crap, it's either 2 minutes or 3 minutes late or 2 minutes early, because their model is entirely mathematic and very rigid, and it isn't 100% accurate. So, there's anomalies everywhere. All the claims, you start poking at them, there's nothing there. The globe model doesn't exist. The thing that you see on your teacher's desk that's sphere-shaped, that's a projection. And that projection came from flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
I think the reason that they love models, and even just general, the layman or the average person likes models, is it gives us something to conceptualize, which makes it easier to understand, right? Because when you start going into the what's it called, you start getting equations, and you start getting into this and that, it's hard to conceptualize that sometime unless you've been studying it for your whole life or whatever. But for the layman, it's how do we conceptualize something without a model if we don't know the intricacies of how these equations work?
Well, yeah, people like models for convenience, but sadly, models are not reality, and we can't get into it's a good practice to not enter into to me, the Jedi mind trick, right? The magic trick that is modeling things for people, to give them something to conceptualize, but it has no basis whatsoever in reality. Reality is that you live your life every day on a flat, motionless plane.
That's
right?
correct. That's correct. So
So
we're talking about models.
the
We're talking
model,
about something that can be expressed. Okay, so the AE map, which is the flat Earth map, right? As far as I'm aware, this is a nautical projection, so it actually works in terms of sailing and then any globe projection, because for all the time as nautical, this is how the world was traversed, right? Nautical.
no, that's not correct.
Well, before aeroplanes, it was nautical, and they used the AE map, so it's not correct according to you. So
No, they didn't use that. The AE map is a globe projection. It started out as the globe, and then they sandwiched it out to the AE projection.
that's fine. May I ask you a question? So what map were they using as nautical projections in the 18th?
They usually used local area charts. They had a big stack, a book of charts that were all for the regions that they were traveling in. They didn't use any AE projections. They just used local charts.
Local charts. Well, with these local charts, surely we could express them somehow or another. Because I think when it comes to models, my friend, these maps, right, are very relevant, and they're clearly pure expressions of the distance between continents, right? So
Okay, great.
to take into account, no?
So in the middle of the ocean, 1,000 miles square, can you give me a map of that?
No, dude, I'm on your side. I'm not a globe.
Right.
I'm just.
No, I understand that. I'm just letting you know it's not that simple.
I understand. I'm trying to entertain the conversation. So, what maps are these pirates of the 1800s? What were they using? We need to look into these maps, and we need to apply these maps to a model, right?
No.
What I'm trying to say to you, personally, okay, fine, no. Well, let me finish my point. I think personally, even if you say no, I think we should apply our maps of the Earth and the distance between continents as accordance to how it's done nautically via boats and aeroplanes. Probably just use aeroplanes today.
Yeah, aeronautics is not accurate. You couldn't map the Earth with a plane either.
Well, ego
It's not
says,
like taking one of those roles that they survey with.
Surveying and cartography. So am I missing out on something?
Yeah, so if you were to survey something, you know how they have those little roller wheels that tell you how many feet it is from this point to over to that point, if you go in a straight line?
Yep.
Okay, that's about as accurate as you're going to get from distances from one point to another. The less accurate thing to do would be is to get out, let's say, like a theodolite, start measuring angular sizes or angles for distances. Now you've lost some accuracy. Why? Well, because lenses have distortion. And yes, because there's such a thing as refraction and angular size change and all that stuff. Okay? So, could you use a laser? Radar? Yeah, sure. Those are accurate to a degree. Same problems exist. There's some refraction problems, yada, yada, yada. So now, if we go up in the air, we don't have any hard surfaces to measure distances with now. Now you're in the air. Now if you're going into a headwind, there's no way you could determine how far or how much progress you're making from one point to another unless you're being triangulated, right? Radar would be one way to do that, but that's not awfully accurate. It's okay, but there's just all these little discrepancies.
I understand. May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Have you guys expressed a model from these surveying and cartography understandings?
Well, as far as we know, they have basically quarter-mile little squares of surveyed land, rise over run, according to a flat plane, and then they took that and they wrapped that around a ball. Now, could you piece those together and create some sort of map that's accurate? I don't know.
That's the thing. So I completely agree with the idea that benchmark is reality, right? Yet if we have these connections, cartographically, or however you like to say, surveying and cartography. So if you have these ideas, you have the dimensions, could you not apply it to a whole graph?
I think you could probably get in the ballpark in certain regions of the Earth, and that's essentially what they've done. Practical purposes, the maps, which are Cartesian coordinate systems, X, Y, and Z on a flat plane, are useful enough, right? but there's also some stuff where they seem to lose accuracy, or I mean, there's a lot of seemingly underhanded stuff that goes on in certain parts of the world that they don't really necessarily want you to have, right?
What do you think the explanation for that is? The weird nuances between that.
I have no idea. I think it could be a problem with their ability to accurately map using the tools that we have at our disposal.
Does this have something to do with the oceans and the connections between the continents, or do you have a specific example?
I cannot listen. I could give you some sort of anecdotal. There was like a newspaper or a navigation book that's at least 100 years old, and there was a story about the people that were sailing from like we'll call it the east coast of South America, headed north, towards the upper part, or even towards like what we call North America, along the coast. And they would tell stories about how they could see the coast of Africa from, like maybe 50 to 100 miles off the shore of the east part of South America. Well, that's if you could see the coastline of another continent that's supposed to be a hell of a lot further than that with the naked eye, then I would say that there's some kind of discrepancy. Now, that's anecdotal, and I don't remember where I read that. I wish I did, but let's just say that, because this was a common occurrence, that people would see this landmass and go, "Hey, what is that? Is that Africa?" And they're like, no, that's not what it is. So those types of discrepancies, those types of stories are everywhere, where people are like, "Oh, I didn't know we were this close to that," or "That seems a lot farther away than it really should be," So there's just weird stuff going on that is hard for us to validate, especially when you don't have the budget, right? So I don't know. I do know that the Earth is measured flat and that the oceans lay flat. So how how we have it laid out on a map in some ways is neither here nor there, because there's no curvature.
Well, exactly. I completely agree with you, but clearly, well, the original sprout of the argument was regarding a model. So I completely agree with you that we have this surveying and cartography that's very much legitimate, but as we agreed on, there's clearly something to do. Something's not adding up.
Yeah, no, it's not. We don't, and that's the beauty about the model thing, is I don't have to claim a model to prove that the Earth is flat. And I know that the globe side doesn't have a model either. What they have are reification fallacies and projections that are based on flat Earth measurements. So that's really inconvenient for them. And as soon as they say, "Oh, well, we have a model," you just ask them to produce it, and then, be prepared for the crickets to come after that.
Well, bro, the globe is completely dead. Okay. Once we have the take, right, that we have, even now we need to start whiplashing our own position, right? That's just how you get a complete steel man of your position, is by knowing absolutely we're correct. We're not left wingers. We're not trannies, right? Part of my insinuation, but we're legends, right? We need a steel man proof, okay? That steel man proof may or may not require some sort of understanding of a model. So I think it's something we need to work towards collectively.
Well, what would be more steel man? What would be more concrete than the fact that the Earth is measured to be flat?
Exactly right. I fully agree with you. But what I'm saying here is we shouldn't be working against each other. We should be on the same side in agreeing that we're working against something, right?
I don't know. I don't think I'm working against you unless you say that the best concrete thing that we could do is to get another model or reification.
That's exactly
Like, that's
right.
the last thing. That's
what I'm
going in the
saying.
wrong direction.
So we need to work on a model, right? And we're working against like this globe deception. So we as flat earthers need to figure something out, right? We're all on the same side. That's what I was saying. So there needs to be less beef and more productivity, I think.
Well, listen, the problem with any type of group or community that seems to want to pursue, let's say, the truth of the reality that we live in regards to anything. I don't care if it's the earth or what it is. There's going to be an infiltration of misinformation or disinformation agents into that, peddling all kinds of nonsense. And that's the problem that we have. So I wish it would be just nice and peachy and peaceful within the flat earth community, quote unquote, but it's just not going to be how it is, because we have agents of disinformation within this community, and they need to be exposed. And some people are believing some of the nonsense being peddled by the agents of disinformation, and they need to be corrected so that we don't get pulled off course. So if that needs to happen, it's going to happen.
Well, what I'm saying, a model has to be shown, right?
No, it doesn't.
But you're always gonna. Okay, I completely agree with you when it comes to.
Well, then why are you saying that we need to show a model if you completely agree?
Pardon me. I completely agree with you in the respect of people like you and me. Many people are going to have qualms with they're going to have qualms with every little nudge and detail. Okay. That's why you need to have a model.
No, I don't care about them. We don't care about those people. If they need a pop-up,
look, that's fine, man.
no, I don't give a shit. I don't care about the people that need the pop-up book. Okay, the pop-up book people are not going to get it anyways.
Okay, bro. Can I say one thing? You guys can care, but that doesn't mean people like me that are also flat earthers like you. Okay, it doesn't mean that I can't be onto something, and a model needs to be presented. Okay, no matter how metaphysical that presentation may be, it needs to be wrapped up.
Well, get to work then. Shoo, go make your model.
Model, bro. I'm on your side. I'm a flat
No, you're
earther.
not. No, you're not, because I don't care for a model. That's your thing. So get going on your model.
Thanks, man. You're really nice. I love talking to you.
That's irrelevant. Nice is irrelevant. Just get to work on your model now, because that needs to be done according to you. So stop wasting time on Discord with people who don't care about models and get your model going.
Okay, thanks, man.
Should I mute you so you can do that? Because maybe you can't focus otherwise.
Okay, well, regardless, I was trying to say, man. So the model was in relevance to, ships and how ships traverse between different continents, right? And then we have surveying and topographical information. So we can express this, but I think what the conundrum we came to, for it got rather personal, the conundrum we came to is there is some sort of something that doesn't add up. And I think the conclusion was that it has something to do with the sea. So something to do with the sea that connects the continents we don't fully understand, that seems to warp the model that we seem to observe, right? That's the conclusion we actually came to, if you were listening. So I'm not some diehard model guy, okay? I'm probably higher and drunker than you are.
No doubt. But there is a model, right? If you want to talk about
Okay.
models, right? There is a model. It's called the celestial sphere. Okay? So that's used to navigate.
Oh, brilliant! Well,
So that's a model. It's
I've
not a
been
model
looking
of
forward to
everything,
hearing
right?
someone with someone that knows what they're talking about. So I
Yeah,
appreciate
it's
that.
not. Yeah, but it's not the flat Earth model or anything like that. It's just a
Dude,
model.
I'm a flat earther,
Mm.
so
But it is a
you're
model
not
used to
talking against
navigate,
me.
and that is used to navigate Earth flat. So it
Well, that's brilliant. So what is it
presents
called
Earth
again?
as flat in that model.
What did you call it
in the
again?
celestial sphere.
Celestial
The
sphere.
celestial sphere.
Brilliant.
That's right.
Last I knew, you was a concaver, bro. When did you turn away from concave?
Mate, you can take the whiz all you want, mate. But the point is, we're not on a ball spinning around the sun.
Right.
But the celestial
So last
sphere.
I knew, you was a concaver. And whenever somebody brought up celestial sphere, you had the celestial sphere on the inside of your sphere. When did you become a flat
Okay, so
earther? What was
regardless,
it that caused you to
I've
change
found it
your
very
mind?
interesting. I've looked up on the internet the celestial sphere, and clearly the celestial sphere is taking into account some sort of convexity or concavity, regardless of how it's.
No, the flat. So in the middle,
I
the
understand
plane that separates the two halves of the sphere. So that's the Earth. That's representative of Earth.
Yeah.
Mm. And then you got
Well,
the
if you look at
stars.
images of what you regarded celestial sphere, it seems to show a convex Earth.
That's the sky.
Well, that's just what the images are showing. So
Yeah. So the bit in the middle, the plane in the middle, that separates the two halves of the sphere. That's what represents the Earth in the model.
I completely understand that. So are you referring to double toroidal spheres, the double toroidal spheres, and you have the centrifugal plane within the magnetic fields? We can all you want. But what you're talking about is the centrifugal plane between the magnetic fields. That's what you're talking about, my brother.
No, that's
that's fine.
It's a model for navigating, not toroidal fields.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's the magnetic. That's the electromagnetic thingy. I don't know anything about that.
No, that's
I'm
fine,
not up
brother.
to date with that.
So Ego Slave said, "Show me observation of this toroidal nonsense."
Oh no, apparently it's a donut.
Well, that's the thing.
That's all I know.
So,
Some sort of it's electromagnetic field.
Yeah, that's fine. So for me, the whole toroidal thing proves flat Earth, right? But I've got this.
I don't know how.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. I've got this nudge that some of you fellas find that rubbish. I don't know why you guys are against it. Why is that? Like, man, I'm into a whole different mindset here, clearly. But this is all scientific, man. I'm a clown earther, so now you're just taking the piss out of me, even though I'm
No, I don't
actually
think
on your side.
toroidal field is science. No, it's not.
So Ego Slave, he's going to be a clown earther. So I'm the problem, am I? You're really going to blame me? Are you really going to do that? I'm going to give you one more chance, Ego Slave. It's a really shame, man. It's a really big shame. Of all people, you're going to pick on me. It's really sad, brother.
Yeah, it's sort of like, I don't know. You seem to be pushing all the feast of nonsense, ice
We're not
walls,
pushing
toroidal field.
Ice walls, isn't that, what did you
concave,
think?
Antarctica. I don't know. No idea, dude.
Yeah, you don't know, so you have no bloody idea what you're talking about. Well, that's
It's
the whole
still
relevance. If you're going to say
the
it's
hot-
flat Earth, then you got to take into account what is containing the seas. Okay, and if you want to take a piece of me about toroidal fields, let's talk about the toroidal field. So, toroidal field concave. Okay, let me sum it up. So
That's a Witsit. You've been listening to Witsit too much.
no, I haven't been listening to Witsit. Actually, I was the fella in this server, Earth Awakenings. I was the fella that was posting the original Turtle Fields, all this rubbish with the truth.
Oh, okay.
He was looking into. So he learnt from me. So I didn't learn from Witsit. Witsit learnt from me, brother. Because I remember having a chat with him even afterwards in the BC, and he was like, "Yeah, I
fair
like
enough.
this guy." He said about me, bro. He learnt from me.
Bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit. He learned from me.
You're a clown, dude.
Oh, I'm a
No one
clown.
learned shit from you.
You really don't think he learned shit from me?
Nothing.
You really think so?
Name one thing I learned from you.
I was talking about Witsit.
Oh
Not
yeah, he didn't
you.
learn anything from you.
Witsit learned from me. Yes, the whole
That's a cool
Toroidal
flex.
thing. The whole Toroidal thing he got from me.
Yeah.
You ask Witsit. Say,
You're
Oh, you're a
lying.
genius.
You're
Yeah,
a
you
liar.
Cyborg. He
You're
learned
a
from
liar.
me,
I know
brother.
it's it. No,
Then
he
where's
never
the-
He learned from me.
learned from you. He never
Necros.
learned from you.
Excuse me.
No,
This is interesting.
I know it's it. And
Yeah,
I
and I
know
know
from
it too.
where
He learned from me on that
I know
server.
from where he learned.
Witsit has never mentioned.
He learned
your
from me in
name,
the
bro.
Toroidal Fields. I presented him
No.
the information.
No, he didn't,
Don't
brother.
deny it.
Oh wow! I
Don't
know
deny
him,
it.
I know him, and I was always there during a long period of time in Awakening server, and I know
I was
from
there,
where
brother. I was the guy posting the
I know
gifts.
from where
He
Dice Law
said,
and Witsit
"You
and
asked."
Shane. Listen, just listen. I know Witsit and Shane St. Pierre and the Dice Law, and I know from where they learned and who is the guy that they are fan of his ideas. You don't know him, and I can tell you, it's from Theoria Hypophysia. It's Ken Wheeler. And they all learned from Ken Wheeler. Thanks. This is interesting. So, should we blame you for the Feast of Nonsense, pseudoscience, toroidal filled? That's your doing.
Yeah, if you want it so bad, you can take the blame for that crap.
This is a hardcore spiral.
So, do y'all believe in Atlantis?
Atlantis.
Which came first, York or New York?
Atlantis.
Huh. So then maybe it was a country that renamed. Who knows?
It was called New Amsterdam for a while. New York.
Yeah. New York was New Amsterdam because the Dutch conquered it originally. Then the British conquered it from the Dutch. Well, I understand this isn't really a geography Discord here.
Australia was New Holland for a while too. It was also called Gondwanaland.
Gondwanaland?
Gondwana land.
Is that why it's like the land down under?
Yeah, kind of. It's an old name for Australia. They called the
Where's the middle of the Earth?
Australia.
Somewhere.
How's Australia the middle of the Earth?
It just is. No, it's just my theory.
Your theory?
Well,
You look
just
at the
from
map.
the
Wouldn't like Israel be the center of the Earth if you look at the map?
no. Australia's
not?
in the middle.
How's Australia?
No, because in Australia, they
do-
turn the maps upside down.
What you're gonna have to do is find the circumference, and then cut it in half with the diameter and figure it out. Then whatever's at the center, that's the center, right? But then you're assuming there's a circumference, so I don't care.
How do you calculate the circumference of the Earth?
How would you calculate the circumference of a circle?
2 pi r squared.
Well, now you're just asserting. I'm talking about you'd have to have a measurement to verify that whatever it is you're going to multiply the pi by, right? Because it's pi r, right? So what's the r? How'd you derive r? Or are you just throwing a number at the wall and hoping it sticks?
So what's the radius of the Earth?
Well, you tell me.
Well, look it up.
Inni musag.
Yeah, Google it. Google knows, right?
Okay, I'll look it up.
Look up where it came from. Where they got it from.
6,071.
But did you know? Y'all know that Jordan is Israeli land?
Jordan is the guy I went to school with.
Yeah, Jordan was a basketball player.
Yes, he belongs to Israel then.
Not really.
So does Egypt and Syria and Iraq. Well, parts of Iraq, not all of it. Who gives a shit?
So how
If
did
I
they
was
measure
king of the world, I would seal off Israel. No one would be allowed in.
The Earth is like a cube, like Minecraft.
No.
Yes.
One of those.
It's more likely. Because think about it, like the dinosaurs didn't fall off the Earth; they just went to the other side.
Spiral on arrival.
Spiral and unravel. You got it.
You know why the majority of flat earthers are flat earthers? Because simply they couldn't find any proof for the globe. So if you say that the Earth is a square, a cube, or any other shape, you have to back it up with proofs. It won't change anything because they learned from the first lesson. We want believe stories. So if you just come here and say that the Earth is shaped like a testicle, we won't take that seriously till the moment when you will back with proofs.
Exactly, dude.
If the Earth was actually a sphere, you'd be able to go to any location on Earth and be able to measure for yourself the curvature of that oblate spheroid in that region. They'd be like, look, the arc would be like this in that direction. Arc would be like that in that direction. You point in this azimuth and you'll get this arc because it would be objective.
First of
But
all,
no.
this only works on big distances because obviously the Earth is not an actual sphere. It's a globe that is not, that the surface is not flat. Okay, so that like what you're trying to say is that like you could go in any place and measure the curvature like at any distance. That only works if the Earth is not necessarily a sphere, but a globe, like a geoid, I think it's called in English.
It would be, it
that
would be as measurable
yeah,
as measuring
which the surface is not flat. Therefore, you can have places where you cannot calculate the actual curvature unless you travel a certain distance. Where
Well,
first
let's
of
see.
all, the curvature is not what's the word, like
Uh,
small enough that you don't even notice it.
show a
And
curvature measurement. Can you cut to the chase and just show a curvature measurement?
there is literally like multiple videos of dudes doing the experiment. You can just
Sweet.
look it up yourself.
Show it, dude. Just show us. Don't just tell us all the story about it.
No. I'm good. I'm just telling you because like this is actually insane. Anyway, I'm
Right, so
done.
no curvature then. It's just a claim, just a baseless claim, a belief that you have. No actual curvature in reality. Thank you.
He went away.
He left.
So for him, it's a win.
Yeah, well, he's gonna speak his mind and then run away before anybody says anything else and act like he won.
Yeah, I told you the Earth was curved and it wasn't flat. I win.
Yeah, he just said it. That's all he had to do. Just declare it.
Yeah. There's a story about this guy looking at Atlas holding up the
What is he crying in chat right now?
Who's crying?
Vano in the chat.
Hey, Roots, what's going on?
Are you live streaming the curve of the Earth, Doc?
I was trying to pick that helicopter up, but it was kind of hard. Cooking some pork chops, drinking some beer, smoking some weed, trying to listen to
That
the.
sounds like a pretty good time, not gonna lie.
I was thought I'd come in here and hear some Earth conversation, but hell, it's kind of quiet.
Why do you think the Earth is flat?
I don't really know myself, bro. I mean, there's a lot of good logic in some of the flat Earth information,
There isn't, Doctor. Yeah.
bro. You
No.
talking to somebody?
I'm asking you to save yourself, my brother. Like, you sound like a chill individual. You are grilling, smoking some weed, having a drink, cooking some pork chops. Right? Do not get trapped up in this stupid flat Earth shit.
Okay.
Dude, trust me, the
It sounds
Earth
like a
is
subjective reply.
not
It doesn't
flat,
sound
bro.
very objective because if you wanted to say it was or was not flat, you'd have to go and measure the damn thing, wouldn't you?
Right, just like people have.
Yeah.
I mean,
Who measured it?
every single day,
What was
people
their
in here,
method,
every single
and
day
what
in
did
here,
they
people
find?
post the fucking mathematical formula on how we calculated that the Earth
That
is round.
mathematical formula is
Okay.
not a measurement, dude.
Right, every single day, people come in here and post pictures of the Earth
Yeah.
proving that this shit is round. Okay.
Every single day,
You
people
are
come
in
in here white
denial.
knight for something
You're
that
right,
they
you
don't
are
want
in
the white
denial.
knight for. Who measured it? What was their method, and what did they find?
No idea.
You don't know, but I'm the one who's ignorant.
Yeah, correct.
So it sounds like you're just giving your opinions that the Earth is not flat. You have no actual factual proof or evidence.
Well, I mean, I can just look at a picture.
Yeah, well, I
For
got
what?
a bunch of pictures. I mean, I got some pictures. I've done some measurements and experiments.
Right,
And
so you've got
checked them
pictures of
out
our
and-
flat Earth.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Right, so there's like somebody went up there, right?
Oh.
And took a picture of the Earth being flat.
Yeah, I did.
Right. Is there any pictures of that?
Yeah, I got a bunch of pictures of that. As far as what I can see from the air or the surface, it measures flat, looks flat. I mean, let's be honest. Using your own calculations and ideology and what we know is what they claim to be factual, over 70% of the Earth is uncarbonated water. It's definitely flat, brother.
Right, so the reason that I know the Earth isn't flat is because when I went on top of the Rocky Mountains, right, the Earth disappeared. I couldn't just keep seeing it. I didn't just keep seeing shit. I can't see the Rocky Mountains from my house in Minnesota, can I? No.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with that. Because, see, I don't necessarily think no one really knows how big the Earth is or its shape, to be definite, because no one's ever measured the Earth. And if you go up in an airplane, you can just keep flying and flying and flying, and you can land and get more fuel and take off and fly in the same direction more until you just keep going and going. It's like it's never ends, bro. I mean, it's like the horizon. I understand what you're saying. You lose sight of because your eyes can only see so far, but we have technology that can see further than our eyes. And there's no measurement of curve that I've been aware of or anybody showed me.
Okay, so in this flat Earth idea, right? So how do we sail from California to Japan?
Bet you got a Mercator in your mind, don't you?
Well, how do we get there? Because that's just a fact that people sail from California to Japan. So where,
In your
how,
mind, what's
how
the
is the
shape
Earth
of this
shaped?
flat Earth? In your mind, what's the shape of the flat Earth? What's it look like?
Well, I mean, I couldn't tell you.
Oh, you can't.
So
Neither can
what does it look like? I'm asking you to explain it.
Looks like a flat level topographical plane where we use the oceans as sea level to help us derive elevation angles to different topographies like hills and mountains and valleys and dips. We pretty much help use water to help us build level structures. We use plumb bobs to find vertical, and then at the other end, the verticals are,
Right. So
same
where's a picture of this
planes.
model?
They travel horizontally. Boats, they travel horizontally.
Right.
Cars
Do you have a
travel
picture of this
horizontally
model?
across the earth. They go up and down the hills and up and down the mountains and the valleys. When we use, let's see, we're out at sea and we don't have any land and we can't get an azimuth from objects around us. We use the stars to help us figure out what way is where.
And then,
So,
how does
like,
any of this
your
stuff
question
contradict
about,
around Earth?
if you're in
How does
Japan, how
anything you just said contradict around Earth?
I'm gonna go
And how do we get there?
Africa. I'm gonna have to go South America to get to Harbor, so I can bomb the harbor. Right? You imagine a Mercator map.
Just show me a picture of your imagined flat Earth. Like show me a picture of your model.
I don't need a model. I tell you, go outside and touch grass. Experience what you experience. Right? You're not going to feel yourself go inverted. You're going to feel yourself traveling horizontally.
So you think that everything you see is the objective reality of the universe?
Yes. Everything that you see is objectively exactly what you experience. And I bet you're going to be one of those 99%ers where you're going to say you can't know anything for 100% certainty because you believe things that goes against your senses. Like, you think that the Earth is a spinning ball, wobbling and orbiting in inconsistent speeds around a ball that's also orbiting and traveling around a circle at inconsistent speeds, but you don't feel any of it. Whereas I'm saying the ground is stationary, just as I experience it. I don't feel the Earth moving unless there's an earthquake. Then I start to feel the Earth move. Then I know that the Earth is in motion. Right? I go to the beach and I see the water sitting horizontally.
So why does the tide exist?
Horizontal and level.
Why does the tide exist?
I don't know. There's ideas. Don't know. They exist. You can calculate by hours of the day when
let's
they
see,
come around.
round earthers can explain why it exists, right?
No, your round earther has an example given to him by somebody else when his ass never got off his couch to go figure out why the tides go up and down, in and out of the coastlines. You got a story given to you by somebody else. I'm simply saying I don't know the cause of the tides. I know the tides exist. I've experienced them before, but I don't know the cause or the reasons or the whys. I can give you an idea.
So
I'm not going to say
you're
it's
so
absolute
egotistical,
fact.
right?
Just
You're so egotistical that you think that the only you think the only information that can be true and valid is the things that you have seen with your own eyes.
Given to me by somebody else.
No, right.
I'm
The only information that you think is true and valid is the things that you can see with your own
believe what
eyes.
somebody else says, give it to you, blindly believe it, trust it wholeheartedly like it's a religion, and then call somebody else egotistical for whenever they say, I don't know the cause.
The only thing that you believe is the things that you can see.
The only thing
you don't believe anything else will tell you,
right?
You don't believe. No, you're just going to be small-minded forever if you think this way, because you won't be able to accept information that
not smart enough to
thousands
figure
of
out
lifetimes before you have collected.
You're going to be the one to say, well, I don't know, but somebody else smarter than me did it, so I'm going to just point to them and say they did it and they know better. They know more than you. I would never be able to figure out what causes the tides. I just know that the experts told me how the tides work.
It's the gravitational force of the moon that affects how the water moves on Earth.
Gravity. So,
Yeah, your mic completely lagged out about 30 seconds ago.
So let's go with something basic, like the math that they give us for the curvature of the Earth, the curve calculator. They say, if I may say it wrong, but you'll get the point. I think it's like 8 inches squared per mile. So, like in 3 miles, there should be like 6 feet of curve. So I've measured that, and it don't add up. How do you explain?
What do you mean you've measured it and it doesn't add up? And in what way does it not add up?
So the lake here that you've seen the picture of, like right out there, you're looking at right there, the water, it goes from one end of it to the other. It measures 3 mile long. I took the P900 and went from shoreline, about a foot above the water, right at the shoreline, all the way to the other end of it. And you can see a person's feet at the edge of the water at the other end. They should be 6 feet under the curve. How do you, if the earth is, we know that water finds its level, so across the water should be level. So, how do you explain that? It don't make sense. It don't add up. If the earth is 70% water, that pretty well says that some bitch is flat, doesn't it? However, I don't think no one knows the size of the earth. I think it's like an infinite plane. I think it could go on forever. I have no proof of that other than
the Earth is not 70% water. The surface of the Earth is covered in 70% water.
Oh, okay. So the surface of the
very
earth.
small percentage of the Earth is covered, or a very
Come
small
on, bro,
portion
get real.
of the actual mass of the Earth is water. That's a better way to state it.
Yeah, you talking about mass, and you would have to go inside the earth to really. Come on, bro. Nobody's been that far in the earth. You can't really say what the mass of the earth is.
We don't know exactly the entirety mass of the Earth. No, right? We have estimations and such, but we do know that the Earth is a hell of a lot deeper than what the oceans go. Right? The oceans are all on the crust of our Earth, not even into the mantle.
I can't really disagree with that. The fact is, though, that we've never even been past the surface of the earth. What is it? 8 miles, 12 miles? We've been deep. Come on, really? And then let's look at. Let's just do a real. Why wouldn't it? What is so hard about somebody traveling from north, go due south until they come back north? Nobody's ever done that. Flying boat. I don't care what vehicle you use. Nobody's ever done that. Why not? This is 2024.
I find that hard to believe that nobody's ever done that.
Well, they've circumnavigated from supposedly east to west, although I kind of have a mind that if you're at north, any direction you leave north is south. So why don't you just keep traveling until you come back north and keep traveling the same direction until you come back to the same place you started
People
at?
have circumnavigated the Earth a numerous amount of times.
They call it east to west, but no one has ever went from the North Pole left going in one direction and follow that same direction and come back around to north. No one's ever done that.
And as for the Antarctic tourism, they cross over a small peninsula and act like they crossed over the entire continent. It's bullshit. All of the lighthouses in Antarctica are all isolated on the same peninsula, the same exact tourist attraction location.
I mean, I'm authentic, genuine, honest. I'm not trying to pull no.
What, you don't
Go
believe
ahead, I'm
that
sorry.
Antarctica is the shape that it is? So what do you think is there? This giant tourist attraction lighthouse bullshit you're talking about. So what's there?
All right, hear me out so that you understand, because you're not going to strawman me. There is a peninsula where the most common trips that are taken, they go there. That's where the tourists go, and they fly over this peninsula, and certain people act as though that is crossing over Antarctica, which is the equivalent of me flying over Florida and acting like I flew across the United States.
Right, they're flying
not
over
the
the
same.
peninsula just south.
Yeah, and I'm just pointing out that I agree with you that tourism down there exists, but I'm just pointing out that it's isolated to a specific region, and you don't have free range to just do whatever you want to. You go with a tour guide, or you go to the place that you said you were going to go if they approve a scientific expedition. And that's if they approve it. Because they got it on lock and key. It's scientific shit, and they won't let just anybody do whatever they want.
Right. We have the Antarctic Treaty and a bunch of bullshit going on there.
Yeah, and to an extent, I actually agree with them that people shouldn't just mindlessly industrialize the Antarctic region. They would destroy it.
Right.
But on the other hand, I think that we should freely be able to go and explore it if we have enough common sense to not destroy every fucking thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, I mean, that's what people used to do before all of these treaties were signed and people tried to put claim over the region.
Exactly. To me, it's a region that belongs to everybody, and we should be able to freely explore it. But also, it's like 200-mile-an-hour winds coming off of something where at certain times it's negative 80, 90 degrees. Most people would die. They would just straight up die if they tried.
But, like, at this point, we have the technology to do scientific expeditions out into that shit with, like, rovers and stuff like that, you know? Even manned expeditions
would need-
to heated and...
Yeah, but you'd need to borrow some of NASA's toys to go play around down there.
Right, because you're basically playing on the moon.
Yeah, the stuff that they've been playing with, yep. You'd have to borrow that kind of shit to be able to actually survive because it's that effing cold. And you could build, actually,
playing on the moon because you have to
but they
deal with
built-
snow, too, and ice cracks that you can't see and fucking...
Well, they've actually built some bunker type things. Like, it's really more of an ice castle because you see them making blocks out of the shit. And there's penguins and whatever. I watched the videos of Admiral Byrd's expeditions and adventures. So they've got their tourist location already set up, and it's more of like a monument due to people going there before. Like, hey, we're walking in the footsteps of this other great person. It's like a pilgrimage type thing at this point for people. But again, there's some dude. If you go to Antarctica on the Google Earth thing, right? Like, it's got this ball. There's a certain space that's just this perfect little weird. Well, not quite perfect, but it's a weird little circle that's off color, as it's like bending all of the images to that point. And to me, I would think that that image shouldn't exist. You should be able to fly over that region, take a picture, and then just not have that error on Google Earth if that area actually existed. So to me, that's just a void, a little white void. I made an emoji out of it. I'll post it in the side chat. That weird little circle that looks like that. And you can go on Google Earth and look for it. It's over in the Antarctic region. It's peculiar.
If the land didn't exist, countries wouldn't have wasted time putting a
No,
big ass
that's not what I'm saying
together.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is this. A lot of people, when they imagine Antarctica, you can look now, Google Antarctica US, and they'll have this stupid thing where it's the continental US layered over Antarctica. Admiral Byrd's official claim was it's 1.5 the size of the entire North American continent. So there's already a fundamental misunderstanding in people, regardless of their worldview, because they're assuming that it's way to F smaller than what the official claim was to begin with. So either way, there's more land, regardless. It's worthy of looking at. But not just anybody needs to go there. People will die. That's why I advise anybody with medical conditions, stay the F away from there because you probably won't survive.
Nobody is going to survive there without
Yeah.
technology.
And you're not allowed to build a facility. You can only go there, do some research, set up camp, and leave, and take the stuff that you brought with you. You're not allowed to leave shit there.
I mean, I think it'd be cool to figure out what's under the ice sheet, but
Cryogenically frozen bacteria or something, like little microbes, weird critters down there that are probably blind, like you would find in a cave or something.
I mean, it could reveal like a lot about our past. What was there?
The
Because
official narrative,
Antarctica wasn't always frozen.
the
Supposedly.
official narrative, and the methods they use to test the age of places and things is off. It's weird because they've got like fossilized cowboy boots and shit, man. Like petrified wood that actually ended up being petrified over a very short period of time rather than a very long projected time that they expect. So their whole study and the way that they try and frame the timeline is off. And I'm saying off by orders of magnitude. It is way off.
See this petrified cowboy boot.
Yeah, dude, it's a fossilized or petrified. It's weird as shit that there's stuff like that. There's also a petrified sneaker. It was buried underneath a parking lot or some shit and ended up turning into stone. And there's lakes and rivers that have such a high concentration of minerals in them that you can petrify a dress over the course of a short period of time. You just submerge it for like a month or so, take it out. Probably works better if you leave it for a year. Oh, in a mine. So you've got this mine where there was a leak that was going down this metal ladder, and it's got this huge stalagmite thing that formed. But obviously, the mine was created relatively recently, so it's not a million-year-old. But it looks like one. And I'm not making a claim to the age of the Earth. I'm just saying the official narrative is full of shit. It's a bunch of people trying to piece stuff together and get their names in the cliff notes or the footnotes of history. Oh yeah, and not to gish gallop, but when the Suez Canal opened up, there was a lot of money funneled towards the whole Egyptologist bullshit narrative. There was a whole opera made with the grand opening of that canal. It's funny. It's weird.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't a comedy, I don't think.
Well,
It's
for a
just
long
weird
time, the
that all
church was also trying to shut
Go
down
ahead.
and destroy this information. The Catholic Church.
Dude, yeah, any of these things, these are ancient entities with a lot of power. They're not going to turn that shit loose. Why would they? That doesn't make any sense. They're going to maintain their power in any way possible, even if it means shifting up their game a little bit. When you get into the Globus Cruciger, it gets really weird because that thing is basically a symbol of Jesus Christ as king of Baal Earth to them. They combine the cult of Pythagoras with Christianity from a very early point in that free range education isn't something that's very profitable to mystery colleges, mystery schools of magic. They don't like that shit at all. They want to keep it hidden so they can sell it, but the truth should be free.
Yeah, so looking deeper into this fossilized boot thing you're talking about here, any information I can find on this? Which
Let me see
there,
about this.
there really isn't much, right?
Yeah, there isn't. It's a weird story that you can find on the internet. I'll see what I can find about it. You got the picture though, right? Like there should be an image of it at least.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like a fossil at all, really. If you've seen a picture of a fossil, that's not what a fossil looks like. Like, fossils aren't bright white.
It's all dependent on the minerals that are present too.
And of course, so right to the Bible Probe website is the
Because-
website that first posted this.
I just want to point out though that my original point has to do with this processes being can occur a lot faster than expected, because I listed more than just the boot. I was also talking about that mine with a ladder where you have like the stalagmite stalactite type formation on the ladder itself, and this was clearly built like relatively recently in human history. And then there's just other examples that are bizarre, like
Right. I mean, I'd have to look into that, but I've never seen a plausible example that.
But to me, the explanation for the cowboy boot thing is the minerals that replaced the flesh, like the soft tissue and all that, because it's not actually bone; it's stone. Once it's been replaced at that point, minerals just making an imprint. They must have been soft minerals that could form easily, like limestone type shit. Is what I'm speculating. It's not the same as some of these deeper fossils that end up being mineralized by heavier minerals. It takes a little bit longer, I reckon. And I'm not claiming millions of years either, just
Right.
a little bit longer.
Let's just put a couple things to note about the website that first posted this boot. The caption
is
that
it-
they had under it.
I would
Right,
ask.
and
I
a
would ask the
couple
question
things
though:
that
is
guy
it the
believes.
first? Because they may just be picking up a picture and running with it, and the original may be the lost source at this point. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
So-
what I'm
so are
looking
you
at
saying
right
that-
now is a study, basically, or a analysis of this whole thing.
I'd like to see
that was
lab
done.
study stuff, like take samples or whatever the hell they've got, like do
And,
something cool with it. Because honestly, I agree with you. Like, what if it's fucking plaster that somebody put in a ripped up old dirty cowboy boot and said, "Look, a fossilized human foot." I mean, you're right. We'd have to actually have a sample to test the thing to confirm authenticity.
Well, just in perspective, the guy who posted this picture and the website, the only website to have posted this picture, believes the Earth is a couple thousand years old.
Yeah.
Right, that was my question. So are you basically saying that you don't believe in the younger dry? Do you believe in flash freezing? Like there could have been, I don't believe in the Ice Age theory that there are millions of years ago. I think there's evidence of flash freezing in the near,
Yeah, the ice
not so
ages
far
weren't
ancient
millions of
history.
years ago. No one's prescribing the ice ages were million. I mean, sure, there were ice ages millions of years ago, but when people are referring to the ice age, they're referring to about like 10 to 14,000 years ago.
Right, that's the younger dryas, ain't it? That's 12 to 14,000 years ago. I don't even think it was that long ago. I'm talking like 4 to 6,000 years, maybe 7 or 8 at the
Yeah,
most.
maybe like.
Yeah, it's definitely an extended period of time. Like, I would say eons. Though to me, an eon is
So
a
what
1,000
about-
years, and you treat the 1,000
Right.
years like it's a day.
So-
It has a sunrise, sunset for that eon. But I digress.
No, that's cool. I mean, everybody's got their opinions, but I mean, if we're going to go with scientific evidence, I mean, there is documentation that it could have happened, way earlier than 4,000 years ago. Many times it could have happened.
There was wasn't it Mount
Was that
St. Helens?
before or after the dinosaurs, dude?
Sorry, go ahead, man.
I was going to ask the Ice Age. Was it like after the dinosaurs or something?
Yeah.
Before the Stone Age or something?
Man walked with dinosaurs.
Yes, I think we did.
Actually.
Yeah, I don't even know that there is.
You
a
think
such thing
that
as
men
a
walk with
dinosaur.
dinosaurs?
Well, that's the thing. Dinosaur means terrible lizard.
Yeah.
So big lizards, yeah, men walked with big lizards. There's still big lizards now. We got Komodo dragons and anacondas and shit. There's just less because we
Right,
killed most of them. Like, we killed most of them. Like, fuck you, you're not
That's
gonna
not
eat my
what we're
family.
referring to, though.
Oh, literally
Yeah,
dragons
okay.
and dinosaurs. They're the same thing, though. There's no difference in my mind at all between the two.
I guess I could agree with that.
And then there's also stuff that was big that wasn't a dinosaur because it's not a lizard, so it would be a mammal. There's large mammals as well, which we still also have now or have evidence of, like the auroch, which existed like in a lot of places 200 years ago and now is extinct. And we have other things like elephants and giraffes and shit. But like these behemoth level creatures exist, and people just called them different things back in the day.
So you believe in dragons?
It's more like I would use that word metaphorically at this point because of people's imaginations. I don't believe in How to Train Your Dragon or like any other cartoon version of this shit. I'm just saying that giant lizards did and still do exist. Like we've got crocs that are man-eaters that are huge as shit. And I'm saying most of them are extinct now at this point because of the fact that they were so dangerous. Dudes rallied up, formed a party, and said, let's take this beast out because it's going to destroy our people. It's going to keep eating our critters. We're going to have to take it out so its belly stops being filled with our shit.
So have you ever heard the term vapor canopy?
Sorry, I didn't hear either of you.
They didn't exist in Europe.
I think that's wrong. They're all over the planet.
What conditions does a large, cold-blooded animal require to survive?
It's fair to say that these large lizard-type critters wouldn't be able to exist in places that are cold as shit, but the climate does fluctuate. There's a form of climate change that is real. It's the same thing as day and night.
Well, right.
Same thing as summer and winter.
Still, Europe was still too cold for a large.
I'd agree with you that certain locations, there weren't things that, unless the climate changed and then it was different back then, and now no longer can tolerate them, or they can't tolerate it, rather.
Right. So in the same locations that we see large, cold-blooded lizards, that's probably where these so-called creatures, large reptilians, would have existed, right? But
And there's still critters out there we haven't discovered yet, like creatures of the deep that we're still finding even now.
those aren't reptiles.
Well, I'm talking, I'm just talking about other giant things.
Right. I do believe that there's giant things in the ocean that we haven't discovered. We can go there. But like in terms of reptilians, maybe there's some giant ass fucking crocodile species that existed before that's gone now or something. But I don't believe that there is any anything that it would look remarkably different than the reptiles that we have today. The Earth has been too cold for the last 60 million years for reptiles that big to exist.
So,
well, I mean, at least you admit it's a belief system. I mean, you're speculating. You have no evidential proof, factual proof. So, I mean, at least that's good.
Right, but I'm not the one making a claim and these things existed. So.
Yeah, well, you're claiming that the globe is existed. I mean, you're saying we live on a globe, and there's no factual proof.
That's not a belief. I can just look at a picture.
A picture. Show me your picture, other than like some NASA photograph that we know is fake.
How do you know it's fake?
Well, they admit it.
When did they admit it?
He wants circumstantial evidence to prove his point. How unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I would not necessarily saying that a picture would be good evidence, but it's a good damn start.
Nah, brother, you missed my point, right? Like, understand, when we're in court, you have direct evidence, which is testable. Anybody can go out there and check it for themselves. And then you get things like pictures, which are considered to be circumstantial evidence, right? So the circumstance of the picture has to exist in order for that evidence to be collected. So go ahead, set up your stage, right? Hit snap, get the picture, right? And then present it. And let's talk about it. Because you have to be able to prove the context of the picture for it to be accepted as actual evidence. Go ahead.
Yeah, was you talking to me? I mean, I pretty well agree with everything you just said.
No, I think he's asking Faith
I was
to verify his photos.
For opposition that believes that this place is a globe. Brother, I'm right with you because I do believe in the author.
Yeah, you're right down there in the autism spectrum with them, sure.
I'm sorry. Could you come a little bit clearer? Because I was talking about court, not mental issues that people may have in terms of autism. But if you'd like to start the personal attacks, we can certainly go down that path, and I can talk about how incredulous you actually are.
Yeah, and I'm cool with wearing the dunce cap, bro. Just teach me.
No, you're straight, brother. I was talking about his wanting, again, to use a picture to prove that the Earth is in fact a sphere, right? Again, a picture is considered to be circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. Yeah, I want some good evidence. I mean, I know what they taught me in school, that it was, spherical and rotating and around the sun. I mean, I know I pretty well got a good handle on what they taught me, although I don't necessarily agree that it was all factual truth. And I've seen some evidence otherwise. I mean, using their own math, that I've done my own experiments and measurements, and from being in an airplane most of my life. I mean, there's a lot of shit that goes against what I've been taught. So I just kind of like to see some evidence that maybe I could latch onto for round Earth or heliocentric ideas.
Did he disappear?
Do I drink beer? Yeah, I'm on my second beer, matter of fact.
Sorry, no, it was a good one though. I like that. You're the third person that said beer to me today. But no, I'm asking, did he disappear? Did he run away?
Yeah, he dropped.
Oh, I don't know.
That's unfortunate.
You know, it's funny how they disappear the moment you ask them for card hold proof. Let me talk. Cold hard proof.
True. I'll have to agree with that. I don't know. I'm pretty genuine, authentic, and yeah, hey, show me something, bro. Give me something besides what I got. I need to see something else. I like to learn. Teach me something.
You're a pilot. You pretty much, yeah, you know a lot being a pilot about the nature of Earth, whether it's rotating or whether it's flat around. My nephew's a pilot, and I had to go out in his simulator, and it's brilliant. But yeah, there's no curvature or rotation at all to account for. Yeah, not at all. It's completely flat and stationary.
That's been my experience.
Yeah, exactly.
The number of people who claim to be pilots on the Discord here is just beyond belief.
For the record, I'm not a pilot as far as a licensed pilot. I have been flying planes since I was at least 5 or 6. Now, I mean, all the way up until I was grown. I can take it off flight and land it.
Okay, that would qualify you as a pilot.
I'm not a licensed pilot, but I'm well experienced in an airplane.
You can fly, but you're not a pilot. Okay, you haven't got licenses and all that. I get it.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But still, you've been up there, man. It's full on.
Oh yeah, plenty times. I couldn't count the number of times.
Yeah, you know the difference between the Globy coming in here and saying he's a pilot and Dr. Yaw saying he's a pilot. You do know the difference between the two, don't you?
So go ahead and enlighten me.
Well, Dr. Yaw has actually flown an airplane. Yeah, it's amazing to me how many of the Globies claim to be pilots, and There's one exception of somebody that I know was a pilot, and then there's maybe a couple that I suspect might be, but outside of that, their stories always crumble.
Well, I got a good buddy of mine that is actually will be coming here. He'll be coming home this weekend, and he owns a really nice British plane. This guy's got a hell of a security clearance. I mean, he works at the Pentagon a lot of times, under the Pentagon, and it does a lot of shit, bro. He's a pilot, bro, and he's just getting his plane up from the annuals should be due. I'm hoping that we get to go flying this weekend, and he does not believe in flat Earth, and I'm hoping we get to go up and do some experiments together, and it'll be nice. I'm going to take some video and with the P900, and so I'll be posting some stuff here not too long from now. I'm hoping.
Well, if it's a matter of national security and he's employed by the military, even if he knows for a fact without a shadow of a doubt, he couldn't tell you anyway.
I get your point. I'll just leave that there.
mean, I'm just saying that it is actually a matter of national security. I mean, people kind of dismiss or diminish that a lot, but you go back to the Rockefeller and Rockefeller Jr. era, where it gets into that heavy industrialization of everything. The amount of resources that they claim are over there in Antarctica would crash the economy. It's all supply and demand, and it would crash the economy for sure, 100.
Don't you think that's the part of the agenda for the other side? Is to or maybe both of them? I mean, I think
No,
that's
because
the whole.
the money isn't in the gold to me. I think it would be in the resources themselves and the power to use them. Like the actual ability applied to it, that energy that it's kind of tied to people's actions too, to orchestrate the faith of people's minds. They can get people to lay their hands on certain things and their agendas will function that way. No man can do any of this stuff on their own. But if they get willful, obedient people who are like, yeah, this is normal, then everybody just obeys without batting an eye. Another thing to point out is at that time, these kingdoms, right, they had all been kind of compartmentalized, and now the world's getting a lot smaller and bigger because of the radio. Everybody's getting more interconnected, where only voices out of the air can reach them, as King George V would say. And as that progressed, that whole Popey Ball thing had to take more and more authority over this stuff and unifying everybody. Veritas. This cult of knowledge and wisdom type shit where they think that it's sophistry, theosophistry. That shit's existed for a long time. Like it was birthed out of these older empires, like the Holy Roman Empire and other shit. And I'm gonna shut the fuck up before I monologue or start rambling. Because I already started. To me, the age of exploration was a crime against humanity. The way that it went down has to do with some East India Trading Company bullshit. Wasn't there a quote by one of these banksters that said that they don't care as long, like who rules the country, as long as they own the banks, as long as they get to print the money?
The Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and all those dudes.
Yeah, man. And to me, controlling the supply and demand of resources is where the real power is at. It's not specifically gold or diamonds or anything. The gold, oil, drugs is just a byproduct of the system. Kings and cannonballs. All these little kings wanted to maintain control over their people, and their only option was to kind of form that Antarctic Treaty type shit. Otherwise, they were about to lose everything. Why don't we store resources in the Antarctic area so that if there's an emergency, we have like flash frozen stuff that's permanently stored down there that's still good, because they already have mentioned that things can last a very long time. So why not, since Admiral Byrd actually suggested that, do we not have resources parked everywhere so that we can take care of people if some kind of tragic event happens or whatever? Just doesn't make any fucking sense. I thought that place was for science.
I don't know how Admiral Byrd got on television and spoke all that stuff.
He's a puppet man too. We got pics of him shaking hands with Rockefeller Jr. That dude went and got support from the devil. He went to the devil himself for some financing. And they're all in the Brotherhood.
But did they tell him, hey, don't go on TV and talk about this stuff? And he just went, no, hell with it, I'm just going on TV and just talked
No,
about
they
it?
did. They went out and did. They published videos on this. It's like government propaganda type videos.
Yeah.
Kind of like when Disney did the thing with the lemmings falling off of a cliff. Lemmings don't run off a fucking
right.
cliff. Those bastards made them run off the cliff.
They threw them off in boxes.
Yeah. Same shit. They sent Admiral Byrd out there to some icy place, wherever the fuck that is, hang out with some penguins, do a couple videos, spout some government bullshit, and then come back home. Meanwhile, they have a portable nuclear reactor of some kind, whatever the fuck, that's their official claim, up there near the North Pole region, buried in ice, with radioactive materials that are also buried in ice. They're cool. Cool. Great job, guys. That might just be lore too. Like, hey, don't go here, it's dangerous. Stay away from the infinite energy relay. That's another thing. The constant 200-mile-an-hour winds that are coming off the Antarctic, why can't there be an infinite energy relay for everybody on Earth? Since that water's flowing like rapids from one ocean to another, why the fuck can't there be infinite energy? Because the machine's already there. You don't have to create infinite energy. You just harvest something. You exploit a natural function, and then you have energy. They know what'll happen if they were to give us that much power. Because if people don't have to worry about A, B, and C, then they have more time to do all of the rest of the things they want to do. They've got it to the point where people will defend the Matrix. They'll attack you for pointing out that the Matrix exists. And I'm not talking about a simulation. I mean the bureaucracy of the systems. How much money do you have to pay just to ask permission to go to the Antarctic? And no refunds. They can say no and you don't get the money back either.
Pay for a survey.
They treat it like a donation and they don't have to give it back to you. And they can just simply tell you no. Like, yeah, well, we got this whole crew and we want to do this scientific experiment here. Yeah, well, that's not the right kind of science. Fuck off. I think that that's the one thing a lot of people have a problem with is it's not that they even want to go. It's the fact that they're told they can't makes them hate that. And it's kind of like a boogeyman because we've never met that person that says we can't either. Like there's no person that's ever actually told me you're not allowed to go here. Not that I would, I'd die.
unless you're like some crazy parkour expert, like there's no taking a direct path from your house to the nearest shopping center.
That's fair too. The terrain gets pretty funky.
Yeah.
You'd have to
And,
follow a road
you know,
somebody
it's-
already made.
You
But
might,
they
you
had
might
a
have some angry neighbors and dogs and whatever.
Yeah. And then even if you're following the roads that are already made, like those are approved. They'll take you to exactly where you were engineered to go. But cities do this on purpose. They'll have certain architecture that kind of sends cars a certain way down their business districts in order to generate revenue for the city. And then they also use detrimental stuff like weird spiky shapes to prevent homeless people from sleeping.
Yeah, don't build shelters there, right?
I think all the ice in Antarctica came from the flood, and then it rose.
I have I kind of have some, I guess a hypothesis would be a better word for it, but I'm not really, I'll save it for Sunday. There's a lot of speculation and it's not worth it getting into it right now. But I have a lot of speculations on Antarctica and what I think is actually happening there as far as like physically, like geographically, what is happening at that location. And it applies to every worldview too, so. But the main crux of what I would say is hot air rises and cold air sinks, and reality do what it do. I'll talk more about it later because fuck, I don't feel like doing that shit. I'm not in my computer, so I can't post all the shit that I've got that I'm thinking about in my head like easily. So nah. I hope everything is well with all y'all. Y'all staying blessed and avoiding stress.
Yeah, I have biblical views on all that stuff, so I don't really talk about it in here. Try not to talk about it in here too much.
I understand that too, because if I've tried to make mention of different certain things, it's not anything that we can prove outside of, hey, this exists in this script right here. It becomes a different conversation than what we normally have.
I'm open to a dipole system, but it runs into problems geographically speaking. But there might be something to it.
The problem with mapping out like the whole waves and frequencies thing in relation to a location is people start behaving as though the words that we use to describe that phenomenon as though we're talking about a physical thing, and then they'll just make a reduction to absurdity, mockery of anything we say. Oh, this is shaped like that? You must believe this. No, nobody said that. And then you know exactly what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter what we say, though. It could be anything, and that's the type of bullshit we'll get. Like, there's the minute somebody mentions anything with the toroidal field thing, it goes to Donut Earth in people's heads. A lot of folks, I just imagine cartoon Donut Earth or some shit because they're not thinking about any fields or anything or how that shit works. They're just thinking about terrain and cartoons. And the same thing applies for any of these other metaphors used. I think that's why I really like Earth is Earth shaped. Hey, Dr. Ya, you still around, man? He must be AFK.
Good afternoon, ladies and germs.
Yo. Hey, what's going on, everybody? We got Big Root, Aethergrass, Mr. Bloody, Necros. What's going on, brothers? Oh, I guess everybody's sleeping.
She might Kimbo. She might drop you off at daycare for hours and hours and hours. Kimbo?
Yeah. What's up? What's going on?
You missed all the fun.
Oh, yeah, I had some stuff
Are you
to take
okay?
care of.
Everything good?
Yeah, everything all right.
Good.
Yeah. How you guys doing on your end? I mean, I listen for a little bit here and there, but I got stuff I gotta handle.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I guess it's all in like the text chat. I guess everybody's away at the moment. I was just cleaning up a bit. I got yoga at like 5:30, so I'm just doing a couple chores around the house.
Being productive. Okay, I get it.
I mean, kinda. I spent most of the day online. I did a little bit of Vedic studies with Piggy, and then I did my first text suppression.
Yeah. And what? The person start calling you?
was bad. Well, you know what? So this is all being recorded. Maybe we should. I'll tell you about it later.
It's okay. I don't. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah. It's fun being a mod. You know what I mean? Well, I misread one the dude earlier, right? But he came in all crazy. Anyway, he started talking about, oh, there's a. I don't remember exactly what he said. He said something about. Supposedly he's a flat earther. He started talking about the dome or some shit. I'm like, bro. You know, these are the type of people that make our job very hard, right? Because now, you know, some new globie comes in, right? And they're like, oh, I talked to a flat earther. So, right? Well, you think all flat earthers would agree on everything? Like, are you crazy? Oh, but you guys believe in this and that. No, that's a straw man, dude. What do you mean? Yeah. Well, this is the reason why the 24/7 crew exists, because, you know, we talk about empirical evidence. Something we can prove, something we can't prove, and can be honest about it, right? Instead of we replace one model, one cosmology with another cosmology. That's what the Globi do. They, you know, everything that they think they know, it's all based on belief.
Yeah, well, there's like the what's it called, the flat Earth society nonsense and all that.
Yeah.
I just think people come in here guns blazing, you know.
Oh yeah, we deal with that every day. So nothing new. You know, we also got some crazy flat earthers out there too. Like they making crazy claims about things they can't verify. You know, instead of like you know, going to speculation, they state it as facts. Like that's what they believe. That's what they, you know, it has to be that since it's not a globe. You know, and yeah, and that's something very hard to swallow because like, bro, why are you replacing one cosmology with another cosmology? We got our reality already. But anyhow.
Did it stop raining over there?
Yeah, it stopped a little bit, but it was raining very hard earlier. The past 2 days, yeah, it was raining pretty bad. Yeah, right now just going to a pharmacy real quick, picking up stuff for the wife.
Get her some NyQuil. Oh, Vicks. What about Vicks? Is it her chest? Is she having it's throat, right? Is
Yeah, I mean, they got the stuff for her already. She's getting better now. You know what I mean? But yesterday we couldn't pick it up because it's a holiday. I guess they closed that particular place.
Oh, okay.
So I gotta go pick it up today. She'll be alright.
Yeah.
She's a baby, but she's a tough baby. Damn, bro. I'm gonna go around. Going on, Dr. Y'all? Well, I guess you can't hear me.
Everybody's away.
Yeah. And that guy Kane this morning, oh my god. It just
Which one?
Kane.
Oh yeah, he came back after his tech suppression wore off. He came back. just to like he posted a bunch of shit like on like the Antarctica Treaty and I think about the circumnavigation. And he talked a little bit of shit and then just left. Like, you know.
And this is like some of us said too, like when there's a lot of people, they got so much ego going on, they feel like they have something to prove, right? But a lot of time when this, sometimes when it's just us, or a few of them or whatever, they actually listen. A lot of them get to check out the playlist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think you can hear it in their voice. You can always, that you can hear in their voice who's like,
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey,
What's
Luke.
going on, brother?
What's up? What's up?
I like it how you shut Eggshell up this morning by talking about history. You shut him up.
Did I? I didn't even know.
Yeah, you shut him up, bro. So while he's like, you know what? He took off. I couldn't speak this morning, bro. While he was sick, so I didn't want to make any noise. Just sitting here listening.
Yeah, I don't mind Eggshells. He's alright. A bit sly, but he's alright.
Okay,
what you been doing anyway, bro? You been at work?
Yeah, I'll be back real quick. A couple of minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Doves?
Nothing.
Yeah, you chilling?
Yeah, just doing some
How's
chores.
work?
I'm not working today. I was off. I was just hanging out, doing some chores, but I'm going to yoga. I'm doing 2 hours tonight. I'm so excited. He's my favorite teacher.
Nice. What type of yoga?
It's a vinyasa, hot. So the room's heated to like 96.
Nice.
It's a vinyasa. So it's intense. He's really good. He's more of an advanced, one of the more harder teachers. So, and he doesn't like dumb it down for the rest of the class, which is great.
Yeah. It's an advanced class then, yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely an advanced teacher.
Mm. Cool. Yeah, the only time I've ever heard of a vinyasa was a guy called Lon Durrell. Have you heard of him? A singer?
Mm.
Yeah, check him out. You'll like him. Lon Durrell. He does yoga music or meditation music. But it's not meditation music. It's actually proper music. There's like a cross between the two. But yeah, it's good.
So it's LONDRELLE.
Lond, yeah, that sounds about right. Lon Durrell. LLE. Yeah.
Got like brown chakra meditation. Sounds like
Ding-a-ling in the house.
Yeah, I've been here. Just chilling.
What's up, bro?
Not much.
Ding 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 ding.
Ding ding ding. Yes, Q.
Yes, it's me.
Word. Hey, Q. I noticed. Are we not friends? Did we used to be friends?
Where?
And John.
On Discord?
Yeah.
No idea.
Did you defriend me, bro?
Not that I really remember. I don't think so. I'll add you. No worries.
I'm struggling. I'm struggling to remember if we were friends in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, just chilling. Nothing much. I was over at the FED listening to QE hosting.
I never catch their shows on there.
Yeah.
Any good?
Well, it was alright.
What's he talking about?
Oh, there was some guy talking about doing what do you call it? the center from hell.
What? The what from
elevation.
hell? Elevation.
Yeah, when they pull the center radius during the when they establish a vertical and a horizontal on a spherical surface.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
a tangent.
Yeah, and he was using a water spirit as well. He he was showing like the the angle of it was way off though.
Yeah,
he was trying to show, oh, that's horizontal, but it was way off on the side, like almost vertical, like halfway up.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, some weird shoot. I don't know, some YouTube guy.
I posted something about the cult of Pythagoras in the side chat right there, and it lines up with what you were just saying. It's kind of funny to me.
From the center?
Yeah, look, just check it out. It has to do with Hades.
Yeah,
All about
straight
the
from hell.
underworld.
Oh, that's
he
what
pulled
you
that
meant.
thing out of hell.
Fucking bullseye, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Roots, get that oil rig picture you had again, real quick.
The Black Swan.
Ordnance.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Yep. No problem, brother. You save that for yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna save you the math trig table as well. They go
Radiant.
together, them two. No, it's in the side chat. Those two pictures, save them together, because that's
Alright.
the math of the where you get your 8 inch per mole squared.
Wait, that's not the equation for the drop off of the Earth, though.
Yeah, it is. If the
You know what
radius is
squared is for?
Look, that is not a. Just to be clear, that's not a flat Earth equation. That's the official equation.
No, that's literally not the equation. You know what a square does in a plot graph?
Go ahead and post your version of your worldview in the side chat, then, please.
No, actually, screen cap. We can plot this together. This is actually pretty simple.
So
When you put a square,
if you've got, do you agree that the radius is 3,959 miles?
of course.
Well, then this is the math.
Actually, let me show you. Because that's not the actual equation, but I'm going to plot that with you to show you that that's not a circle.
It's a parabola.
Exactly. And you know what the Earth is not?
Parabola.
Exactly. So why would you use
it's also not a sphere, but that's the
why
math.
would you use the equation for a parabola to plot a sphere?
That's don't ask me. That's your math. That's your globe
That's not my
heliocentric
math.
model.
I'll tell you the equation right now.
Wait, full stop. So, are you a globe earther or not?
Globe earther, of course.
So you've got your own special flavor on how you're going to explain this thing. All right, let's go.
He's born and bred as a blober.
If y'all took high school algebra, you know you can't plot a circle with a parabola.
Yeah, but if you research this, then you would know this is the official math because with a ball of that radius, if you go onto the internet and you type in Earth curve calculator, this is the math that those calculators are based on. So this is the official math. Go to the Earth curve calculator online, type in Earth curve calculator, and there's plenty. And they calculate 8 inch per mole squared for a 6 foot observer height. For a 6 foot observer, that table that is in there corresponds to what a 6 foot observer would see over a certain distance. So at 10 miles, you should have 66 feet of drop.
You know what's funny?
Nah, do tell.
That's not the equation I'm seeing on any of these sites because that requires trigonometry.
Yeah. What's your point?
The equation is actually for the height, all right, for the height that you would lose from the drop off of the curvature of the Earth would be the distance squared divided by the double of the radius of the Earth. It's just a different equation. You actually flipped it. So it's the inches.
Hey, you do realize the 8 inch per mole squared is not a flat Earth claim. It's a globe claim. It's a mainstream claim.
That equation anywhere.
That's what I suspected. He thought that that we made it up.
I think so. I think you're confused, bro.
Kelly, I cannot find it.
You just debunked the globe for us.
Oh,
yeah, you're right. The globe isn't. Yeah, you're right. That math is incorrect. Welcome to flat Earth.
Because you're using the wrong equation. Let's go to Desmos.
So I tell you then, instead of telling us the math, why don't you tell us how much drop over distance there should be over 10 miles?
Over 10 miles?
Yep.
Oh, I got the equation right here. All I gotta do is plug it in. All right, so the distance is 10 miles, right?
Yep.
Right. So what's 10 miles squared? That's 100. Divide by the double of the radius. Now I forgot the exact radius, so I'm actually have to look that up.
3,959 miles.
All right, never mind. Thanks. So 2 times 3,959.
Yep. 3,959.
All right,
We
that's
need to convert
7,000
this into feet.
into feet. I thought we were using miles, but that's
Well,
okay.
what are we going to be on 0.0? What? No, we need to convert that.
So then I gotta convert this to feet. Dang, it's a long ass number, I'm not gonna lie to you. Give me a second. All right, 73 feet. 0.4455392.
So 10 feet different to what we said.
Yeah.
We said 66 feet. Okay.
You know what? Did you use the same equation?
No, we used trig.
Yeah, what was the equation you used?
It's in the table.
It's right here.
It's in the table.
Oh, yeah, that's the correct equation, but that's like not the one. That's not what you use because I just used that equation.
Well, regardless, however you do it,
Regardless,
we're 10
that's
feet.
important. If
We're
the
10
math-
feet. Yeah, but listen, you're missing the point here.
I know.
Your number is higher than ours. Yeah, there should be more drop. You're expecting 76 feet, did you say? We're only expecting 66 with our math. So you're giving us another 10 feet to stomp all over the curvature calculation. That's even worse.
Our table shows both methods side by side, so you can actually compare. And we're giving you the bogey.
All right, so that is
Yeah,
exactly.
you're making it worse for yourself.
So if I
we're
do
giving you some extra runway
extra runway for what?
for your globe claim to work.
We're giving you 10 feet, brother. So you can have 10 feet, but where's the rest of the curve? We're only asking for 60 to demonstrate 66 feet of curve. But okay, we'll play your game. We want 76 feet of curve.
I just gave you that. Okay,
over
so
distance.
give me a second to talk. If I plot that math, right, that equation right there, right now, in front of you, right, and it doesn't say the same number that your table says, what are we doing then?
We're working it out through different methods. But where's the curve? Where's the drop over distance?
I just told you the drop over distance.
No, I never asked how much there was. I asked, do you have any evidence of 76 feet of drop over a 10-mile distance? Because the Black Swan image is further than 10 miles, and it does not demonstrate 76 feet of drop.
The Black Swan?
The image next to the trig table the Excel
Ooh.
table, that is you've got markers that are further than 10 moles. So where's your 76 feet of drop?
How tall is an oil rig?
About 60 feet. But this isn't about the oil rig. This is about the horizon that you can see beyond it. You can see water past the last oil rig.
And
so that violates the law of reflection.
How? The average oil rig is
The
about
law of reflection states the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. If you think you live on a ball, then how is there a logical path for the light on the backside of the ball to be reflected up to your eye? You're seeing the water surface past 10 miles.
Oh, really? Are you sure? Like, could you please give me a coordinate? Actually, you're going to say you're sure, right? All right, you're backing that up.
Yeah, we're sure. We've got videos, and we've got U.S. Geological Survey measurements of the distance to these oil rigs. We've got the conditions of the day from the weather buoy data provided by the Weather Service.
Fork over the cords.
We've got, okay, I'm driving right now. Anybody else got it?
Is it
just send them to YouTube?
What are you looking for?
It's off the coast of Santa Barbara in California.
All right. Santa Barbara.
We've even got nighttime observations where you can see a reflection of the light off the water from the furthest oil rig.
Refraction is a thing, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm looking for it. You didn't give me specific course, so give me a second to find the rig.
Well, you want the video, or what are you looking for?
No, I'm literally looking for the coordinates of the oil rig.
Oh, coordinates. I just type platform habitat, platform hill house, you'll find them.
Fuck, I'm not only driving, but I got like a damn spider in here I'm trying to smash. Terrible timing, guys.
Where are you, Australia?
No, man. Do I sound like I'm from Australia?
I do not know.
Yeah, the point is, I mean, none of the distances or the locations of these oil rigs is in contention. It's all public data, public knowledge. Even the weather information is public data. So, I mean, if you want to be pedantic and argue all this, we can get into it.
No, I'm looking for the public data.
Most people here in good faith just understand and accept it. But yeah, I mean, if you want to be like, what oil rigs are those? It's like, okay, you know, we can provide maps, or you can go get them yourselves.
I'm just not very inclined to trust you, so I'm just going to look it up myself.
All right.
So there's regular Google that you can use as a search engine, but there's also scholar.google.com that'll allow you to look up articles, and it's more specific for that purpose.
I am aware. Thank you very much.
Most people don't know that, so I figured I'd mention it.
Yeah, I had to use it for academic stuff, so. Do you know which one it is? Not gonna lie, cause that'd be pretty useful. I'm gonna look for one that's that distance.
If you're looking for long distance observations longer than 10 miles, we've got loads. I'll post a few. And you do realize if you're going to claim refraction is the answer for every single one, then you're claiming that the refraction index and temperatures are perfect to create a perfectly flat image every single time. And that's ridiculous.
That's why there's other pictures.
It's ridiculous, though. Every time it's perfect. I don't think so.
It isn't always perfect. Y'all just don't take when people show you the ones that aren't perfect. Y'all only take into y'all only use like 3 pictures. So I don't know how you're saying it's every time perfect.
No, I'm going to start posting some.
All right.
Yeah, we got nerds that sit out there at the ocean like all day, every day doing this.
Oil rig.
Another guy's Pablo's dog. If you've seen him, he along with BMLSB 69 have tons of footage. And we have members from all over the world, and people have done similar observations. And I mean, there's just no consistent claim of a geometric horizon to be had anywhere in anything. So our position is that the horizon is an optical phenomenon formed in part by how you see, but also by the weather effects and conditions which change throughout the day. If you open your weather app, for example, you're going to see a visibility range, which is visibility to the haze, the horizon haze in the distance. Sometimes it's 3 miles, sometimes it's 6 miles, sometimes it's 12 miles. It's different depending where you live.
Could you send me the Black Swan video real quick?
I don't have it, but I did have time at a stoplight to send some media showing you where these rigs are and the weather buoy information for that specific observation. Yeah, like I'm doing this at a stoplight, dude. Like, come on.
I'm not telling you to do it.
We have a lot of practice with this.
All right, which one do you want me to use? Which one's the one that they used in the thing you're talking about?
Oh, I'm posting you all sorts of long distance observations. I can't find the Black Swan at the minute. The video.
Is you talking Black Swan? So I just wanted to see
I think I got it. One sec.
if you got it.
The one we posted with the image still photo comes from that.
Save all the ones I'm sharing here though, because the Black Swan is ironic because it's supposed to be a one-off. This is you know what I mean. I'm sharing multiple long distance observations here that break your curvature calculation.
Yeah, I think.
Cameras, lasers, you name it. It's all here.
All right, let's try it.
And the point's not to steamroll you and scattergun you with stuff. The point is to demonstrate that this isn't some cherry-picked one-off observation. This is something that people can replicate and have and done different ways. That the claim of any geometric curvature is not found anywhere, like can't be substantiated. So the horizon that people think is the geometric curvature really isn't. So if it's not the geometric curvature, then where is it? Like, how is it that we're supposed to measure it if it can't be observed in the first place? And if the claim is, well, it's refracted, then great. So if X is refracted, then show me proof of X. Like, how is anybody supposed to ascertain that there's any curvature?
Hold up, I have a question. Like, by your definitions, if you can see this in chat, is that picture fake?
No, it's called Two Black Swans.
Quetzal's posted the video in the chat at 11 minutes past the hour.
Oh, not the video. The picture I just posted.
What, when you show two different weather conditions?
Is it flooding?
Yeah, days. No, that's an observation.
The point is that, yeah, weather, like I said like 3 times already, weather conditions change.
Did it flood the thing? Did it go underwater?
What are you talking about?
Did it flood the rig?
Atmospheric conditions. Didn't you hear?
How did the weather put the horizon up?
Flood the rig.
No, like you guys love talking about refraction so much.
No, address what I just
said.
Are
you denying that there's refraction now? Like, what's your point?
I'm asking how the weather put the horizon over the rig.
I will show you.
Refraction, dude. You said it best. Refraction.
Nah, you don't believe in refraction. You had to put it over the rig.
So you don't believe in refraction now?
You don't believe in refraction. You're saying it doesn't work.
Who said
Strong
that?
man.
Dude, you really need to learn your history because refraction has always been a flat Earth argument to begin with. You guys are trying to act like you
Yeah.
come up with something new, which is bullshit. Look
Alright,
at this
so
Right. We're the
real
ones.
quick.
We're the
the
ones
horizon.
that
Look at
say
this
and have been
real
consistently saying that weather observations change throughout the day. So you're going to see some quote unquote refracted horizons. You're going to see unrefracted horizons, right? You're going to see
So
closer some days. You're going to see further other days. Some days it's going to be miraging. Some days you're going to see like standing waves where the waves are up high and obstructing things. Other times you're going to have low tides. Like
Here,
things
like
change all
for
the time,
example,
dude.
here an example, the video that I just sent, an experiment that shows you how it works, how that, or you can imagine those things that you see in the on the floor are the oil rigs. So sometimes you can see them, sometimes horizon will just hide them because of the atmospheric conditions, weather.
and how
Right.
does refraction?
So let's say like
I
in
can still see the
some
bottom of the
images
boat,
we
by the
have
way. So I don't know how
of
that
the
video.
oil rig at nighttime after the sun has gone away and things have cooled off a lot, where there isn't going to be a lot of atmospheric disturbances. We can see the lights reflecting off the surface of the water underneath the rig.
Again,
How is that possible if it's behind a curve?
How does refraction extrapolate a horizon straight up? In what equation does it do that?
That's typically what it does. Upward refraction's a norm, and the reason it has to do with the temperature differential. There's something called Fresnel drag. You have a lot of water molecules that are excited just above the surface of the water and mix in with the air, and it's evaporating. And this causes frame drag upwards.
Dude, how do you not know this? How do you not know this? But you're acting so like sure of yourself.
Because it's bullshit. But I'm gonna
But
let
this
you.
isn't complicated. You can demonstrate this inside of a room. If you change the temperature of a room, things can disappear from bottom up, and it will cause the floor to raise up.
Yeah, that's our argument, dude.
Yeah, I just sent him 2 videos from the home server that the test home tests of refraction.
Necros, your first video, I could still see the exact bottom of the boat just like before, so I don't know how that proves it. I'm watching your second one. I will take a screenshot if you do not believe me and literally outline where
Yeah,
it is.
so which one is the geometric horizon for the curvature of the Earth?
None of them are. They're up close.
Good answer. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You want me to plot the curvature of the
Welcome
Earth?
to Flat Earth, kid. You can't tell where the geometric curvature is in anything.
Actually, I will
because
show
it
you.
doesn't exist.
We're gonna go on Desmos graphing calculator.
You just owned yourself, kid.
We're gonna go on Euclid and we're gonna show you how frame drop off works.
You
Or
were
whatever
supposed
you
to
call
be
it.
finding curvature. Did you forget that part? You are proving our
That's what I'm
point.
doing. That is
You are
exactly what I'm
proving
doing
our
right now.
point.
We're gonna do the
So
math
if you want to
slides,
continue proving
alright?
our point, this is great.
We're
We
doing
can get the YouTube bot in here and record it.
Yeah. Oh, let's go.
Oh, it's already here.
Oh, this is gold.
Okay, Brad. I need to turn on.
You're going to be famous again.
Oh, wait. All right, let me cast my screen real quick.
You should probably go.
Go where? Why are you scared?
I'm trying to help you out, man. If you want to continue proving our point that we've been emphasizing this whole time, go ahead and screen share and show us how you can't see curvature.
Dingaling, why are you acting like you're doing something other than acting like you don't know how refraction works and how temperature can cause things to disappear from bottom up on any surface? Well, not any surface. Some surfaces, like reflective surfaces, are more susceptible to it. But why are you acting like this doesn't happen on the tarmac in the distance? Why are you acting like you don't understand how temperature controls refraction? You kind of, I don't know what you're doing right now, but you're acting like you don't know how refraction works.
And that trade was made in the morning.
Hello, dingaling.
Ding dong.
Wakey, wakey. These are the guys who love refraction
Oh
as well.
yeah, it's his friends over maybe.
He's not. He's too scared. Oh, he's out.
Oh, you okay?
Walk on yourself. I don't want to beat you up.
How's everyone doing?
You okay? How are you, brother? It's
Hey,
been a
what's
long
up, bro?
time.
I'm doing good, man.
What's up, Cal?
Hey, what's up, Gembo?
The one and only Cal.
Hiding in a corner from the sheriff, and the second he finally showed his face, he got shot. That's just sad. Almost as sad as what I'm gonna do to you, Melon, when I become the murderer. Bro, you ain't gonna ever tell.
What did
Necros,
I
your
just
TV's
come
loud as
into?
hell.
Necro, what was that, bro?
I'm
You
like,
probably
what
watch
the
like a documentary, like a crime documentaries. I've watched that too
Yeah.
sometimes.
I thought I
have in
was
the
watching a
background.
crime drama or something.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you guys. I bet you were joking about me.
Yeah, it's because your TV's too loud. That's why you can't hear us.
I'm sorry.
How are you guys doing?
It's the kid watching and is putting the TV out loud. I'm sorry.
Last time I was talking here, no one liked me. I've been through a lot since
What
I
was
got
that?
muted. I've been through a lot in the past few hours. A lot of
Vanu,
conversations.
you sound tired, brother.
Dude, I've had a lot to drink, but I'll say one thing. I think I've become a Catholic in the past few hours.
Oh hell no!
Yeah, yeah, brother. I used to be so anti-Catholic, and now I realize that Catholicism is the only truth. And Mary,
How does that exist?
because I've been hailing Mary, I realized that
Here.
we need to hail Mary, and everyone that isn't a Catholic or an Eastern Orthodox.
Oh, so I guess you're hopping back on the ball then. Since the Globus Cruciger is one of those major idols of the Roman Catholic Church, so I guess you're going to be hopping on the golden
that's
ball
the
this time.
Jesuit. No, not at all. So the traditional Catholics were flat earthers. Oh, I'm just referring to Mary. I believe we should hail Mary. But I forgot if this is a Christian chat or not.
We tend to.
Question, guys.
We try to keep it centered on the ground since there's so many opinions in other discussions, whether it be politics or religion, that we try and keep it related to the actual subject matter of the room.
I feel like I've been born again.
I have a quick question, please. It's about that. I just want to know what group or what is the name of the group Christian group who don't think that Jesus is God or consider Jesus as God.
Well, every Christian group
You mean the Jews? No.
considers Jesus as God.
No.
But what I was
every
referring to is
Christ-
Mary. Mary is being the mother.
Can we full stop this conversation and get back to the ground real quick?
Okay.
Because there's
Hold on,
plenty of
hold
other
on.
rooms to talk about. I don't mean to be rude or anything, but I know that the energy's high and the discussion is already volatile due to so many worldviews. So it's not a good
That's
direction
fine.
to keep heading. And I think that we should bring it back to the ground.
Well, what about Miss
Yep,
Dulles?
agree.
Was she here? Miss Dulles
Agree.
she was having a go
Yeah,
at
that
me
guy.
for some reason.
That guy. I've forgotten his name, but he just ran away. Literally, did you notice that? He literally
he
just
ran away.
he ran away when we
That's
called him out on that refraction point, and he was supposed to be coming back to us, demonstrating 76 feet of curvature. What a clown!
Well, I'll be honest with you, this sounds like deja vu, because I remember this exact sort of thing happening a few days
Dude,
ago.
yeah, he
Someone
thought that he
left.
had a gotcha until
Someone
we
left.
showed him some flat Earth history, and then he was like, "Oh shit, I'm way way over my head." And
Yeah,
I think he
someone
dipped out.
left and they were going to come back with some information. I heard exactly this.
Well,
from
he
you.
now Vanu,
took
he
advantage
invoked
of the-
refraction.
I'm just saying, it's like this.
He
people
invoked
just seem to
refraction,
play-
but he didn't understand how refraction works. So he's basically saying that things can't disappear from the bottom up due to refraction and temperature influence. But obviously it can on a flat surface, on the water, on the tarmac. We've all seen that happen on a hot day, right? You know what I'm talking about, yeah?
It can happen due to different conditions, different things, not just refraction. Things can
Yeah, but it
happen,
all
can
comes under
disappear.
refraction.
Yeah, and also like that test that where they put that candle on a table between, and they put a lens between the camera and the candle, just mimicking atmospheric lensing. So we know
Oh,
that
that's
there is
lensing.
that
Yeah, yeah.
humidity is in the air, so it's just small particles of vapor, so it's small particles of water in the air, so it will act as a lens, and it will make things just make that thing disappear bottom up if it go away in distance.
Yeah, I know that. That's different though. That's lensing. But what I'm talking about is you can literally have a camera on a table. You can put some, I don't know, pins on the table I've seen, and then you change the temperature of the room, and now all of a sudden the table rises up above where the pins are, and now you can't see the pins.
Yeah, like those 3 videos I just sent in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But that comes under refraction.
Yep.
So that's part of refraction. So he's invoking refraction when he feels like it, and then as soon as we show him that things can disappear bottom up due to refraction, he now all of a sudden doesn't understand refraction. It's ridiculous. And then he ran away. So I'm just saying, when he comes back, I just want everybody to remember that, because he's so cocky. And he talks like he knows everything, but at the end of the day, he's cherry picking his observations. Yeah, I don't know why I'm taking it serious. I'm just saying, like, just remember it when he comes in next time, call him out. Ask him, can things disappear from bottom up due to refraction?
They just they think that because they believe on the globe, so for them, because they have that idea of the globes, it's just exclusive to the globe. Seeing things being hidden bottom up in distance, it's just exclusive to the globe. But it's wrong. It's not exclusive to a globe or spherical or curving surface. It can happen also in flat surface. They just have to research. They never did.
Yep. No, they know. He knew. He knew. He was more than well versed on refraction before that point. Then he acted completely dumb. He knew. And a lot of them do, but they choose when to play dumb.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that flat earthers got demonstration in any scale, like in a smaller scale, like the home refraction tests, and they don't have any for what they speak of, that type of refraction, the projection of things behind obstructions and such, being warped up around, lifted up and such. I don't know. They don't have any.
Exactly.
I don't
And
know
they're
why
claiming,
they keep talking about it though. Like
yeah,
it
and
is
they're
a
claiming
fact.
every observation is a refracted mirage.
Yeah, it's not even a mirage.
Perfect mirage.
Heat turbulence of the air.
Well, if they're claiming that the fact that we see too far is due to terrestrial refraction, don't they? So they're claiming that things are like everything. The reason why we're seeing further than we should is because things are looming up beyond a certain distance. Well, a lot of them do, not the last guy, but you know what I mean? A lot of globers will claim we're seeing too far because we're seeing refracted images. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You?
Yeah. Sorry, I was Googling a little bit, looking up some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll claim.
I'm aware of their claims.
But that's what I mean. It's a perfect. Every single image that we're seeing too far in quotation marks. They're claiming that's not just refracted image. That's a perfectly refracted image to the point where you can't tell the difference. You can't tell which bits are refracted and looming. You know what I mean? Like there's no disturbance. There's no distortion.
Yeah.
There's no diffraction, scattering. You know, it's just basically a perfect image beyond 3.5 miles and beyond. You know, from the bottom up as you go further. You're not seeing the difference between the refracted part and how far you can see as you're going over the curve.
Right.
It's just stupid how they're claiming it, that it's perfect every time. It's perfect every time. You know what I mean? It's a joke. I hope I'm making sense. I hope you get what I mean. Yeah, I think you do.
No, I understand. I mean, in any of those effects they're talking about, I mean, they're just. Here's the thing: they keep saying refraction. They don't mention any specific phenomena at all to combat the black swan. They just keep saying refraction. Refraction is a generalized term, even in itself. You need to specify what type of effect you're talking about occurring out there. What type of phenomena we're talking about. And you mentioned those effects like looming and such. And I don't see any resemblance of any of those effects in that black swan image at all.
Exactly.
None of
no
those
image,
even
in no
matches.
long distance image.
Yeah, none of them matches even. So I don't know why they keep saying refraction. What do you mean when you say refraction? Do you have any phenomena to compare, like that matches the black swan exactly? That can be repeated or documented on those certain days with certain conditions?
I thought infrared was kind of a counter to refraction. I've heard it used before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Infrared is it helps even further to see like stuff, less haze and such.
Well, if their claim is that everything beyond the whole image in the distance is a mirage. Basically, they wouldn't use the word mirage, but they would say a refracted image. But it would all be because it's not distorted. So we're getting a perfectly flat presentation, all perfectly in alignment, no distortion in the distance, even though it's a refracted image. They say.
Yeah. Air density.
Yeah. So the refraction is perfect every day to create a perfectly flat Earth every day for us. How lucky are we? Well, not every day, but most days.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Some good odds they are. Some good math.
Oh, there was an image. Was a couple days ago. The guy what's his name? Taylor. That guy. You remember him? He was in this VC a couple days ago. Or something.
No.
Was it? Yes.
No, I don't think so. Taylor.
Oh yeah, the Taylor guy. Taylor with a J. Taylor.
No.
He posted I should have saved that one, but oh well. We were talking about refraction and Snell's law, what requires. He kept saying more than one medium in air. I said that's not the case. You don't understand even what the properties you're talking about in the air. So we tried to explain to him about the Snell's law that it requires two boundaries. I mean, you need a boundary between two mediums. Between two mediums, in order for that angle to change differently, like the pen in the water example. when you see it changing angle. Yeah. And he posts a image of a train, a running train, like a locomotive type of train, or something. I don't know, not steam train, I think. I don't know. So the heat was coming off the train on top of it as it travels forward on the rail. And he says, that's refraction. I'm like, but I'm not, okay, you want to call it refraction, but I'm not seeing any difference. Like, I can see the background of the area where the heat is appearing. It got more opaque. Sure, okay, fine. You see a little bit less. I still could see the train. It looked perfectly fine. It didn't get any distortions. In the backdrop of the train, the bridge looked fine as well. It was also caught in between the haze, and the trees as well. So everything looked just fine. I didn't see any. It was just a heat turbulence basically, but in a minor scale. Like it wasn't affecting any.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything.
It wasn't extreme.
Yeah, it wasn't extreme like the oil rig with the crane on the left side. It didn't look like that at all. It looked perfectly fine, but just more opaque, more. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know why he even brought that up. It didn't help his case, prove his point when he. You think that case is something to do with Black Swan, but I'm like, okay, but okay, is the train behind the horizon? What's going on? Is it?
Yeah. Where's the refraction?
Where's the refraction going on here? It's weird, man. I don't know.
No, I mean, I've actually seen me and DJ. Somebody posted an image, and DJ put this image on slow motion. And we were watching this. Well, he showed us one frame where all of a sudden, you're looking at like a magnified horizon where there's a high horizon. There's a big chop off. Things look quite large, quite close to the horizon. So there's just a blue sky behind in clouds, and then all of a sudden, one frame changes, and all of a sudden we see meadows in the background out of nowhere, just meadows. And yeah, so what I think we're seeing, and I'm convinced is what we saw, was obviously you're talking about two mediums, right? Well, a situation could happen where you're able. I mean, visibly, potentially, you can see so far. You're seeing over the ocean, and then you're seeing over land. So once the light hits the land, that's a different medium because the temperature will change over the land, right? So
yeah, it's less.
So what I think
refractive index there.
Yeah, so that's two mediums. So I think what we're seeing when we're seeing flashes of meadows and land in the sky, I think what we're seeing is a temperature change or whatever, where we're actually capturing moments of actual looming, super looming or whatever it's called happening, where what we're seeing in the distance is looming up now above the horizon, and now we're catching a glimpse of the land beyond the horizon. And it was just a flash. It was just a flash, but I think that's how sensitive it really is when it comes to looming and these effects of refraction, or how sensitive it can be. But it's hard to explain what I'm trying to say, but hopefully you get what I mean. Like we're not seeing beyond the horizon because of atmospheric lensing that's happening in the foreground, but it doesn't mean there's a physical obstruction. So things like looming can actually occur where they get refracted above the horizon, and now we're seeing beyond what looks like a horizon and a cutoff.
Yeah. I get the point about looming, like what happens in that type of phenomena.
Yeah.
But we don't have those cases in the Black Swans, in our Black Swans. So, yeah, I don't know, but sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's just a real example I saw recently where we just saw a flash. It just flashed in the background, and meadows in the sky.
That's crazy. Yeah, interesting. How it can work. Was it DJ that had that? Was it?
Yeah,
the
DJ
video?
provided it. Yeah, some Globus sent it as a video explaining, showing a
Oh, it's
a
a globe.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sent a
Hey
video with a
guys,
hard.
there's refraction and beat you.
Yeah, and there's loads of atmospheric lensing going on because there's definitely magnification going on. The ship looks huge, you know what I mean? And as it was chopped off on the horizon, but then all of a sudden, as you slow down the video, there's meadows in the sky behind the horizon, above the
Yeah.
horizon.
That's funny.
And I think that's real, that's real looming. That's what
Mhm.
actually you would see, just flashes of it and moments of it.
Yeah.
Not a completely steady, still image for you to record, zoom in and out of. Yeah, not without distortion.
Yeah. This type of looming, yeah, with a boat. Raised up. An example
With a boat.
in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, in the chat.
Yeah, the looming. Regular looming. When the ship is in the air.
Oh, is that what's that? Fanta Morgana? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, but they call it looming as well. I don't know. I think
Yeah.
it's the same. Probably, yeah. The magical flying ship.
Yeah, imagine seeing meadows and a little house on the prairie and a tree where that boat is. That's what we saw. That's what we saw. Just for a second. Honestly, ask DJ about it. I was completely in awe, but DJ was impressed as he couldn't explain it.
Yeah. And they want to say refraction is moving the horizon, but that's horizontal. Isn't refraction more like vertical? Or am I wrong? In those cases with the phenomena.
Well, yeah, it's either looming up, it's either up or down, isn't it? Depending on because the temperature gradient goes up or down.
Yeah, with objects, but I mean, like the horizon, though. Like, should that be affecting as well? The same way? I mean, in the looming, you see the horizon just perfectly fine. It's not moved anywhere.
No, because this is what I'm saying. Like the ship is actually, if you zoom into that ship, right, you can actually see a faint horizon that the ship's sitting on. It looks just like a slightly thicker layer of atmosphere.
Yeah.
So this is why I always say there are many horizons, but none of them are geometric, because that's, if you look closely, you can see there is two horizons in this image. So I think what we're seeing here is, a combination of a few things, but it lines up with the angular size and also a bit of lensing. You know what I mean? You get this situation where you've got two horizons. Yeah, you can't see it on this one, but there are other Fanta Morganas where people probably wouldn't even call them a Fanta Morgana because you can see the horizon, but there's two of them.
Yeah.
So this is how you could see things that are on top of the horizon in the sky, yeah, like a meadow. If that was over land, you could get a specific day where you're seeing trees in the sky. Shops in the sky. If you're going over land, you've got two mediums. Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently globers don't know this, even though their favorite word is refraction.
Yeah, that's why I brought up, like, they have to be pointing out a specific phenomena. Which one are you talking about when you talk about refraction? And how does that apply to the black swan we bring up, basically, to compare, I guess. But they never do that. I don't know. just easy for them to say, "Oh, just refraction." I don't need to pull any data or any resemblance of similar phenomena. Those are the kind of things I want to see. To actually see if they're actually thinking for themselves or not. Or just
Yeah,
thinking for
the
themselves.
last dude completely give up and decided to not try and provide any evidence of drop over distance and just went for the black swan on a different day with different atmospheric conditions. That's the best they've got. It's ridiculous.
Sorry, guys, I'm back. Hey, Q, I was
Hey,
trying to
buddy.
tell you this morning, but I guess yeah, you didn't understand what I was
About?
saying. When I was referring to Gemsy, right? Remember Gemsy?
Yeah.
A lot of time the Globies come in, right? And they would use the word like, "Oh, we did this, we did that, we measured this, we measured that," and
Yeah.
then Gemsy being Gemsy, he always funny. He's like, he'll say something like, "Oh, when you talk about we, you talk about you and me,"
Oh,
and that's what
yeah,
I was
okay.
referring to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I thought you meant the guy with the count there. I was like, that's not Gemsy, man.
No.
What the f- I'm like,
Yo, what happened to that guy, bro?
I don't know. He's
Haven't
probably just
seen
doing
him.
his thing. He usually takes some breaks in between
Yeah.
lately.
Well, I hope
I think it's
everybody
fine.
doing
Yeah.
good. Hopefully.
Yeah, we're good. Curving gas.
Yeah, all good, brother.
Rude, man. I love it this morning when you shut up Eggshell, just talk about history. He just actually sit there and stay quiet. Well, I don't know much about history either. You know what I mean? I haven't been really looking to anything too deep, so I don't know myself either. But it just because usually Eggshell, when he comes in here, you know how it goes, right? But yeah, you shut him up by talking about history, and he just listened.
Yeah, I was only talking about it because Old Soul Andy was here, man. He loves a good old man chat, doesn't he?
Oh, who is it?
Was Andy there? Was Andy there at the same time? I don't know if he was.
Andy. Okay. Yeah, I remember. Like I listened a little bit here and there, whatever. Pop in and out. Yeah. But yeah, it's you did a good job talking about history. Yep.
Yep, it's the hot topic, isn't it, right now? I heard Indio going at it this morning with Peter on history, talking about the new chronology, Flamenco chronology.
Right.
Smashing it, yeah.
Oh, I gotta go check out your server. What you've been posting and stuff. I gotta start checking it out. Maybe I gotta take a little study with it. And maybe sometime we can go in there and pull up one of the documentary or whatever. We'll go through it together or something. If you want later on in the future, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely, bro. It's there forever. That's what I mean. It's just there as an archive. It won't be going anywhere. So
Yep.
when you're in the mood for it, it's there, brother.
Yeah.
If you want to add some, of your history, your heritage, history, anything alternative, anything that goes against the mainstream narrative in your country or way of origin, do it. Put it in there, bro. I'll probably make a category if you want.
Yeah. I think most of my, history of my country being controlled, being changed so many times too. I mean, it might be alternative out there, but I kind of doubt it. I mean,
Well, you've already told me a few stories that I'm sure the mainstream government don't like to talk about your origin. What country are you from again? Originally,
Cambodia.
Cambodia. Sorry, bro. I'm high.
It's all good.
Oh, hi. There's only flat Earth facts in my head right now.
Yeah, you know why you forgetting stuff right now because of refraction.
Yeah. Yeah.
Too much
Trying to remember the
refraction, brother.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the difference between an inverted and a normal temperature gradient, and the
Yeah.
the directions of bending. Ugh.
Yeah, I couldn't stand Kane this morning, bro. That guy was something else. That little kid.
Yeah, is a bit funny.
But anyhow, any Globies in here?
There were a couple
No.
that left.
Okay.
Yeah, probably all hanging out together in the new server.
The Globe Gangster.
Top G's.
I don't know about that part, but they got everybody in there. Bloody's told me. He said they got Brenda, they got Manufactorum. I'm not sure about Eggshell, but I think all the G6 people is in there. Ruhif is in there too.
That's all right. We'll send Gregory over. He'll deal with them. Be over. I did tell you about the other day. I popped in there. I saw Gregory in there and Gilly Pong. So I jumped in, and Gilly Pong messaged me and went, "Bro, Gregory has been ripping them apart for the last half an hour." I was listening, and bro, there was nobody talking on the Globe side. There was about 30 Globers in there. The only one talking was Omnivore, and he was getting his ass to the point where Omnivore basically admitted that space-time is ether. Like, that's when I jumped in. I was like, how the fuck did he get him here?
See, Gregory, man, I think he's really good with anti-flat earthers, man. Like, that's the way I see it. But I think when it comes
He's
to
a
like
beast.
normal people, if he can tone it down a little bit, bro, I think he would be one of the best from 24/7 too. Just like all the OGs, in the politics. If he can do that, but I think he kind of loses it a lot of time.
He's a debate champion, bro.
Yeah, okay.
But getting to argument with the Martin and stuff, yeah, that's a little tough, man. But other than that, I think he's good for what he
Bro,
does.
like if I met Gregory in real life, I wouldn't even shake his hand.
Oh shit.
Oh, there goes Cal.
Yep. Wouldn't even shake his fucking hand.
You see what I did there? Keenan and Kel.
Man.
Yeah, well,
Kel's a
Keenan.
gangster, bro.
I watched Keenan and Kel when I was a kid.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, forgot onions. Well, thanks to you guys. You guys been holding it down. You, ate the grass, Q, DJ, Dubs in here, and a few others. Yep, you guys been holding it down.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet in most rooms. Sorry, Q.
Yeah, it's been. I think most activity was here during the day, most of it, and some at the home server.
Yeah.
But
Great to
yeah.
see the home server pop in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what's funny though? You know, says who? You know what he sounds like? Rick's.
Rick, yeah.
They both sound
Love it.
identical, bro. They sound like twins with their voices.
Yeah, similar level of aggression.
Yeah.
I came in the other night. Says who was slaughtering this guy. I couldn't even take it. I had to leave.
Oh shit.
There was blood everywhere.
He's a beast, though. I got to give him that. The way he approached them, the way he talked to them. Some of these OGs, they just that good, bro. Like, I mean, of course, we're not saying like they got the best way, but they good at what they do. We have our own style. You know what I mean? And all the anti-flat earthers coming here, they refer us as the B team. It's so funny. And the people in the politics, that's the A team. Remember that guy, the Oblate spheroid dude, the atheist Oblate spheroid? Yeah, that's what he calls us, B team.
Yeah, he was in here today.
Did he say anything crazy in the chat?
Nah, silent all day. Just listening. Got his ass kicked last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to be spending a lot of time in the VCs lately. Just sitting quiet.
No, he knows if he barks a lot or whatever, he's gonna get muted or, or tech suppressed. So he learned his lesson, I guess.
Well, when is it the only time he speaks? When we talk about something about some specific particular? Is it about planes? Yeah, about planes. Then he starts to speak up.
Yeah.
When he doesn't account for curvature and such. I remember last time he spoke up then. Said, no, we do.
So, bro, I tech suppressed him the other day and he basically DM'd me and cursed me out.
Yeah. He's not a commercial pilot, he said. He's like the other type that flies in short distances. Way shorter.
So hold on, he's a pilot, and he says that he takes curvature. They take curvature into account.
Yeah, that's a stupid
did
argument.
He say how?
I forgot something about gravitation. I don't know. He mentioned something about gravity. I don't know.
I mean, has anyone either investigated if he's actually a fucking pilot or like?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it don't
I'm just
matter.
saying, like, he could just be fucking trolling. Like,
he could be.
You get some professional pilot here, someone who's been a pilot for a few years, right? And you ask him a few questions and see if he can respond. You know?
Well, he sounds like a troll. If he said they do take it into account, and then he said gravity.
He's a troll.
Yeah, he said something in the manuals. They mentioned it, but he never posted one. I don't know.
Yeah, he's probably just regurgitating the same shit they all say. Oh.
No, but if you think about it, I've heard this before. If the answer's gravity, then they don't have to take it into account. It's taken into account for them.
So basically, gravity automatically course correct the elevation for them.
Well, let me ask you a question. Can you manipulate gravity? No, you can't.
You can't. I mean, it's just an effect that we see.
So there's no device, there's no switch, there's no, you know what I mean? There's no instrument in the plane. He's just said gravity, so they don't take it into account then. So he's a liar.
Yeah.
Would me lifting up a ball, would that be manipulating or just no, right?
No. You're not manipulating gravity. You're just
manipulating the ball, right?
You're You're taking something out of equilibrium. Yeah. So now it's got potential energy. You're holding it out of equilibrium. That's you. You're not doing anything to gravity. What's gravity, bro?
Yep. Gravity is just an effect, weight, gravitas, seriousness, weight, whatever. Right? But let's see, a lot of time, but like I think they misunderstood when they talk about gravity. They saying that we think, I mean, we agree with them that gravity, right? Like, okay, you want to call that, if you have an object, you let it go and then it drop to the ground, you call it gravity, sure, or the whatever the average speed things drop water 9.8 meter per second square, whatever, and you want to call that, sure, right? But it's just an effect that we see, on that part. And a lot of time when they come in, right, they automatically saying that, oh, you guys don't believe in gravity. I mean, and you have to kind of explain to them, break it down to them. The same thing when they come in, you have to basically break it down to this newbie. Like when we talk about flat Earth, we're not claiming a flat disk in outer space. Just like Kane this morning, the same thing that he was doing. He thought it was a flat disk in outer space. That's why I asked him, post a picture of what you think flat Earth is, right? We'll go through it. You know what I mean? But he didn't want to, so I suppressed him on that part. So a lot of time that's what they do, bro. They had a preconceived notion, so we have to kind of break it down for them, like, like baby them, like feed them like a baby, spoon feed them. Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. Take it slowly with them. But that's what I mean. Like, I need to start remembering these names and calling them out on their specific last argument, because they keep resetting, getting tiring.
Yep. And I get it, man. It's annoying to kind of break it down for them, trying to break it down all the time, And if you actually think about it, we sign up for this, so a lot of time, yes, we lose our shit here and there. But lately though, I mean, we had pretty good amount of people every day that they come in here. Man, some of us in here, like, we be able to share the playlist with them. I love Box Art Playlist. It has pretty much all kinds of stuff in there, and that would be their starter kit. You know what I mean? And if they ever get into it, right, and they actually finish everything, right, most likely they're not going to think that the Earth is a spinning ball in outer space anymore, right? And they will come back and try to look into more information. They probably learn more about refraction, more about what we're claiming, the reasoning, and that's our goal. It's to get them to question their reality instead of blindly believing the spinning ball.
Yeah, instead of watching America's Got Talent, watch Box Ops Playlist.
Rude, you're funny.
It's true. These guys, when you said it, I was just thinking these guys don't watch the playlists. They don't watch the content, the videos. They avoid it. They think it's stupid.
Well, see, the thing is now what I've been doing, instead of like post it in the side channel, I DM directly. And then I tell them, look, you want to check it out, you check it out. If you don't want to check it out, that's on you. But it's there. Whenever you want to look at it, it's there for you. And I think, you're right. Most of them probably wouldn't even check it out, wouldn't even bother. But, whenever they're ready, right, they will check it out.
Yeah, you're right. If somebody DMs me, I always watch it. If somebody tags me, I don't always check the chat. Because the problem is when I'm on the mic, half the time I'm not at the phone. So, yeah. But if it's in my DMs, I'll catch it next time. So you're right.
Oh my God.
You got Nash Respect in the house.
No,
Somebody's in
Concave
the house?
Earth.
Concave Earther? Oh shit.
Oh man, they're even worse than Glober. In my opinion.
I mean, at least they think the Earth's in the center, though.
Yeah, center with gravity as well.
Mm.
None of the crap they can prove anyway.
Yeah, but they just add Agartha and underground cities, don't they, into the mix?
No.
The egg phenomena.
I don't know. Maybe Nash will tell us. I've never spoke to a concave earther that understands curved visual space and perspective. I'll be interested to meet a concave earther that understands perspective. Then I could be convinced, but I haven't met one yet.
Yeah. It's tough, bro. It's not easy, man. Well, there's also other concave earther that used to come in here, and well, the politics I remember, and he's like, "Oh, I used to be a flat earther." The same thing like that one idiot this morning. "Oh, I used to be a flat earther. I went back to the globe because of satellite." You remember? You were talking to him.
Oh yeah, I had to mute. I muted him.
No. Yep.
I think those guys
May-
are probably just trolling, and they don't actually believe anything, and they just want to make the flat Earth look dumb.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
That's my suspicion. Yeah.
Or it could be more like this, right? They when they first see the flat Earth information, they're like, "Oh, I believe in flat Earth." So they they don't know the subject too well, so they believe in it, and then they ran into these anti-flat Earthers information, and then they switched. They went back, right? But they weren't actually used to be a flat Earther. They used to believe in flat Earth, right? So I think that's a big difference right there.
No, you give
on
them
that
too
part,
much
'cause-
credit. I don't think they were. I think they were just trolls.
Yeah,
I
could
don't
be.
think-
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I don't think they ever really knew the Earth was flat or anything, or they just I don't know. Like I don't know why anyone would do it because that's just a waste of time. Like for me, like I would never do something like that. That's just like I would never join a Discord, like a Glober Discord, where it's like they're talking about the globe. Like I just think that's like fucking pointless.
Yeah. Yeah, could be. But this guy this morning or whatever. I think when we talked to him this morning, I think it's more like he heard about the topics, he's seen a little bit, and he actually stopped believing it instead of knowing. Because only true flat earthers out there that came across the flat earth information know exactly what we're talking about. Know there's no drop over distance, no motion detected, right? And outer space cannot exist the way they present it. Then you're a true flat earther. You know something, right? But some of these guys that come in here and claim that they used to be flat earthers, and then the switch side, I think it's more like they used to believe it, not actually a flat earther at all.
Are you
Do
guys
they think
actually flat earthers?
Yeah, testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up,
Yeah,
Kimbo?
you good.
Yeah, we're a bunch of flat earthers.
How you doing, brother?
Yeah, doing just fine.
All right.
Yeah, like truth is kind of funny, right? Once you see something that is absolutely true, you can't unsee it. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. I mean, it stands to reason that there would be skeptical of people that say, yeah, I did see the truth, but it turns out not to be true, right? And we say, oh, really? Okay. Well, what's your reason? You find that curvature measurement that we've all been looking for the past 10 years as a community?
You know an interesting phenomena though. You've got the trauma element. So you've got people who they see the toothpaste out the tube, but it disturbs them so much that they black it out. So they don't remember seeing it. In fact, they start questioning whether they saw it at all.
there's a medical term for that where I think it's psychological term, medical term. I don't know. It's like where you naturally block out trauma. Like your mind will naturally block out any trauma.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Survival. It has to do with like survival and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think that's why we get genuinely. I'm not even joking. I think that's why we get the anti-flat earthers, because they're in this kind of holding pattern where they're basically like denying and they're not looking at the data because they don't want to. They just want to argue. They want to debate. They want to learn through us.
You know what I think it is? I think they're all like I think they're all crazy, right? Because to me they all sound crazy. A lot of them are really unhinged and just super emotional and just have no control of anything really. And I think it's just that, it's just they're just crazy. Because think about it, right? We all of us, we went through the entire indoctrination process, right? I went to public school growing up, you know, um, 12 years high school, 12 years public school, then 4 years college. I mean, I did all this shit, and it's like I'm not like that, Like I don't know. I think they're just crazy. Like there's just something wrong in their head. Like that makes it so that they can't look at new information, right? It's like I don't know.
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, well yeah, that means they're crazy.
Yeah, it is. It does. It affects them.
Yeah,
It
if
affects
what
them.
if what we're saying is true, would they want to know? Like we used to be good at asking that question of a lot of newcomers. Like, if our cosmology, if our viewpoint is correct, would you really want to know about it? It's an honesty test.
Red pill, blue pill. It's a choice.
Also,
you know what?
it's a difference in lifestyle too, like the way you live, right? So it's like a lot of people can't deal with, because being a flat earther, you kind of do get like pushed out of the community, right? Like the general population is kind of looks at us differently.
Oh yeah. And you know what? And a lot of time, like for example, yesterday or the day before, a couple of them came in here, right? And we were talking about flat earth stuff, and all of a sudden I'm like, hey man, would you like to check it out? Right? And the person refused it to even look at it, right? Because I don't know, maybe they're afraid of the truth, right? Or maybe they're just lazy, they don't want to learn about the new information because they're gonna have to unlearn what they think they know, right? The indoctrination and all that stuff, and then learning new stuff. I think they scare somehow. I think they're afraid, or maybe they just think we crazy. I don't know.
Oh, they're just afraid of being exiled. That's all. That's all it is, man.
Have you guys seen Size Man Dan, one of his whatever video start talking about, well, look at this guy used to be a flat earther, people don't call him to the cookout anymore, there's no gathering, there's no get together, whatever. And then then he stopped being a flat earther, he came back to the side. Now look at his life, he's happy. People call him to go hang out, friends and family, blah blah blah, this and that, right? And is that somehow gonna change our freaking mind? You know what I mean? Like, if you think the true if you're gonna trade whatever you think you trade in for your for friends or family or whatever, then go for it, but you're not gonna convince us, period. Like myself, like I used to talk to people and stuff, and I pretty much kind of exile, like what you said, bro. And I don't care, I'm still gonna continue my life, I'm still gonna do what I gotta do. That's that. If you think like the truth costs that much, then go for it. For you, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm exiled not because of flat Earth, but because of my politics. But yeah, dude, it's pretty bad. But yeah, I don't even, bro. I would never bring up flat Earth in with my family, never, because I just know what the outcome is going to be, right? And I'd rather just keep it civil,
Yeah, it's pretty understandable. Yeah. Now I mean I find a way how to talk to people about that stuff. Like one of my supervisor right now, like I talk to him and stuff or whatever, and I show him little stuff, relating to the moon landing. I told him that, like outer space does not exist the way they present it or whatever, and he agreed with me. He agreed with me, but I'm not going to go into the flat Earth stuff yet. It's going to take some time. So now, the more you learn, you learn a certain way to approach people. because when you first heard about this topic and you understand it, you get excited. So then you being a dumbass, like I used to, just get excited and willing to talk to anybody about this topic. And yeah, I learned my lesson. I had a downfall with a couple friends and stuff, but and the good ones always going to be there, right? The one with open-minded, even they have different view or perspective on the reality. At least they still around, but the one that not around anymore, well, good luck. That's all I gotta say. We not meant to be. The friendship cost that much just because of different view. You know what I mean?
You know what I don't understand? The people that know the moon landing was a hoax, right? But they don't believe the Earth is flat. Like, I find that kind of weird. Like they can't believe they can't come to believing that the Earth is flat, knowing that the Earth is flat.
Well, I think it's more like this too, right? Like, look, and I get it sometimes because I'm trying to put myself in their shoes sometimes. Like, why it's so hard for them to accept that outer space does not exist the way they present it to us, right? Well, I think one of the reason I would think like, look, then what the hell are those things up in the sky? Those lights, right? If it's not terra firma or burning gas ball or places you can go to, what are they? And I think a lot of time people are afraid of not knowing something. You know what I mean? So they took the easy route by just accepting the information that was given to them, like the Earth being a ball. There's other planets. We can take rockets and go to those places. Well, if you can't go anymore, right? You can't go there because it would be the, you know, violation of second law thermodynamics and gas law, all these laws, right? So now they afraid. I think they're afraid of not knowing, right? Because all their whole lives it's about all this cosmology. We spinning, we wobbling, we tilting, and you know, and we move through space in a crazy freaking speed or whatever. Now new information challenging them, and they just afraid not knowing stuff, because we don't know. Like, if you ask a flat earther, like, what are those lights in the sky? We don't freaking know. We've never been there. Yeah, we look through, let's say, for example, a telescope or high zoom camera or whatever. Yeah, we can see, the things up there, right? But we don't know what they are, what's the distance, what it made of. We don't know. And I think a lot of time people, they just afraid not knowing stuff.
Yeah, God forbid that we're honest about that, right? Jeez. And it's almost a humbling experience too, because you're going up against the establishment who thinks they truly know. They think that these are knowledge claims and they can stand by them. So when we say, well, no, I don't know, I'm going to say that you don't know either, and we all don't know as much as we thought we did.
Yeah, these are the same people that are like, they're like, oh, they don't believe anything the government does, right? But yet they believe everything NASA does. And I'm like, all right, well, you do know that NASA is part of the government, right?
Yeah. Well, if you actually think about it, they do a very good job by brainwashing these people. No, now they don't even have one space agency. They have a lot of space agency from different countries, Europe, Asia, and other places, whatever, SpaceX too now, right? I think they do a very good job by brainwashing them. So a lot of time it's kind of hard to get in, man. So it depends on the people, if people can be, intellectually honest, they would take a look at the information. They would do their own research. But a lot of time they, I think these so-called establishment or the governments or whatever do a very good job by brainwashing them, and not just in America, it's everywhere around the world, right? For example, when I was in Cambodia, right, I used to get mad at the Muslim. I used to get mad at the Muslim of that whole 9/11 stuff, right? Because what they did on Fox News, CNN's, whatever, right, and send it to other country. All we did was translate that into our language. Now you get the same brainwashing, the same thing. So if you actually think about it, they're doing a very good job.
Yeah, and now we look back and we're like, okay, it was just the state of Israel that did that.
Yeah.
No, we could even say, you know what? We do believe NASA. We believe them, but that is independent of whether or not they provided verifiable evidence.
Right.
So we could give them the belief too, and we can go in with the belief that they have and say, but we don't have verifiable proof. So,
and that's the part we disagree.
That's where we'd have to play along, right?
Yeah.
And just have to nod and play along.
yeah, I believe in the moon landings, but how do we verify it?
Yep.
You know,
Yeah, I
it,
used
is
to
it
be.
irresponsible to ask for proof and evidence?
Yeah.
I think
you
so.
know.
I think that's when they get triggered, when we ask for proof.
Yep. And you know, a lot of time they don't even know what they're saying. They don't even know. They think it like intelligent.
The religion,
Intelligent
man.
has something to do. Yeah, intelligent has something to do with belief. Oh, you guys don't believe in this? Oh, I believe in this. You don't believe in it? Oh, I believe in other stuff or whatever. They don't even know what they're saying. Right? They're using the word believe instead of knowing. And if you corrected them, and then they might change the word. Oh yeah, but I know. Yep. So it's tough, man. It's really tough on that part. The same thing with the satellite. We're not disagreeing with the technology, right? We understand this high altitude stuff is up there in the sky. The drone, planes, aircraft, jets, satellite on balloons, or the supposed ISS, right? It's up there. We're not denying that stuff up there, right? What we disagree on, you guys claiming that these things exist in the outer space, the so-called satellite, and that would be the violation of second law of thermodynamics. Right? It's impossible, right? So how are you gonna now going back to what Mr. Amish say, right? Well, how are we gonna verify that? There's no verification. They can't. So now going back to it's just a belief. I'm sorry if I'm ranting a little bit.
Well, these guys don't even know the difference between belief and knowledge, so good luck convincing them a belief is different from knowledge.
Right.
Yeah, and I sometimes catch myself saying believing the Earth is flat instead of saying knowing the Earth is flat. Still, like,
Well, technically, it's still believing unless you've done your own measurements, right?
yeah, I guess so.
Bro, you live next to Miami, bro. Do some long distance observation. I mean I never recorded anything, but I was looking at from St. Petersburg to whatever island I was looking at, or the land, or from St. Pete to Tampa. You can actually see it, and at least if I'm not wrong, it's over 10 miles, easy, over 10 miles from St. Petersburg to Tampa. So yeah, man, it's impossible on a ball. Man, if you actually think about it, Florida, man, there's so many places, so many black swan, bro. Especially around Tampa Bay and St. Petersburg area, right there next to the water, bro. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 5 minutes away from the beach, so I just don't have like a long distance camera or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, you go do. I mean, you already know already. You know you're not gonna find in the curve, right? You're gonna see way beyond the geometric horizon.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it being a belief. It's the same for me. I haven't done those measurements myself, but they've been done for us. Countless observations, countless laser experiments, countless things you can just go and find. That's the black swan, of course. You know what I mean? So this is something you can verify it. It's been verified, so it's fine.
And yeah, and the same thing, like even for the way I see it, even if we haven't done anything crazy or whatever, but if you understand how water works, the water would debunk the globe anytime, any days. You know it, and
Yep.
it's not even 100%, 1,000,000%, even more, right? So, but a lot of
Yeah.
time when you bring up that water always gonna seek this level, there's no drop over distance. Water is not coming away from you. They say, "Oh, gravity." Well, can you demonstrate to us that gravity make water bend on a surface? Can you demonstrate it? 99% of the time they fail. Sometimes some of them would post like a boat, an object, disappear bottom up. That's it, right? But when we show them, you know, like this observation that you can zoom back in, right, and the object will back into place, right? But of course, on the camera, right, there's only certain zoom after you max it out. Yeah, you can't really you can't really tell anymore. And plus, if you get the atmospheric condition, refraction, all this stuff, yeah, it's gonna be tough to observe over like 30 miles. It depends on the day, the temperature changes. So, but yeah, but it would still debunk the geometric horizon. Hey, I'm sorry, guy. Am I talking too much? If I am, my apology. I'm just kind of into it at the moment.
Nah, man, you're good. You're good. I'm just relaxing, listening more. I'm tired.
You know what's one thing I find that I don't see people talking about that often is like we have the drop over distance formula, right? And so no matter where we are, like let's say you're 30,000 feet in the air, right? Like on a balloon or something, or like whatever height they go up. Like as you look away, further and further away from you, right? Like that drop is still being calculated, right? Like no matter what. But yet we don't see any like deviation on the earth, like because it should start like kind of looking a little bit not too curvy, but it should start looking way like structures and like land like places on the land should look like a little bit off, right? Like, or am I crazy?
Yep.
Like
Excellent
they
point.
should be leaning
They
away
should
from you.
deviate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Deviate away from plumb. Yep.
But that's not what we see, right? Like everything is just straight
I mean,
up.
that lean would only be obvious from extreme heights over a globe,
Well, yeah,
like
that's
speed light heights.
But here's the thing, right? Like we have a drop over distance formula, right? And we know that there's a drop every 8-inch, every mile, 8-inch per square mile, whatever it is, of the surface height. There's like a 6, what is it, like 8 inches or 6 inches, or I don't fucking know it. But there's a curve, right? There's supposed to be a drop, and so that drop doesn't mean that drop disappears when you go up in altitude, right? It's still there, right? The curving is still there. And as you go up in altitude, you should see more curving to the extreme because you can see further. And while you might still be able to see the ground, things shouldn't look like they're just like flat.
So to see something tilting away at like 15 degrees, it needs to be over 1,000 miles away. So if you're looking at something 100 miles away, that's not much of a tilt. You couldn't really discern that, I don't think.
Yeah, but maybe you couldn't measure it. But if you was at 30,000 feet and above, and you can see for miles and miles on the horizon, shouldn't you see some distortion in the angle of view on buildings?
Suppose you're like Jay Tolan, right? With high optics, infrared, 35,000 feet, and you got a 500-mile distance, and that's maybe a 7-degree tilt. That should be visible.
That's what I mean, like, you know,
Yeah.
pattern recognition, yeah? So we're seeing what we expect to see. But like, I don't know, maybe you could argue that we don't see it because, you know, that's what we would expect to see because that's what we've always seen. But what I'm saying is in terms of shadows, in terms of just the angle at which we're looking at stuff, if they're slightly different, it'd be noticeable compared to things in the foreground. I just feel like it would be more obvious. Yeah, maybe that's just me though, just assuming.
That
it
should
would
be another
obvious.
red flag too. When they tell us like there's no way for us to see a curve, right? But then they're like, well, yeah, there's a curve, but only we can see it. Like no matter what altitude we can physically go, like we don't see a curve, right? But yet they're saying there is a curve and that they're only able to do it because somehow they're able to go into space. We're only like a small amount of people supposed to get to go. So it's like, okay. It just doesn't add up.
What are you on about? John Picard went to space.
What's that?
Jean-Luc Picard went to space.
What is
With,
that?
Oh, but
was
it's
it
how
with
high
Elon
up
Musk?
the balloon?
No, the guy who was from Star Trek, they put him in a
Star Trek
shuttle, and they pretended
Oh
he went to space.
yeah. But is that his name though? You said Picard.
That was his name in the Star Trek show.
Oh.
I'm like, what?
I don't know his name.
Oh
you
my
know what I mean, though. You
Yeah, I
remember
know,
that,
I
yeah?
know. Yeah.
So what's
I know.
the story behind that? They put him into space and what happened?
Perfect candidate?
Exactly. They faked. Well, they pretended that did they claim that he went to space or just high altitude? I don't know, but they put him in a high shuttle and pretended he was in space. I don't know what
Irony
the
is
thing
there's
was.
a guy named Augusta Picard that took a high altitude balloon up.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of when he said Picard. I'm like, and then he said no. I'm like, who? Who did it? Oh my god,
that's funny.
But yeah, I don't know the name, his real name, the guy from Star Trek, whatever. But yeah, perfect candidate. He was in sci-fi.
Oh, hold on. Is it William Shatner?
Yeah, William Shatner? Let me see. Yeah, that's him. That's him.
It's him, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's him. He was in Star Trek.
Yeah, he went to space.
Oh yeah. He went. He doing the
For
warp
real this
drives,
time.
flying all over the fucking space, the galaxies, visiting other planets.
I wonder if they're planning to turn Star Trek into Ancient Aliens or something. Content for the future.
But, is Ancient Aliens even that interesting, to be honest? I mean, I remember the time I was looking at it, I fell asleep every time. I couldn't hold myself from each episode I was watching.
It's really boring when you know it's like
No,
I
it's
don't
boring
know.
because they don't give you actually anything, like anything substantial.
Yeah, it's
in
all
reality.
PG and shit. Yeah.
They're just talking. I'm like, okay, when are you getting to the point? Where's the proof? Where's the evidence? Okay, and then I started falling asleep. I'm like, okay. Then I fell asleep. I'm like, every time I'm trying, every episode, I just fell asleep. I couldn't help myself. I don't know. That's my experience anyway. I don't know. Maybe they changed something now lately. I don't know. That was back then.
Yeah, the only thing I can watch now is like the stuff with like animals, and even
Yep,
that,
yep.
even that, I'm kind of like,
Well, Animal Planet? Well, which one?
yeah,
It's just
any
animal in general.
any
Oh,
animal
yeah.
stuff, yeah. Like,
That's more interesting than this.
like that's
Yeah,
the
I
only
can't
thing I
watch
can
the
watch
outer
now.
space stuff no more, bro. Even if I do watch it just for fun, just for to laugh, you know. But other than that,
You know,
I've
they,
watched Prime TV and stuff like that, and animal stuff.
you know,
Well,
Kimball,
like cat
they,
videos.
you know, Kimball, they lied
I
to
mean-
us about the animals too. You want to know something funny? So they've been lying to us about lions for a very long time, actually.
What about them?
So
What about them?
Oh shit.
It comes.
So this is what they've been saying. So remember how they always said like, oh, the male lion is like lazy, and then the females do all the hunting and all this shit. Remember they've always told us that ever since we were
Yeah,
kids.
yeah, yeah. I remember. Yep.
Yeah, it's all a lie. Like the male does most of the hunting
Okay.
with
But I've
with the
seen female
females.
hunt as well. What do you mean?
No, of
Also-
course, yeah, the females hunt too, but the male is the one who, in most cases, will close a hunt, right? Because he's bigger, he's stronger. So when they're hunting like the larger animals, like the water buffaloes, if there's no male, chances are they're not going to be able to hunt it.
Oh yeah, a fully grown buffalo. Yeah, there's no chance for
Yeah.
the female ones. They're not gonna get it unless they're like 10 of them. I don't know, but doubtly.
But yeah, they made it
Strength
seem
of
like
a
the male
buffalo.
lion was just like this lazy thing that would just lay around, and then like the women would do all the work and just hunt all the time, and that's just not the case, right? Like if anything, the male lions are the ones that always die first, because not only are they hunting, but they're also defending the pride. So it's like they just completely lied to us growing up.
Yeah, you're thinking of how they portray the lion as a lazy.
The male lion as a
Yeah,
lazy,
the male lion, lazy type.
yeah.
Mm.
Like he's not. He's actually he's not. That's one lie that they tell us. I don't know why they did it. I don't know why they do that. I really don't know why.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought this was gonna be way more interesting.
What the
when you said the government were lying to us.
about the lions?
Yeah, just say it.
It's like,
Hey, around that time, there's a
I
rash
got
of
some
TV shows
classified
that-
information. Listen up.
Like we had TV shows depicting the father of the family as a lazy sack, like Homer Simpson, Al Bundy,
Yeah.
you know, and then the male lion's lazy.
Yeah, I mean it could be just a whole feminist conspiracy thing. They brought it to like the lions too.
You're trying to spice it up now, ain't you?
Yep. Cal. Yep. Cal.
Not
going that route.
intentionally, not intentionally. I'm just going with the flow,
Let's
dude.
get CB in here. Let's get CB in here real quick. CB's funny. too.
Misogyny.
Yeah, can you explain what misogynistic is, please? Go for it.
The hatred and contempt of women.
Yeah.
I must admit, I do like the soundboard.
Which?
That sounds official.
Whoosh?
The when CB does the Fresh and Fit soundboard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, CB's funny, bro.
That argument though, it's not good on Discord, man. There's not enough women on here to represent the other side.
What, Kimbo? What do you think about misandry?
Who?
Misandry.
What's that?
You don't know what that is? Holy shit!
I don't know.
Is it the opposite of
Misandry?
misogyny?
It's the opposite
okay.
of misogyny. Yeah.
Well, I don't know because I heard of misogyny before, but that the opposite. Yeah, I never heard of it. Now I
No
just
one,
learned something
no
new
one
today.
ever does. No one ever does.
No, I just learned something new today, brother. Jesus.
Yeah,
Hey,
this
I
may
got
have happened
perfect
to you, bro.
excuses. Bro, I
Have a
got
think.
perfect excuses because I'm from Cambodia. You know what I mean?
This is all. This is all just brainwashing, dude. That's all it is, man. That's why you don't know none about that.
Yeah, I don't buy
Yeah.
into none of that bullshit.
You may have been a victim of misandry and you don't even know it.
Feminism.
Right?
I'm joking, but it's kind of true. You definitely have been. Like we all have.
Oh yeah. No, I'm pretty sure we had. Yeah.
No, at this point, we can all say it's not a conspiracy.
No.
Oh, Yoshi's back. Like usual.
What's the weirdest conspiracy that you guys like? You guys are on the fence with, like that you think about it, but you're not like sure. I'm just curious. I don't know.
Maybe it used to be a lot of stuff, but after the flat Earth, like I don't even think about it no more. You know what I mean?
You think most conspiracies are actually real, or are there some that like?
There's some, of course. I think there's a lot too. With the 2024 now, more information they put out there. Of course, they got agents in place, right? They control the narrative on both sides on that part. So so a lot of conspiracy stuff I don't really even look into anymore. You know, I think the flat Earth also kind of like break everything down to empirical evidence, what we can prove, what we can't prove. So I kind of have to learn to eliminate, what is conspiracy, what's the reality, what could be, what can't be. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, maybe it used to be in the past, but now it's like not
I think
really.
it's
I'm not
super
sure.
easy. I think it's super easy to tell when a conspiracy it is more could be real, and it's super easy to tell if it goes mainstream, right? And people like from the mainstream, they like shun upon it, like they're like, oh no, that can't be real, like oh no way, this is crazy, like no, and they all go against it. I'm like, oh, it's probably real.
Oh, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah, sure.
I think there are a lot of lies that are told with the truth because they need a backstop.
Yeah, because aliens used to be a huge conspiracy, and it's like now they've kind of like adopted it, right? Like they're okay with saying that there's aliens, and so now that they're like kind of saying it, I'm like thinking, well, there probably isn't any.
Or they are actually demons, like from the Bible and from the old days.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, I do agree.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely evil people in this world, and
not people.
Well, or whatever the fuck they are. Green lizard people. Did you see Yeah, there's an interview that Nancy Pelosi. I just saw it like yesterday, where she's talking, right, and she brings up like, yeah, we're reptilian, and or like we're cold blooded, and like I don't know, it was fucking weird. It made me think about the whole Alex Jones lizard people thing. Yeah,
There's a lot of things we don't understand, man. It could be, who knows, you know what I mean? But and we choose not to talk about it because we don't want people to think we really crazy because we can't prove it either way. And that's the reason why we stick to the flat Earth, because we can test it, we can see it, you know what I mean? Yeah, but other than that, yeah, it could be whatever you're saying. I don't know.
I was just trying to spice up the conversation because I mean we're all fucking flat earthers here, so it's like At this
No,
point,
except one.
oh,
I posted
well,
something in the side chat that has to do with the word conspiracy. Like the way I would put it is, any plot or agreement is a conspiracy. Now, whether or not that's a good or bad thing is kind of dependent on the situation, but people plot and agree all the time.
yeah, for sure.
The CIA started demonizing the term conspiracy theorist after the JFK assassination.
Yeah, because they knew what was coming with the internet. They had to prepare. Because they knew everybody was going to find out everything.
Supposedly, they had the internet way before they even gave it to the public.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. Maybe it looks a
You
little
know,
bit different.
you know
but
what,
yeah.
you know what? I think the reason why it was, because someone might argue why did they give it us if it was going to expose them? But I think maybe this is a situation where they knew that they could never ever stop this kind of network from being built, so they went ahead and built it first, because we would literally just have some, black market back technology thing. Like technology would just become banned, so they knew they had to have it. They knew the information age would begin, so they create the term conspiracy theorist, because they knew everybody was going to find out the truth about everything.
Yep.
The internet had the internet is a two-edged sword, right? Because like any idea anyone can say anything, right? And so it's actually a good way to hide. It's like a thief hiding within the crowd, It's like there's so much information, there's so much of everything, right? That it's just like, it's like, how do you decipher from what's real and what's fake, right? It's like, I feel like they just did it on purpose, right? To just make it, because think about it, right? Like now, evil people can hide pretty easy, right? In the internet. Like it's super easy to hide.
You said it. They did it on purpose. Yeah, they did it on purpose. They've made it chaotic. They've created so much information and fake news. They're the ones who started fake news, the term fake news. They made it a thing because they want you to believe that there's so much fake news out there that they're going to need to curate it. They're going to need to decide for us what is appropriate. And I bet you they use AI to decide it as well.
Yep.
Yeah, so look at the rash of new content by new flat earthers out there, right? It's the feast of nonsense. Who's to say that there isn't some organized effort by whoever to inject all these crazy narratives to make us look like a bunch of morons?
No.
Hey, speaking of which, what do you guys think about that Upward Earth? That's the new drugs, huh?
For fuck's sake, Riggs.
What is Upward Earth?
The fucking flat Earth Society. You know what I mean?
That one. Upward Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, accelerating upward, right? And fucking. Hey, I got a question. Is it true that imaginary curve guy, what's his name? Dell? Was Dell? Did he mention about something like that? Anybody?
Oh yeah, bro. It's a big. There's like 6 or 7 channels that are pushing that shit hard, like they own the space. Like
Shit, how much
they
did
have
they
the
get
only
paid?
opinion on reality. Yeah, dude, they're pushing hard. Like thousands of people going hard on this. It's crazy.
Well, I want to hear what Ego Slave had to say. Ego Slave, can you?
The rising Earth theory?
Yeah, can you fill us in on this part, bro? Because Ego Slave knows so much.
Yeah, he's right. I mean, I heard Dell talk about this, maybe 2 years ago, and it's just a revival of the original Flat Earth Society. So it's supposed to explain away gravity. And
That's really all it's meant to do. And it was originally conceived, I think, by Flat Earth Society to be a tongue-in-cheek mental exercise. Because I think they took it from one of Einstein's lectures or something he wrote. I don't think he discussed it in his theory of general relativity. But the idea is suppose that Earth is a flat disk moving up at 9.8 meters per second squared. And this normalizes the drop rate of things in a vacuum.
I see. So things that doesn't drop, the Earth actually move upward instead.
Yeah.
Things don't fall
bothers
down
me
the Earth.
is this is more of what we were just talking about earlier. Like look at all this stuff that's coming out. And look at all the legends, the people that we thought were solid, absolutely solid folks on this topic who've capitulated to these unreasonable ideas.
That's right.
What
and
is
that,
going
they're not
on?
like me, they're bitches.
I wonder how much they get paid, bro. Shit, how much they get paid? Fuck.
Shit.
That's the thing.
I
If
need
you
the
pay
money,
me a lot
bro.
of money,
Shit.
hey, no, listen. Pay me a lot of money. The Earth is a fucking globe. It's whatever the fuck you want it to be. I don't give a shit. Just give me your money now.
Well,
Take it
I do
easy,
want to
Ray.
highlight something. I do want to highlight something that it's my understanding this came from Albert Einstein, like this idea of rising up to essentially satisfy the effect of gravity. Now, the problem that I see with this is that in order for this effect to make any sense, it would have to be a flat Earth. And that would mean that Einstein was hypothesizing an explanation on a flat Earth.
Oh yeah, he did. I think he was talking about the reference frames problem. That there isn't an observation, an optical one that you could do from Earth to discern whether or not you're moving or the space around you is moving.
Right.
So I think that was in that context. And so, and this problem, this is an unfalsifiable claim.
Right,
That's
but
why it's absurd.
you know how like people lie by omission? Like the omission of this statement is that even hypothesizing that as a probability would mean he was thinking in terms of a flat Earth. Like I've seen people quote this many times, but if at no juncture he was ever entertaining a flat Earth, that would literally not be an acceptable answer.
Right. I guess you're right. And the point is he was. He actually did say, suppose Earth was a disk.
There you have it.
A fucking retard.
Yeah, Einstein was a special guy.
He married his cousin, didn't he?
Retard.
I'm pretty sure he married his cousin twice.
Bro, check that.
Hey, one sec, guys.
What
Rice
happened
Ray.
the first time?
Hold on, Kel. Rice Ray.
I think he upgraded to the other cousin or something.
Hey, Rice Ray.
What's up, bro?
I see you ad-libbing in the back there. You sound like you sound like you don't believe. You sound like you believe the Earth's a globe. Is that correct?
No, I believe the Earth is flat as fuck, bro. No curve.
I don't think you do.
Yeah, it's flat as fuck, bro. No curve.
Damn.
Why do you believe that?
Because water is fucking flat.
Anything else?
Gravity doesn't exist, bro.
Gravity doesn't exist.
No, gravity doesn't fucking exist.
Says who? Since when?
It says me. I used the scientific method, and I concluded that it doesn't exist.
Things drop at 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum on average.
Yeah. So what?
What's that?
Yeah, isn't that gravitational acceleration?
No.
What is it then?
Something falling down, and there's no medium to offer resistance. So it just falls down at the same speed because there's nothing to resist against.
But there's the atmosphere.
Not in a fucking vacuum.
Different density. Oh, in a vacuum. Okay.
Yeah, it falls at the same speed in a fucking vacuum, bro. Drop something in air, it won't. Drop something in water, it won't. Because there's something to resist against. If there's nothing to resist against, well, the object is not going to move unless a force is applied to it. You fucking pick it up, that's a force, now you let go of it, there's nothing to resist against, so boom, it goes back where it belongs, down.
I literally said that 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
Cool, I wasn't there, but you see,
Yeah. No, fair play.
gravity doesn't exist, it's gay as fuck. Yeah. I'm an expert.
This guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also an
Okay.
expert in the Bible. If you have any questions? I'm a prophet of Prometheus. He revealed all the secrets of the universe to me, so anything, bro.
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
Well, that's on you.
Wait,
I think
weren't
it's
you,
flattering that they want to be like us. Honestly, thank you.
you weren't a flat earther last time I talked to you. You're that Prometheus guy. Yeah, you're not a fucking flat earther, dude.
Bro, I've been a flat earther since the flat earth
You think?
awakening, okay? Since it was like popping on fucking YouTube, like the early days, you know?
You're
I was
like
still
Prometheus told him in a dream,
I was
guy.
still a Christian back then, okay?
Aren't you the guy who worships the devil?
Yeah, I worship Lucifer.
Are you mimicking?
I worship Prometheus, the one who's fighting against Zeus, who is a tyrant and a piece of shit.
Well, that went left.
Yeah, so I worship Lucifer, and the earth is flat.
Just don't talk about Prometheus.
So, like, Zeus created the world, but Lucifer created us.
Yeah, I mean, if he's gonna start talking about that, you might as well just mute him. Usually, he's always drunk.
I
Are you
haven't
drunk?
started. No, I haven't started drinking yet.
Oh,
I will, though.
no wonder
I'm
why
about
you
to go
sound.
get a margarita.
Yeah.
I'll start with a margarita. Today's gonna be great. I'm gonna have a couple beers and shit. I'm a functioning alcoholic. You know, when all the secrets of the universe have been revealed to you, it's a wisdom that's heavy. It becomes almost a burden. You're so wise that it causes sorrow, right? More wisdom, more sorrows. This
Did you achieve that through alcoholism?
No, the way it works with Prometheus is that he's the god of wisdom, right? He's the most wise of all the gods. Now, if you're a dumbass, he cannot work with you. Like, if you have a low IQ, he's not gonna pick you as one of his worshippers or his prophets because you have a fucking low IQ. You're a retard. He can't work with you, right? So what happens is that Prometheus chooses you. You get elected because of your intelligence, because of your capacity, right?
Bro, stop it.
I told you.
Just stop gish galloping. It's ridiculous.
Oh, we got another Blackthorn joined. Maybe he wants to talk with us.
I don't even know what the topic is right now. What are you guys talking about?
Flat Earth.
Oh, that's interesting. Are you guys like for or against? What's going on?
Well, before we say that, what do you think?
I don't know. It's a globe.
Well, have you
What's
heard
your
about
best
the
reason to
argument?
believe that?
Best reason to believe that?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I have a best reason because, like, I'm a layperson. My best reason is I just, follow typical science. Like, I don't have the time to investigate every single thing in my life.
Yeah. So you just kind of go along to get along. I mean, it's kind of what we all have to do to some degree.
Well, not to some degree. We literally have to do that with everything because, like, I can't be an expert in everything I do in daily life. I don't have time for that shit.
Would you like to find out?
Yeah, I would listen.
Yeah?
I'm down to listen.
Okay, go grab a mirror. Like, go to Home Depot or Lowe's, and they make those standing door mirrors that you can hang on a door. They're like maybe 4 or 5 feet.
I have to go
grab
get a
one of
whole
those.
ass mirror?
Yeah, one of those hanging door mirrors. You can probably get them for like $30 or something.
Go to Home Depot and grab one of those and throw it in a truck or whatever. And grab a friend and a camera.
Yeah.
And go find a lake or a body of water. Maybe towards the evening where it's calm, and about 3 miles or so across. And have your friend try to mirror flash you. Have him hold the mirror so that it's lengthwise along the coast where the water meets the shore.
Oh, I get
And
what you're
then
saying,
just-
but like I'm confused.
Yeah.
How does this like I don't know, how's this supposed to affect my life? Why should I care at all?
Just imagine the implications. What if we're right about
There's
this?
no implications to my life. I don't deal with that shit on a
you
daily
don't think
basis.
so?
Yeah, like
Why,
what?
why are you even here then?
Because I'm curious
Wait,
to hear what you
wait,
guys
wait.
have to say. I'm
Well,
asking
then-
Wait, let
questions.
Ego,
Okay,
hear
that's
Ego out.
Then
You
hear
don't
him out.
convert
Then.
people by being aggressive.
Yeah, but then hear him out.
Yeah, I
Don't-
get it. What I'm asking is, what difference does it make, like whether I believe it or not?
Yeah. Well, think through the implications. I mean, how many major institutions and the people in them have built their entire careers on perpetuating this?
Why
know?
should I care? Is what I'm asking.
It will instantly discredit basically every organized institution around the whole world.
Yeah, I'm asking you why. That's not going to change my job and what I
Oh,
do every day. Why should I care? I'm asking that.
Let me answer this one for you. Personally,
Okay.
let me go for this just quickly, Ego. So personally, for me, the difference it made was I believed that I was spinning through an endless vacuum of space, that I'd evolved from swamp goo, and that we were pretty lucky to even exist. Now I've realized that the sky and everything around me is rotating around us, and that we are the center of this creation. Now, I'm not religious, but that to me was pretty heavy and made a very significant impact on my life.
I guess, okay. Well, I'm not that emotional of a person, so I don't really see the appeal.
How'd you like to not pay as much in taxes?
I mean, we're not going to convince everybody of this, so I don't see how that's going to work.
Well, we've undertaken the task, so
Well, I hope it. Well, we'll see what happens, I guess. I just don't understand everyday people. It just doesn't really make a difference to everyday people.
listen, I mean, how many people have faith in our system, right? And how many people around the world have faith in their system? So in the institutions that tax them. And then they discover that the institution that's been taxing them has been lying about the nature of Earth and our reality in a very, very big, profound way, such as what Roots pointed out. Everything from the moon landings, everything from outer space pictures, and everything that NASA's put forth. Astronomy departments, astrophysicists, all of these pinnacle achievements of science are now turned into circus shows.
So it was always like that. It was
Earth has always been flat.
No, I mean like the cabal of people controlling these things. I assume it's been like that since the beginning of humanity, I guess then.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, didn't you learn that Columbus sailed west in order to find a route that was shortest to the East Indies? And people were afraid because they thought he might sail off the edge of the earth.
I don't know. I don't read much into that shit, man.
Oh,
if you
wait,
say
are we
so,
at
I'll
the-
believe you.
Are we at the part where they're talking about the people who will arrest you at the edge of the earth?
No. But what this is a cosmology problem, and it digs deep into philosophy and also theology. So
Yeah,
that's kind of what Roots was getting at earlier. It really digs at the core of your identity.
Wait, a flat Earth digs at the core of your
Not-
identity.
not to
Yeah,
mention-
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't
Well,
understand
not to,
how
they're
that
hiding.
works.
They're hiding a creator. There is no way we would be here existing in this realm with gas pressure in what seems to be a contained system without a creator.
That sounds weird to me that you talk about a creator, because like my natural instincts tell me people in authority are lying to me, and like religion is like the first thing I figured out was bullshit. So like This creator
Well,
nonsense.
religion
just
has
stinks of
convinced,
religion.
but religion has convinced many people to no longer be religious. There are more atheism and nihilism is growing quicker than religion is. Religion is
Yeah.
losing followers.
And the Big Bang cosmology that includes this whole globe Earth idea, including evolution and everything else, was created to create distance between you and the notion of a creator that is active in your life and close to you.
That makes no sense.
Wasn't it a Jesuit priest who came up with this? Like,
wouldn't it be the opposite? Like, wouldn't they want to convince you that they do exist, and then also claim that like the only way to do good by them is by listening to their commands, and if you don't, they go to hell? Oh wait, this sounds like something. This sounds like ancient religion. That's exactly why they made it to begin with, to control people.
That's
So,
not
like,
ancient religion. That's just religion.
Oh yeah, that's just yeah, well, yeah, just religion. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's like it even doesn't make sense from that point, because like if they were trying to control us, it would make more sense to claim that they do know who the god is, not that like we don't have a fucking clue, which is basically the consensus.
So like this whole thing just links back to a god belief, I guess.
I mean,
no, it
is there a
doesn't.
One of the
god?
things that becomes quite apparent is this is a created realm.
So
It
yes,
really
it links back to a god belief, I guess.
Why?
All right.
Why?
Not a
Why?
belief. I mean, it links back to God being the ultimate first cause of all things.
Okay, so are you saying
God
God is
belief.
eternal? Okay, so God is eternal, right?
No, you have to hold on. It's
Oh.
not. We don't start with the premise that God exists. We start with the premise that the world is not as presented. It's not a curving, spinning ball. It doesn't have the radius of the 3,959 miles. It can't. So
How
what
so?
we're observing, because what we're observing is level water everywhere.
Have you ever
We're
heard
not.
of a mirage by chance? Do you know how refractions work?
We've been
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about it all evening. Yeah,
Okay,
we've been
so
talking about
like,
it all
where are
evening.
you?
So we understand that refraction is obviously an effect, but what you guys are claiming is that everything we're seeing in the distance is a perfectly refracted image of what we would expect to see. This is what we would expect to see on a flat Earth. So it's no evidence. Refraction is no evidence of a ball. We would expect refraction on a flat Earth to
Can I
present what
see
we
your
see.
simulation that you're using for this? Like, what sim software are you using to run these wild sims?
We use reality. Look,
I mean,
we don't benchmark reality to a model, like a simulation model. That's just
okay,
backwards, dude.
Okay, well, usually, right, like when you're trying to like model these things out to like prove that it could exist, that would be a starting point.
Oh no, that's not a scientifically testable model, is it?
I mean, we simulate things all the time, like a lot of
Yeah,
how we
called computer games.
or like fluid dynamic simulations to optimize jet
Right.
engines.
Well,
for example.
those things are based off of real world observations. So where's the actual observation and measurement of Earth curvature in the first instance to be able to model it?
That's my question about flat Earth. That's my question.
Right.
With
So
our
then,
globe Earth
what they
model,
say
wait,
is, well,
here's
Earth
my
looks so
question.
flat,
Here,
right?
can I
Because
ask the
of
question?
refraction.
With the globe Earth model, we have things like GPS, right? With the flat Earth model, what technologies are you guys going to offer?
Same technology. Do you understand how GPS works?
Yeah, it works on triangulation.
Triangulating what?
But your signal that you're sending to the satellite from your device that has a GPS
Right. Works
receiver
off of
slash
range
antenna?
timing equations. Works off of clocks. So it's a whole clock network.
Yeah, but what predictions can we see from this flat Earth model, and what type of technologies could it offer over a globe Earth model? Like, what's the benefit?
Oh, easy one is electromagnetic wave propagation. You know, they've been modeling electromagnetic propagation over flat Earth for 100 years.
So are you telling me that you can do something in a lab that only would be able to happen if Earth was flat that everyone else doesn't know about?
No, like for example, Marconi's 10,000 mile wireless transmission from the UK to Australia before they knew anything about an ionosphere.
Okay.
His answer was no. That just
None of this proves that Earth is flat, I guess is.
Oh, you think
modeled the
EM
whole style.
propagation curves?
That
I mean, you
Uh-huh.
think that you're out to lunch, you think that It's that.
Oh, I mean, you
that's
got any
true.
evidence that EM propagation curves? Fair question.
How would a satellite work on a flat Earth, right? So like they work on orbiting. So like how would that work?
Yeah, so here's
And,
my
like,
question.
Why
They,
do
they
we?
supposedly
Better
orbit, right?
question. Why do we see them keep coming out the side? Like why does it disappear in one direction and then keep coming like back around the other way just as
Well, maybe they're making a circuit. You know what we don't have and nobody has? Attitude data from satellite orbits. Like they've got low Earth orbiting satellites that have an orbital period of about 90 minutes, right?
I mean, I literally have that data. It's not hard to
That
get.
means it's doing a somersault every 90 minutes.
available
So that
information.
attitude data should be
you can
available from the
literally-
gimbal.
You could literally get an API key for NASA.
You can't get that data. That data doesn't exist. We've been looking for it.
Would you like me to show you API NASA data from a publicly free NASA API key?
Yeah, and specifically the attitude data.
Wait, let me get this straight. Everything else in the sky is round but us, right?
Yeah, that's also an interesting point. We see a lot of round. not all of flat.
That's a logical failure.
So that's because God made it that way, right?
Yeah,
we just
look at all
look
these
in
cars. I
every
must be a
direction.
car.
Yeah, we just look in every direction. Everything's round. Not a lot of.
Look at all these trees. I'm a tree.
Well, we see people like us though, not just trees. Dipshit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's insane. We don't see any other flat things going around in space. though.
I don't see any two-dimensional people walking around, bro.
I'm more intrigued by your claim that you've got satellite data that could show attitude information from the gimbal. So if you can do that, please post it.
There's a
I
global
wanna see the
conspiracy
3-degree
to convince
somersault every
people that
90 minutes.
the Earth is a globe. There's a whole global conspiracy, and these millions of people keep this conspiracy.
I don't care
between
about
each
that.
other.
I don't think it's a conspiracy anymore.
That's
I think
insane.
it's a delusion. I think people
Yeah.
are crazy. You know, is that harder to believe?
My God, you believe in a creator. I think that's delusional.
I think that's logical.
All right. See?
Where do you think order and structure arises from?
You see, the difference is people who do science build things that we use. People who do religion and spirituality do nothing.
Yeah, I'm not talking about religion and spirituality. I'm just
My
talking
God,
about a
you're
creator.
talking about a
First
creator.
mover.
Yeah.
My mover.
Religion and spirituality.
Absolutely free of any religious context whatsoever.
That's a cosmological argument. It's a classic Christian argument.
So what? It's also an Islamic argument and a Buddhist argument.
Right. It's a
and a Hindu
religious argument.
Yeah. So what?
I'm just saying that's not very scientific.
Well, it's not supposed to be. This is metaphysics.
All right. Well,
But
then that's why y'all
who
don't
was the
make
prime
anything.
mover?
This is why
That's
when
a
I
valid
asked,
scientific question, right?
I asked the
This is not a
question,
valid
what's the-
scientific question. Who was the first mover? What was the first movement?
see, this has no
the
use.
answer
It has
being
no
God gets
application.
you out of that infinite regression that you'd be stuck down into.
So, because it's convenient, it has to be true.
It's a rational choice. And look, there's no Big Bang. Earth measures
That's not
flat, we've been
rationality.
created, so
Wait, that's not
Yeah,
rationality.
that's
You
a
said
de-
it's
that's
the
called a
only thing.
deduction.
You said that it's the only thing that gets you out of that infinite regression. That doesn't mean it has to be true. That just means it makes you feel better.
What do you want to call a first mover then? You don't have to call it God. You could call it, a sock or spaghetti monster or whatever.
So I linked it in chat if you're interested in looking at it. The
Well,
data
let's
you're
take
looking
a look.
for. It's called Spice Toolkit by JPL Lab out of NASA. So, I mean, you can actually get this data. It's not hard.
It's not at all what I asked for. I said attitude data. I'm aware of the coordinate reference frame transformations that take place between satellites and between satellite and ground links.
So it tells you about spacecraft, like position, all the other parameters. Like, you
Yeah,
can get
the rotational data.
Yeah, you could get
So
that
there's
from
no
Spice.
rotational vector in the ECI frame. Did you know that?
I sent you the toolkit to get the data.
All right,
if you
I'm trying to
want.
educate you on this because I know a lot
I'm
about it.
trying to educate you on it because like you're not that good at math. So
No, show me the rotational vector in any of the
Can I
reference
can I
frames.
ask you a simple question, like a pre-cal question? What's the derivative of 10x squared? I want to see if you know basic math, Deep. So do you know the derivative? of
20x, what's your point, dumbass? Hey, what's your point? 20x is the derivative. Hey, buddy, hey, stop gish galloping. We're not like the Gish Gallop Express here. 20x is what you're asking for, and why doesn't nobody gives a crap what the derivative is? And no, stop. Just stop.
Why would I,
yeah,
why
just
would I
stop,
pay
man.
someone bad
Hey,
at math?
just stop.
Okay, so I'm talking to
Focus on
someone who
one
doesn't
point
know.
and go deep on it. You've been asked to
I
provide the
literally
attitude
linked
data
it,
for
dipshit.
satellites.
I linked
So
it,
do
dipshit.
specifically that.
I literally linked you at dipshit. You're stupid.
No, you did not. You put a link to register for an API key. You've been asked to
And I
provide the
literally
data.
gave you the exact name of the toolkit to get the data. Like,
We don't care about a toolkit. You've been asked to do something specific. Do that one
I did.
specific
Yeah,
thing and
I
do it
did.
now.
And it was easy to get.
Yeah, and I did.
Now
and
maybe you want to
I'm
concede
actually
that
gonna prove
and
it. I literally linked you the exact toolkit to use to get it. Not only the API, but exactly which toolkit within the API. But okay.
all right, then go get it. Show me the attitude data. Like I said,
I literally just linked to
this
it.
is your claim. I'm not doing your homework for you. Like if you can't get it, then why should
Sure.
I?
I literally made a random number generator that uses NASA API data. Let me pull it up for you.
Crying out loud, dude. Asking me to do derivative 10x squared. Give me a break. That doesn't prove anything either.
You literally don't know.
I'm not gonna
math,
like
bro.
answer your math questions and
You don't
problems.
know
so-
basic math, so like I don't know why.
What do you mean you? You have
literally
nothing to go
couldn't
on to
add-
say
you
that.
couldn't, you couldn't like okay. If I have a six-sided die, bro, right? A six-sided die.
Yeah, screw off. You can ask me probability questions next. We're talking about satellite rotation vectors, which, as I was explaining, does not exist in the ECI frame. As soon as I started mentioning that, you went into freaking panic mode and asking me math questions. There's no rotational vector in either ECI or ECEF reference frame, which we have an abundance of data for. Now, before you get to the ECI frame, there's local vertical, local horizontal, the reference frame that is local to the satellite for attitude position control. Sometimes we can get that data, but that also doesn't have a rotational vector because it assumes the satellite's always pointing down. So it's been simplified into Cartesian space. So what we're looking for is evidence that the somersaulting spacecraft is doing this over the course of an orbit every 90 minutes for low Earth orbit satellites. And nobody's been able to present any of that. And of course he left.
Of course, that's what the Gish Galloper does. As soon as they can't Gish Gallop anymore, now it's time to skedaddle.
I thought you guys kicked him.
No, he left.
No, he left, dude.
I don't really. I'm not into like all that math and shit and all that stuff. I feel like if what you're saying makes sense, it should be able to make sense to anybody. You don't have to have a math degree just to prove that what you're saying is true.
Besides, you're going to be using integral functions too if you're talking about these coordinate reference transformations.
So how come like what do you guys do like experiments and do papers and shit, or like is it just like an internet thing?
We've got a community that's full of experts in different fields. So
I mean, do you have like publications for like scientific papers?
well, I mean, we are challenging the peer reviewers. So it's
So
not
do you
like we
have
can
your
go
own
launch an
system?
article for peer review when we're basically calling them out.
Yeah. So what's your system?
System? Like, no, we don't have a system.
So you just everybody
What
does
we have,
their own thing.
what we have are I guess thought pieces, and we also have a lot of media that we put out with data. You know, this isn't a community that just takes pictures and say, "See, hey, that kind of looks flat." We've got field engineers that go out with sophisticated equipment. A lot of it they had to build themselves, doing tests with lasers that cost $20,000-$30,000 a piece.
So what do you do with all this
taking
data
them all
that
over
you
the world.
collect?
What?
What do you do with all this data you collect? Like usually, like people collect data and then they write a paper on it to explain what their findings are, or what their, whatever they found in it. Where do you guys usually publish that stuff?
There's groups
A
like
lot of it's on our home
FE4.
server 24/7 Flat Earth. You can go there at discord.gg/Flat Earth and check out our content. We got terabytes of stuff.
The issue with going mainstream with this is that it's already gone mainstream, and the problem is that the mainstream science doesn't accept it, right? And it's kind of like It's the same thing with like the media now and like information on public forums. It's heavily censored. It's for whatever reason. I mean, for some reason, flat Earth is very threatening to mainstream science, and so they censor it wherever they can. That should already raise a red flag. Like, why would they don't censor anything else? They don't censor like aliens. They don't censor,
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like a lot of groups that, the quote unquote powers that be don't want to have a voice. They try to censor them, but they still get their word out. Like,
Oh, for
deaf
sure.
people still got their word out about civil rights and shit. Like, people still get their word out somehow. And in the age of the internet, there's no way to keep it from getting out. So that's why I'm asking, like, where do you guys like publish your shit? Because like, it's the internet. You could put your stuff anywhere.
There's a lot of people that publish stuff on YouTube, for example, right? But as you can tell, it's shadow banned. It's even flagged, right, for the content that it is. I mean, it's crazy because like.
Well, I've seen some stuff on YouTube, but it's not very. I wouldn't say that stuff is convincing.
That's fine. I'm just saying, if you talk about flat Earth at all on YouTube, you'll get flagged. In a sense that they'll put a blue. Remember what happened not too long ago, right? Like, you've seen the blue posts that they put underneath YouTube videos, right? The blue warning posts, the wiki ones.
I'm not sure. My YouTube does not look like regular YouTube. I have like extensions running. I don't know what regular YouTube looks like, and I haven't for like a decade.
That's fine.
Like my YouTube does not have suggestions, recommendations, or any of that stuff. It's just subscriptions.
I mean, there's a lot of observations that people do, right? And they post them, and we're able to look at it, and it goes against the mainstream science where they give us like measurements of the Earth, and so because they give us the measurement of the Earth, they give us a radius calculation, right, where we can measure drop over distance, and so people go out there, right, and they do measurements like long distance measurements, and it doesn't add up, right? Like, we see too far, and so I think that's one of the main.
My confusion about the whole thing is, why don't you just get your nerds to battle their nerds and just data? Like, it seems like a simple solution. It's
kinda
just
like
data, right? The
so
data will always tell the truth.
So
Just
think
get
of
your
it-
nerds, compile your data, and get their nerds to compile their data, and see which one backs up to reality most. It's not that hard.
Yeah, but when the other nerds, right, they control all the information, right? They control who gets to have all the funding, right? Who gets to, do anything. I mean, if you're labeled a flat earther, right? Like publicly, like that's basically the end of your career if you're a scientist. Okay? I mean, you it's not even fair. It's I wouldn't even call it like two nerd groups fighting each other. It's more like a freaking giant fighting a fucking, like, it's not as free as you think it is, dude. Like, it's very heavily like controlled, man. Like, mainstream science doesn't allow new ideas very, like, at all. That's why they still believe in like archaic shit for hundreds of years.
You're telling me science is the one that believes in archaic shit? I find that hard to believe. Because, like, as I recall, like, not even like a decade ago, people were up in arms about stem cell research, and that wasn't scientists being up in arms about it.
Well, I'll give you an example. Let me just interject here, Kel. I appreciate
go right
it.
ahead, man.
Up until, not too many years ago, scientists said that PFOAs and, were absolutely safe. They said that, oh, no, there's nothing that can come wrong with it. You're a whack job if you think that there's something bad about your Teflon coating on cookware. And the science community spent hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars to fight lawsuits from a couple of West Virginia towns where people were, had birth defects and everything else, and they fought hard. They fought. They did everything they could to get people fired. They did everything they could to have this town harassed and stalked. And this is what scientists did. All
Is that the same thing they did with cigarettes?
It took
all
over
because
15
some
years.
people said PFOAs.
Wait,
caused
let me
birth
get this
defects.
straight. What was
We're
the
not good.
motivation for them to do that?
The billions of dollars from the product.
That
Come
sounds
on.
like corporations to me.
No, that's not corporations. That was the scientists.
So you're telling me I'm
Everywhere
supposed
from
to
the
trust the
universities.
almighty corporation, that
And
they
you
have my
do.
best interest
Yeah.
at heart, that the CEOs
and
are
you
looking
do.
out for me?
And when you trust
So the CEOs
science,
were like, these damn scientists, I can't keep these damn scientists. I'm not
100%.
So
Those
I'm
are the
supposed to
people
trust
who fund them.
corporations?
Hey, okay, stop. Full stop. Those are the people who fund your scientists. And if your scientists question that, they get fired. They get
So what? The
harassed.
government funds science. I don't like the government either.
Doesn't matter whether you do. The key is this is what the science community did. The science community propped this up with data because
The
they didn't
CEOs
have
were
a
innocent.
backbone. Okay, because they didn't have a backbone to stand up and say, no, we're not going to do this. We will be your hired gun. Because we don't want you. Yeah.
You're
See, here
confusing
you
me right
go.
now
See,
because
you're
I'm
not listening, are
paranoid
you?
and I don't trust the scientists. I don't trust the people who are paying them, which are the corporations, which
So, but you're right here
testified
telling
before
me-
Congress that they actually
So-
lied about cigarettes. Like, they're gonna do this shit. I believe that they do this shit. They're going
Okay,
to
so
do it
then,
again.
Then what's your?
So why should I
then
believe it's
why
just
are you
one group of
defending-
people?
So why
I believe
are
it's
you
all of
defending
them.
the sci-
You're
okay,
saying
why
it's
are
just
you-
the scientists. I'm
so
like,
why are you? Okay,
bro, there's
why are you
other shit in
defending
there.
the scientists? Well, it doesn't matter who else is there. We're talking about scientists. We're not talking about CEOs, accountants, lawyers, anything else. We're talking about the scientists,
Right.
the hired
I
guns.
don't see the thing
Now,
is
why,
a company
why do
does
you trust
something.
them? So you say you don't
Who
trust
am I
them, but now
trusting, my
okay.
guy?
So you say that you trust the scientists now. When
No,
it
no,
comes
no,
to
no, no.
okay,
You're getting me.
okay,
You're
yes,
getting it
yes,
all
yes,
twisted.
Yes, yes.
You're
No,
getting
you
all,
say
I'm
you trust them.
confused.
Okay.
I'm
Let's
confused
try
as
this
to
again.
why.
Oh, Blackthorn,
Because
hold
you're
on,
not
bro.
listening, are you?
Let
Hey,
Jay
you're not listening.
finish real quick.
He's been
Let Jay
monologuing
finish
for
real
like
quick.
3 minutes.
Okay,
No, you've
doesn't
been
matter.
talking this whole time. So
Okay.
sit down real quick, man.
So let's
This
try
isn't at
this
all
again.
convincing.
You're telling us that we need to trust the scientists and others when it comes to talking about cosmology. And you're saying
I
that
never
that's
said that.
absolute. Yeah, absolutely, you did.
Never
you said
once
it
said
multiple
that.
times. Yes, you did.
When did I say that?
the whole time we've been talking about this, because you've talked about why not let our nerds battle it out with their nerds, et cetera, and you're telling us that we need to trust them and when it comes to
When did I say
cosmology.
to trust who? I just said use
Yes.
the data that you have against their data. When did I ever say
and-
trust anybody?
Okay, and you're not using their data, you're using what they are releasing. You're not using their
Yeah,
data.
wouldn't your data back up reality?
Okay, that's not what I'm telling you here. What I'm telling you here is their scientists control what they release. They and they will get funding terminated, whatever it takes, of the people who oppose the orthodox view of this. Just like they did with the people with PFOAs, and like you rightly pointed out, I applaud you there. You rightly point out that they lied about the.
You're
how bad
missing my
tobacco
point. The
is.
same way they lied about cancer. If we got real people to test it, we could have seen that the cigarettes were causing cancer. So I'm
And
saying
we
you guys
have
say
real
you have
people
data.
testing it.
You have the real data, right? You guys have the correct data. We
You
should
need to
use
go
your
over-
shit.
Okay.
You don't
again,
think
let's-
you don't
okay,
really
so you
think
keep
there
talking
were
here.
you
Yeah,
don't
you
really
keep
think
talking
there
here.
were people who knew
Yeah, you keep
that
talking
tobacco
here.
was bad, right?
They did,
But
obviously.
yeah, but they obviously censored it, right? They obviously didn't allow that information to be released until until after they made
The
all their
mounting
money.
evidence of people going to doctors and cancer rates rising.
Well, yeah, eventually, yeah, they had to admit it, right? It's how it works, right? Eventually.
Yeah, when something is true, it just becomes obvious over time.
But they did suppress
Because reality
it for
reflects.
a very long time. Yeah.
Right, reality reflects, the data. And if you have data showing that it's one way, your data should always, come out on top. So I'm saying just compare the data. What's the problem?
Because when you go to compare the data, and you even compare their data, they will do what they can to silence you, crush you, harass you, get you fired from your job. That's what they do when you do this. There's been people who've talked about several of the studies of the quote unquote mainstream cosmology professors and scientists. They have. And the retribution was swift and hard. So that's what you're not understanding here is they work very hard to silence the opposition. They work very, very hard for that. So this is another one of those topics for some reason. Don't ask me why. It's like the cancer. It's like the tobacco. It's like the PFOAs. It's like we could go down this list. Thalidomide. Even when we start off talking about the Eli Lilly and the things that their scientists did, it's just beyond belief. And you're correct. The CEOs are just as guilty as the scientists. But the point is, if you do this, they do their best to discredit you, have your YouTube channels suppressed, and even Mark Zuckerberg's now admitting that they bow to the pressure of the federal government.
Just a global conspiracy to keep it a secret.
Don't know that it's a global. Well, I mean, anything's really a global conspiracy. Any kind of agreement that you have between multiple parties is a conspiracy, and that's how nearly every kind of charge will in law will get some kind of conspiracy if more than one person was involved. So that is how it works. I mean,
millions of people are involved in this. I'm just
millions of people. Who said anything about millions of people?
Well, how do you make a global conspiracy without millions?
You're the one who said global conspiracy. I didn't say global conspiracy.
So there's people around the world that know the truth then, I guess? Like populations in countries that don't go by that?
Don't know and don't care, frankly.
Well, there has to be countries and places where, they actually let their people do the right measurements and shit.
Well, like for India, for example, they don't go by the heliocentric evolution theory, right? They don't believe in that, right?
What does heliocentrism have to do with evolution?
Well, it all comes together, right? It's all like the same bullshit.
I don't get how it comes together.
Well, they
My mind doesn't just make random connections like that.
Well, they don't like teach evolution, right? And yet everywhere else they do teach evolution, right?
Not in my school.
Mainstream education. No, they didn't teach evolution.
I guess in university when you got to do like later biology courses.
No, I mean none. Like they don't teach that anywhere. They don't teach it in any university. They don't teach it in.
I mean, I didn't get that shit in high school.
What are you talking about? Everyone gets.
I went to Catholic high school. Well, I didn't go to school in America. We had so much other shit to do in biology, didn't even get to that.
Yeah, evolution's crazy. But yeah, no, I mean they're like Flat Earth has been around for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Like they were teaching Flat Earth until like the early 19 or even probably mid 1900s.
Obviously, it's been around for a long time. People didn't know a lot of shit. They thought lightning was magic.
You're telling me that in the 1900s in America, like they're teaching Flat Earth, and then when the Rockefellers took over, right? The education system, right? They completely banned Flat Earth.
I mean, maybe they realized it was wrong.
Maybe, or maybe it was something else.
I guess. So, like, how do we do like rockets and shit? We can't do that shit with a flat Earth, or can we?
Rockets?
Yeah. Like,
You think space? You think we go to space?
So you can't go to space in your model.
Well, think about it, right? Are you breathing gas pressure right now?
Pressurized gas, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
There's none of that in space.
What do you need to have a pressurized system?
An atmosphere, I guess. I don't know. A planet?
You need a container, right?
On Earth.
Okay.
Because it all escapes out into the atmosphere.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, exactly.
And if you're in space, you need a container too, because it would all escape out
Okay.
into the void or whatever.
So what holds the atmosphere on Earth and doesn't allow it to escape into space?
I assume the weight of it all?
Oh, really? The weight of what?
The gases?
Okay. How strong do you think the vacuum of space is?
What do you mean, how strong do I think
I'm
it
just,
is?
I'm just curious. Like, how strong would you think the vacuum of space is? It's probably insanely powerful.
Well, I
right?
would assume it's not strong enough to pull the gases off of Earth because they're too heavy, right?
So
otherwise, they would have gotten pulled off.
So let me ask you.
That's just common sense.
I can, with my mouth, right, at the closest point on Earth, which is where gravity supposedly is the strongest, right?
Then that's not true.
I can breathe in, right?
Would it be strongest in the center of the Earth?
Yeah, that's fine. I can breathe in, right? I can breathe in.
You know,
with
can I answer my
with my.
question?
Well, wait, yeah, well.
It's not the strongest at the surface. It's the strongest the deeper you go.
Where the gases are, or the gases start at the surface, right? And so we'll say the surface is the strongest because it's the closest to the ground. Okay, can you at least agree on that?
I guess.
Okay, good. So let me ask you something. So my lungs, my weak lungs, I can breathe in the air, and I can move it around, and I can breathe it out, and that's my vacuum. My weak lungs can do that. And you're telling me that space, that somehow gravity can hold the oxygen, like the atmosphere, from the vacuum of space?
Oh, so you're asserting that gravity isn't real?
No, the effect of gravity is observed. But the cause is not what it is. What they tell us it is.
It's magic?
I don't know. I mean, you can manipulate you can manipulate objects.
So
right?
what's it caused by?
With
Like you have to.
electrostatics.
It has to be caused by something. So what's it caused by?
Well, there's a downward force. There's a downward energy, right? That's measurable, right? You can manipulate things with electrostatics. Okay, everything has electricity, right? You, me, a rock, everything has electricity. Right?
Yeah, but this gravity you're saying, it's saying it's not strong enough to hold the gas of the planet. So you're saying the calculations are off. So what would be the correct?
What I'm saying is that there is no space, and
There
that
is no space.
we're in a contained environment that's allowing us
Oh,
to have gas pressure.
okay.
You understand? Like
Okay.
like a dome, right?
So, why didn't you just say we're in like a what do you call
firmament.
those things that you put turtles in?
A fish tank.
Yeah, like one of those. We're in one of those, but it's like round.
No, you're talking about a globe. Or
No, but not. No, it's
one of those
it's
little
like a
globe
plate. It's round like a plate, my guy. Is what I'm saying. But it's like a fish tank type of thing where it's like transparent on top, where you can see through and stuff. So like, what are all the stars
Could
and
be
shit?
any
then?
shape.
Oh, don't go into.
Could be any shape. Could
Yeah,
be
it
any
could be
shape,
any
right?
shape,
Nobody's
yeah.
playing.
So what are the stars then?
Who knows?
What do you mean? We gotta know. Like we've been
Why do
looking
we-
at that shit
why-
for a long time.
I mean, why do we have to know? I mean,
Do
I
we
have
have
my
theories.
I have speculate. I can speculate what they
Yeah,
are.
okay. I want to hear the speculation.
Yeah. I think they're probably deities or something, or something along those lines.
Deities.
Yeah.
So it's a poly.
I mean, they're all
polytheistic pantheon?
they're all named after like gods.
Oh yeah, but that was by like the dum
What,
dums
by
back in
atheists? By atheists?
the dum dums back in the day. Didn't they believe
No.
in like Zeus and shit?
No. Even most recent ones are named after gods. I mean, like, how weird is that, right? Like, a bunch of atheists are naming everything in the sky after gods from
I mean,
mythology.
That's not even weird to me because like in anime,
No?
you'll see those Japanese people name stuff after English shit that doesn't even make sense, bro. Sometimes they just like how it sounds.
Imagination, yeah.
Yeah, it's like some of those names sound cool, my guy. So the stars are like deities. Does anybody else have any other speculations? Because like that one, that seems strange to me. Could they just be like other worlds? I guess.
Not if the whole idea of space doesn't work, then it's like it's not like we can go there anyways.
Not like worlds we can go to. I'm not saying we can traverse to them. I'm just saying they could exist the same way they could be deities, as you said.
Could it possibly be anything? Like maybe another Earth that's encased. I don't know, or whatever. I don't know. It could be.
So there's no way to find out.
No, we can't leave. We can't leave this place, so it doesn't
Goddamn.
matter.
That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, when you zoom into when you put the moon into focus, right? And it's funny because you can put the moon into focus with a telescope, and then all the other planets are also in focus. Isn't that kind of weird?
I don't know. I don't have a telescope.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like almost like if they're all around the same distance. You know?
I don't know. I haven't seen. I can't say, my guy. I don't just like trust people.
You can just take my word for it if you want or not. I don't care.
I don't trust nobody. Yeah. You don't grow up where I grew up by trusting people.
Oh no!
People
I
try to sell you
tell
anything.
everyone that comes in here, don't believe anything I say. Right? Do your own research. If you really care, and you want to do research, sure, man, go right ahead and do it. I don't gotta convince anybody.
Nah, I just feel like, honestly, if it comes down to, I don't know, man. Space documentaries are cool, and y'all ain't got none of that.
No, we don't.
Y'all got like 480p videos and shit.
Check it out, bro.
Like I'm not into that. I can't sit back on my 4K TV and watch that shit.
No, I understand, bro. It's not that it's not cool, bro. It's so cool. The story, it's amazing if it was true, because we used to believe in that too, my friend. Right? We used to be in, in the same shoe as you, right? We believed all of that stuff till we came across this information, and we thought it was stupid, right? But look, what
Cal actually convinced you guys? I'm curious about that.
No, but
the lack of curvature.
Why I'm trying to go to it. We got a playlist for you. If you want to check it out, we'll send it to you. If you don't want to, then we're not going to send it to you. So, because there's so many things, bro. There's so many things to unlearn. There's so many things to relearn. First is the lack of curvature, just like Cal said, right? Nobody ever detect the Earth in motion beside earthquake, right? And Cal also mentioned that they claim outer space is a vacuum, right? Almost a perfect vacuum. So you can't have an open system next to a vacuum or space without containment, and that's our arguments right there. But if you're interested, we'll send you a whole playlist, and we also have a home-based server full of information over there. But if you want to start off with, we can send you the playlist if you want to.
Let me ask him a question. Hey, if I were to give you an experiment, right, and I told you, hey, I want you to replicate gas pressure, right? Okay. How would you do it?
Get a container.
You would need a container, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, dude.
I mean, I've heard all of these things before. It's not like none of this is like new to me. I'm interested more in I don't know. What, you guys seem knowledgeable and informed, and it seems like you're passionate and stuff. I don't get it. It's not connected.
Let me ask you a question. How fast is the Earth spinning?
Bro, I don't know, man. I'm just a normal person.
Trillions of miles an hour. Trillions and trillions of miles an hour.
I don't think it's trillions. I'm pretty sure I could Google it right now and see it's not trillions. I'm not that smart, but I'm pretty sure that's.
So think about this, right? I'll tell you because I know all this shit. The Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles an hour. Okay. Then it's circling around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles an hour. Okay, and it's chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour. So we have three different directions here, right? The Earth is spinning on its axis, and then it's spinning around the sun, and then it's also chasing the sun because remember, the sun is flying through the solar system at 500,000 miles an hour, right? So the fucking Earth has to keep up, right? So it's chasing after the sun at that speed. So we're doing all these three different fucking movements, right? And yet you can see images of like large bodies of water, like lakes, right, with perfect reflections of mountains that aren't being like there's no like it's insane. Like how is that even possible?
You only wait. First of all, you only feel acceleration. You don't feel speed.
Oh yeah. What do you think the Earth is doing when it's going around the sun? Do you think it's have you ever tried to go around in a car, like a race car going around in a circle all the time, spinning? Like you're constantly accelerating and deaccelerating.
Yeah, it depends on the size of the circle, though. If the circle you're making around the point is really large and you're doing a really slight turn, you won't feel that much.
Sure, but
it depends on the size of the circle. I don't know how big the orbit is in relative size to the Earth. I don't know anything about that shit, but I know if I'm driving a car around a circle, if I take a wide circle, it's way easier. You don't feel that tugging.
But the thing is, you have three different movements, and I'm not even and you know what? I'm not accounting for the wobbles because the Earth is also wobbling. Okay, so I'm not accounting for the wobble. I'm only accounting for the three particular different movements that it's doing. Right? It's spinning on its own. It's spinning around the sun, and then it's chasing the sun. So it's got three different movements. So for you to replicate that, you'd have to be in a car going on a really wide circle, but then the car is also spinning around, right? And it's also going a different direction, a third direction, like up or something. I don't know.
I mean, but if you look at your
there's
car's
so many motion going on, bro. There's so
if you
many
look at your
motion
car's
going
suspension whenever you're driving, it is wobbling. It's just that it depends. It's relative, right? Your car's suspension doesn't just feel like it's wobbling constantly. You're not gonna feel that when you're driving.
Well, obviously, but if you take if you take off the roof, right? If you have no roof, then what's gonna happen?
Yeah, stay on the top of the car. See how see how it goes. Right. Stay on the top of the car.
Remember,
if you're not inside the Earth, man, if you're on the top of the Earth,
you're not on the top.
Even
of
in
the
the best car, the best of the best car, right?
You're under the atmosphere.
Every time whatever
There's an
speed
entire
does not matter,
atmosphere
you
pushing
will
down
feel
on you.
Really? So which way does air travel?
What do you mean? Which way does air travel?
Like which way does it travel? Like does it travel down?
It depends on the container it's in.
There you got container.
The container
Hey, at
is
least you
here.
agree on the container part.
Air goes wherever the hell it wants. Air goes left, right, up, down. It goes wherever.
Yeah,
dude.
but all barriers don't have to be solid barriers, right?
Oh yeah, how are you?
You can get different types of water to separate. Like all barriers don't have to be solid barriers.
I don't get what you're saying.
Can you not get different types of water with different things dissolved in them to separate? Like in a jar when you mix them in a container?
Oh, you're talking about buoyancy, density, and buoyancy?
No, not density and buoyancy. Well, yeah, whatever it is, but like I assume air works the same because they're all fluids. It depends on the layers. Like I don't see. You have an entire atmosphere pushing down on you. Why would you fly off? I don't get that. There's so much friction. Like if I just put my hand out the car while the car's going, my hand gets whipped back. And that's just from a car going like a measly 50 kilometers per hour. Like air is thick.
Your point?
Air is thick and it's heavy. Like I don't understand this logic of you would fly off and it's wobbly and all this stuff.
No. So if you believe that the Earth's doing all this stuff, spinning, wobbling, tilting, chasing the sun, doing this elliptical orbit.
Hold on. Let clarify what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I believe that's what the evidence shows. Right? If you have evidence to show otherwise, I would love to see it.
Which evidence is that? No, which evidence is that?
You
When
gonna
was the
make me
last
turn
time
into
you feel-
astrophysics
No.
right now? You want me to be
When was the
astrophysicist, my
last
guy?
time you feel the Earth in motion beside earthquake?
See, this is why my whole thing was get your science guys to compete with their science guys, but you guys are saying there's a whole global conspiracy and it won't work because of that.
No. Look.
So, like,
This
there's no way
this
for
is
you
the
to
reason
win.
why
You're just
we don't need to worry about hey, let's believe this person that believe. Let's take a look at the information. Let's
This seems
take
like
a
a
look at the
self-defeating
evidence.
position, though.
Bro,
Like no
what
way
do
to
you- what do
win.
you
There's
mean?
no way for you to win.
It's not a It's
You're
not a
the one
global
with the claim.
conspiracy. Okay.
How do
the
you
one with
guys
the claim.
win
So,
though?
if
No,
you
I'm
claim
not.
that the Earth-
No. I'm saying, how do you
hold on.
win though? How do you convince people of this? This seems like it can't work.
We don't have to convince anybody. We're not here to
Exactly.
convince anybody.
Remember, I offer you
I thought
the
this was a
information.
debate
If you want
server,
to
my
check it
bad.
out or not, you haven't responded to me yet. Yeah,
No,
you better
do-
run.
don't
because
you know
have
that-
no he's gone. He has no evidence because I will ask him if you believe that the Earth doing all this motion going on, right? Then you still gonna have to prove that the Earth in motion, which is they can't do it because we feel motionless beside earthquake. That's it. Simple as that.
Hey, Kimbo. I was just getting ready to ask you if you thought we should give this guy an invitation over to hang out with our friends and pals.
Which one? Earth Awakening?
Where else is there?
24/7.
No, Earth Awakenings. Where else is there for somebody like our friend?
Yeah, they entertain that idea.
Yeah, I'm a lightweight, and honestly, I don't want to debate about this stuff because a lot of these people are just trolls. So, no, if he wants to listen, I'll talk. But no,
you good, bro.
and that is so rude too. Like, I mean, I could understand if you're just listening, right, and like you need to leave, and you just leave, right. But if you're like engaged in a conversation, right, and then you just fucking leave, that's like so fucking rude.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna ask him for, the evidence of the Earth in motion, right? It was coming. He knew it was coming, right? If he believed, that's what he believed. And the same thing. Right? I said, hey, are you interested in information? We have the information. Would you like to check it out? Yeah, exactly.
He's here just to stir up hate and discontent. Like, for instance, he was talking about a global conspiracy, and but yet he thinks that there was a global conspiracy about the negative health consequences of smoking tobacco and PFOAs and other things. He recognized that was a global conspiracy, and then, oh, wait a minute here. Nope, this could possibly not be. Could possibly be nothing else. I'm sorry, it could be absolutely anything else, but it just can't be a global conspiracy. Like, if it was or not, I have no idea. But having said that, it's just funny how. So, like our friend Kel there, you just said, sir, they're just trolling. People like that we need to send over to Earth Awakenings, and they love the trolls over there.
Yeah, Earth Awakening.
Yeah,
is a funny one.
I was there yesterday, and a flat Earth guy was in there arguing with a Globie for 45 minutes, kind of browbeating this Globie into believing that light is measured in Kelvin.
They didn't get nowhere.
He literally
right? 45 minutes.
Yeah, because obviously light is not measured in Kelvin. It's used as a marketing gimmick on a box but it's not actually measured in Kelvin. There's no way in hell you could have a 3,500 Kelvin light bulb in your house. But this flat Earth guy there over at Earth Awakenings, he actually believed that. You know,
really?
that's why I like to send Globies over there is because they'll be matched to their level over there. There's some really good people there, no doubt about it. I've had a lot of good conversations over there, but let me tell you what, something like 3 out of 4 visits for me over there ends up being with somebody talking about light being measured in Kelvin and all sorts of other ridiculous nonsense.
Right.
And they entertain that. They'll entertain that for hours. I mean, that guy went for nearly 45 minutes.
So they were talking about like maybe they were practicing refraction. You know.
Yeah, guess what the Earth is? A fucking sphere, buddy. Get wrecked.
Yeah, go for it, bro. Why you sound like you're crying?
Oh, he already left.
Please don't take my imagination away from me. Yeah, I heard it, but I still want to freaking respond.
Yeah, I know.
Like, why would they? Like, I don't get it. Like, look, like I say this like a million times, right? In here, right? Look, if you want to believe in your spinning ball, go for it. Why are you so mad? Why are you coming here spiral, right? Like, which one of us are taking away your imagination? None of us will take away from your imagination because that's belong to you.
You're waffling now. Come on.
Yeah, and
sorry, bro?
like
Who's that? Who's that? Say what? Somebody what? I'm waffling.
Waffling.
Okay, and you're gonna do something about it?
I just wanted to point it out to you.
Oh, you just want to point out? Yeah. So you just came in, right?
I came in and you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, you don't care if people believe in a spinning ball. That's on them. Like, you don't give a fuck. We understand that point. That you don't care that others may believe that the Earth is round.
Okay, and your point?
I'm saying that when you repeatedly say something, it just becomes waffle.
Listen, my friend. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here.
I didn't.
Remember, this is how we see, my friend, right? And I just start talking. Listen, I don't need your permission to tell me what it is in here. Period, bro. You don't like it, you can just leave. You're welcome to leave anytime you want.
I didn't say I disliked. I just said you were waffling.
Yeah, and I don't care about your opinion. Period. I don't care.
Yeah, but you just came in and you don't know any of like what we were previously talking about.
And you start running your fucking mouth, right? So anyhow, no, let's talk about the Earth itself. So, do you have any proof for your spinning ball globe? Do you believe in the globe, or am I wrong about that part?
What?
Bro, you don't even have to ask him.
Wait, what?
He's obviously a glober.
Bro, are you fucking slow or something, bro? Do you understand what I just said?
No,
because everybody in here understood, right? Do you understand what I just said?
No, I don't.
You gotta speak slower, Kimbo.
Yeah, speak up a little bit too, bro, because you sound like you're mumbling. You know, one of those idiot that always mumble. Right? Speak up a little bit, mate. Maybe we can understand you a little bit better.
Hey, don't talk
Stop
to him
mumbling
down like that.
Yeah, shut up. Hey, Soshi, shut up. You do not allowed to talk in here. You came in here so many freaking times. You don't allowed to talk in here. Just go. Right?
I love you.
But I want to hear.
So
forgive you.
remember this. Remember this. You will be treated the same way how you treat us. You come in here, right? You didn't hear anything. You don't understand anything. You come in here talk about, oh, you waffling over there. What am I waffling about?
Oh, so
I was speaking to the people in here, right? Talking about, look, if you want to believe in the spinning ball, nobody gonna take that imagination away from you. Why are you so mad, right? So now what? You a victim now because now I'm talking to you the way you talk to me?
Well, I'm not a victim. I was just pointing out that you're
I was
waffling.
just saying that's rude.
No, speak up a little bit. I can't understand you, dude. Speak up.
Okay.
Stop mumbling.
He's a victim of your rudeness.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, so now you're the victim, but every time you come in here, you're demanding stuff all the time, Soshi, right? And the reason why you are still here because we allow you, right?
Thank you.
Because we allow you. Because every time you come in here, you're demanding stuff all the time. Like we owe you some type of explanation.
You have a podcast.
I love
no,
you.
we don't,
I'm
right
sorry.
here, we on
I
YouTube.
don't want to be mad at you. I want you to be mad at me.
Because like
yeah, we on YouTube.
Like
so. Anyhow, let's scratch everything, right? Let's talk about. What do you believe? Do you believe in a spinning ball in the outer space?
Okay,
do you have any evidence?
My belief is I entered the chat and you just said the same thing 7 times, which I call waffle.
No, bro, I just spoke. That was the first time I trying to speak up, dude. That's the first time I trying to speak up.
Tangent.
Yeah, he was muted for a while, and then he just started talking, and then you came in, and then you're like, he's waffling. Like what?
How about this? You know, we have the YouTube bot over here for a reason, right? What if I go back to the Utah because it's being recorded, right? I'll bring it back in here, right?
I don't live in Utah.
And to let you listen to it, because according to you, I said this about 5-6 times, right? Over and over again. Is that what you said?
And you said it again when you were talking to this other person.
No. I'm asking you. Did you say I stated 5 or 6 times? Did you say that? That's what you heard.
At least twice.
Oh, twice. Oh, yeah, sure, yeah.
At minimum.
Yeah. At minimum. Okay. What if I only say it one time? What would happen?
Well, that's bullshit because you just said it again to that Shoshi person.
No. But what if I say one time? What if I say 2 times, right? Because if I understand you correctly, you said that I waffling. So what does the word waffling mean to you, right? It's
Like,
the person
imagine-
talk nonstop, right?
No.
Is that
Imagine a waffle, right? A waffle has a lot of lines in it. These lines are exactly the same. They're perpendicular. So you have these waffles, and it's just the same line over and over and over again. That's what you're doing.
what part did I say over and over again? Tell
But
me. What
people
part
can
did I say
believe
over?
in the spinning globe if they want. I don't know. I don't give a fuck if they care about the spinning globe. You said this multiple times.
And what is your point? What is your point?
It's jarring.
What if I say more than 2 times? What is your point?
Well, we understand your point on the first time you say it.
Okay. And I didn't, I wasn't finished. So I continue what I was saying. So do you have any problem with that?
I have no problem with it. It's just I'm letting you
all
know.
right. So you have
I'm-
no problem.
I'm making you aware. I'm making you aware that everybody in the room
I
understands what
get
you
it.
said.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. My bad. If I bother you or hurt your feeling in some type of way, my bad. So let's go back to the topics. Do you believe in the spinning ball Earth?
Sometimes
No, sometime. Okay. All right. So what is your evidence?
the fact that we're one.
The fact is what? Bro, could you speak up a little bit? Yeah. Is he low?
The fact that we are on one.
What do you believe when you're not when you don't believe in the spinning ball?
What I believe, I believe.
Because you
we're on
said sometimes.
Yeah. I believe we're in like some ethereal, spiritual plane.
Well, I mean, you're halfway there.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response to what you believe when it's a spinning ball.
I can't understand him. He
said it's a spiritual plane. It's either a spinning ball or like a spiritual plane.
A plane?
Yeah, exactly. That's
Plane?
what I said. You're halfway there.
Could you state your belief one more time for the record, please?
I believe.
I don't understand him, bro. He's mumbling.
I believe I'm on a rock that's spinning very quickly over 1,000 miles per hour, and it's also orbiting a big hot rock. That's what I believe.
So how are you going to prove the Earth in motion?
The sun is not
Go
a
for
rock.
it.
What are you talking about?
How do I prove that the Earth is in motion?
Yeah. Beside earthquake.
Geometry, right? Like the states and the positions of the stars.
So you see something move up there in the sky, and somehow you assume that we are moving.
He doesn't even know that his own like science, dude, because he just said that we're spinning around a burning rock. And that's not even true. So the sun is not even
I'm
solid.
dumbing it down for you, to be honest. I'm being a bit sarcastic. I'm sorry.
No, sorry. Sorry.
No,
I-
he's like
it's all
they
right.
clown. They pretend.
I don't think. I don't.
I wish
think the
QE was
concept's
here.
hard.
QE would call him out, pretend to clown. But anyhow, so how are you going to prove the Earth in motion? You said that geometry. What does the geometry has to do with the Earth in motion? How are you going to prove that?
I explained.
You proved the stars were in motion.
From our location and rotation, based on us also orbiting the sun, it does mean that we will see different perspectives and different stars in the night sky. It tends to be that's true. That just tends to be the case.
So you see something moving in the sky, and somehow you assume that you're moving. How is that logical, my friend?
Shoshi said, "Can you tell him to unmute me?"
No, he's gonna stay on mute. If you want a night for him, you're gonna go too. So answer the question.
I just got DM'd this. I don't know why. You're
Okay, hey man, hey, he DM me too, right? He DM me too, so it's all good. So anyhow, stick to the topic, right? Because it seems like you know a lot about your cosmology. You believe it. So how are you going to prove it again? Because that's a circular reasoning. You see something move across the sky, somehow you assume that you are moving, right?
Mhm.
So that is your logic. You don't see any flaws in that logic, my friend?
No, I don't.
Okay. So what do you observe? Do you observe the sun moving across the sky? Do you observe what I observe? Because that's what I observe. The sun
That's a very
moving across the sky.
basic understanding of movement, right? Like if you look at like gravitational lensing or something akin to that, it's not just sun move across the sky. It's that large bodies of mass tend to have a gravitational force which allows light and photons to split apart and reattach on the other side of it, which is what we observe.
My friend, gravitational lensing, the red shift, blue shift, whatever, it's way beyond we can test. Okay, this is the reason why we stick it to the Earth, because now we brought it back. How are you going to prove the Earth in motion? And you keep pointing to the sky. You can't prove it. I can't prove none of that either. Why you keep pointing to the sky? We talk about the Earth right here. So you don't have no primary evidence or proof that the Earth in motion. You just assume.
No, you
and
can
you just
prove it.
believe.
So do you know about Sain, right? You know about like Sain and the rays of the sun that land above you.
You talking about Eratosthenes. Okay, what about Eratosthenes, dude?
So
What
if
about
if that was the case, then why would we have shadow moving if we're the ones moving?
Car and how stupid that would be. Like, you could say the same thing about so many other things, whether drugs or gasoline or just other stuff. It's stupid. It's just stupid.
It's a step, though.
It's the American way, Charles.
Well, no, it's not a step, because like I just said, in the local place that I'm living now, Oregon, they made it exactly that same law that I just described. They made it like that way with drugs. Now they're rolling it back. Now they're like, oh, let's just go back to making drugs illegal, just putting the law back to where it was, where it's illegal to sell it and it's illegal to possess it. Drugs in general, like, it's just, with the exception of weed and alcohol or whatever.
The point
but it's just idiotic that they go that far and then backtrack without going as far as they should have in the first place. Like, that's the part where I'm like, God damn, these people are stupid as fuck.
I understand that,
Charles. They did the same
it's
thing
greater than
when I
that.
lived in Canada, in British
there's
Columbia, and they made it so that drugs were legal, but it was still illegal to sell them and illegal to buy them, but you could possess them, which is just a bizarre thing. Like, how do you get them into your hand if it's legal without buying them? Because somebody, of course, is going to want some kind of, remuneration for them. They're not going to give them away for free. It's just a messed up thing. And anyway, now they're trying to backtrack on the whole thing because it went absolutely haywire and caused more problems than it was supposed to solve, I think, is really what happened.
Well, I'll tell you exactly why it caused more problems. I'll tell you why it caused more problems. This is the reason why. Because when you make the possession of it legal and then the sale of it illegal, there's still people out there that will continue to fight over turf. Like, take, for instance, the area where I live. I don't live in Portland, but I live just outside Portland, Oregon. The Portland, Oregon city area, there's plenty of turf there to fight over. Turf in which people can illegally sell drugs. So that fighting for the turf continued while the possession of the drugs was legal once they sold them to the people they were selling them to. So the crime rate went up. And these people are like, oh, gee whiz, the crime rate went up because we made the possession of drugs legal. Derpity derp derp derp. No, the crime rate went up because you didn't legalize the sale of drugs, you fucking numbskull.
Absolutely. It's just crazy. It's dumb. It doesn't make any sense. And here, I don't know what it's like down there, but here we've got, like, it's now legal to go buy marijuana in various formats and stuff. And they've government stores, because all our liquor is controlled here. We do have private stores that can sell beer and wine, but hard liquor is government stores only, I believe. And it's just a mess. I don't know why the government's involved in it in the first place. I think is the whole thing.
Because you cannot buy or sell anything without a trades
bingo, yeah, you got it bang on there, George.
number.
It's all about the money.
It's all about the commerce. That's why, you don't go and buy drugs. You don't go and sell drugs. Yeah. Those words cannot cross your lips.
Who gives a shit? This is a flat Earth Discord.
Yeah.
Let's get back to it.
Correct.
I was going to get back to that subject.
Thank you, Heretic. God
the question the other guy asked,
brother.
which was,
Charles is going to make my ears fall off.
So, like, control, like they put they have public education mandated because it's control.
Charles, the owner of the VC, spoke. Kindly asking you to refrain from topics other than the shape of the Earth.
Yes, I'm going to the educational system and control, which was the answer to the last guy's question. Control of your mind, mind control. Or in Latin, govern means control, and in Latin, mint means mind. In Latin, government means control your mind.
Yeah, join me in the Ron Paul VC, okay? We'll discuss.
Well, they seem to have done an effective job controlling your mind with the globe, wouldn't you say, Peter?
Yeah, come and cure me.
Cure you?
Yeah, cure me from my affliction.
Well,
it's not a disease,
I don't think
it's a
you can
religion.
help anyone that doesn't want to be helped.
I just asked you for help.
I know, but do you really want it? Peter, let me ask you this, Peter. If the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
Yes.
Are you sure? Is that an honest answer?
This is an absolute. I crossed myself as I said it.
Well, forgive me, Peter, but I have doubts in the authenticity of your answer.
I swear to God and on everything that is dear to me that I'm being truthful. Yes, I would like to know.
So what would falsify the globe for you, if anything at all possible ever?
Lack of curvature.
Okay, you can walk outside and observe that right now. What's next?
I am outside right now and it seems flat.
Okay, well, there you go. It's flat. Like, what's the disconnection?
The next step is a more precise, more careful, more deliberate measurement.
You got to specify the parameters, otherwise you're just not answering my question.
Any measurement of the spatial relationship between 2 points that are far apart enough that they could confirm the existence of curvature.
Vague. Can you be less vague?
Well, I'm giving you as much as you're asking for. So measuring the spatial relationship between 2 points of known elevation and known distance should yield a conclusive answer. Well,
you said known distance. Okay, so what about 1 inch? From point A to point B could be 1 inch is the distance. What distance?
That is already factored in. He's asking for.
That is too little of a distance given the precision of the tools that we could use.
Distance is made linear. That's a flat plane.
Hey, George, go read about Vasco da Gama, okay?
Distance,
Don't white
it's
for Charles.
linear.
No
matter which scale you're going to use, kilometers, miles, nautical miles, distances are made linear. As in a straight line, horizontal?
Mods, please, no white knighting. Charles, you there?
Yes, waiting for specifics.
George's not going to come to your rescue because he's busy researching Vasco da Gama, okay? So, what specifics? 2 points.
Am I drowning or something?
2 points, known elevation, distance of about 30 kilometers apart. Happy?
Elevation from a horizontal plane, like sea level.
Wait, isn't a kilometer less than a mile?
It is, yes.
Well, don't we have a laser test that's 30 miles?
I don't know, do you? It's your claim.
I think you should we'll both start searching in the other Discord, in the sections below the voice channel, and I'm pretty sure it's hidden in there if you or I take the time to go look.
Yeah, I've had a look at a few of those, and they weren't convincing enough for me, so I remain a Glober.
Why? Why? You said 30 kilometers. I showed you 30 miles. What's the problem? What's the disconnect?
So you're saying a laser can be shot at 30 miles?
A laser has been shined 30 miles and hit a target 30 miles away, and that target didn't coincide with the alleged curvature of the Earth.
Can you show the measurement?
Yes, again, I just said a second ago, you or I can go look for it. Do you care to?
Well, why don't you? Well, I'm not
No,
representing
hold on a second. Hold on a fucking second. What did I just ask you 5 minutes ago? What was that fucking question? I asked you, Peter, if the Earth was flat, would you want to know? And you said what again?
I would love to see your evidence, Charles. Please present it.
I don't think you're telling the fucking truth. If you were telling the fucking truth by saying yes as an answer to that question, you'd go and scramble over there and look for it yourself. You don't want to fucking know the Earth is flat. Why am I talking to you?
I would like you to present the evidence to convince me.
Why would I want to convince someone to be convinced?
Charles, would you like to know if the Earth was a globe?
Yeah, do you have a direct measurement of curvature, an arc segment done with solid materials up to 5 miles, half of 10 miles, or whatever you say, kilometers, whatever the hell. Yeah, if you have an arc segment 5 miles, I'm asking for half the distance done with solid materials. Do you have fucking that? Arc segment 5 miles, straight edge above it, 5 miles. That's all I ask for. That is all I am asking for. You can do it with steel rails here in the United States.
Okay, if you would like to know if the Earth was a globe, why aren't you actively doing that?
Because there's no curvature to be detected. No, hold on. Let me explain the problem with what you just said. Peter, can you detect something that doesn't exist? Peter, it's a very simple question. It's a closed-ended question. That means there's a yes or a no at the end of it. So, closed-ended question. Is it possible to detect something that does not exist? Yes or no?
The answer is no, unless through an error.
Yeah, there you go. So the reason why no one has done it, the reason why I'm not doing it right now, is because there is no curvature to be detected.
I've done it.
I don't have a fucking $1 million, dude. You're not talking to fucking Elon Musk right now.
No, I've done it. I've done it through my good friend for a few $100.
What? Say that again?
I have done it in collaboration with a friend for a few $100.
An arc segment measurement 5 miles long with steel rails? No, I don't think you did that.
Not that, no.
You didn't do any measurements,
Peter. The thing is, that's the thing that could be not up for interpretation. If you did that, if you did what I described, that wouldn't be up for interpretation. We could all walk along the side of it. We could ride our bikes along the side of it. We could run our hands across it, and we could drive next to it. But the thing is, there's no curvature of the Earth to be detected. That's why that object doesn't exist.
Is that the only reason? How about the LIGO tubes, 4 kilometers long?
Peter, what do we mean by only reason? What I'm saying is, that's the only form of if the Earth was a ball, which it's not, but if the Earth was a ball, and you were to measure curvature and detect curvature, that's the only way you could do it that wouldn't be up to interpretation.
Okay.
Every other evidence you give us is up to interpretation. That's the problem. See, I'm not interested in blindly believing something like a cult member or a religious retard. I'm interested in objective reality and acknowledging it for what it really is.
Okay, Charles, fair enough. Stop spiraling and listen to me.
So you like need a spiral to you? Fuck you.
Your voice is shaking. So a rigid object, you said? Charles?
Repeat that again? What?
Did you say I need to show you a rigid object extending for a long distance?
5 miles. I didn't say long distance. I said 5 miles. Are you
Would
deaf?
you meet me? Would you meet me in the middle and accept 4 kilometers?
Are
If
you
I
even
can show
talking
you
about
curvature.
solid materials? First of all, question:
Yes.
Are you even talking about solid materials? Yeah. Well, yeah,
Yes.
sure. Or wait,
Steel.
4 kilometers.
Yes.
What is that in miles? It's like 3.2
like 2.5 miles.
miles.
2.5 miles. Yeah.
No, that's up for interpretation. That's up
How
for
about if
no.
I have 2 of
Okay,
them?
no.
How about
5 miles,
how
dude.
about
5 miles. We have thousands of fucking miles of steel rails in this country alone. You're trying to talk to me like
Can I-
5 miles is a big chore?
Charles?
Give me a fucking
Charles?
break, dude.
Charles? What if I have 2.5 mile tubes at right angle to one another, and I have them in 2 different locations in America, and they show a consistent
Tubes.
curve
What's wrong
underneath?
with rails? Why are you going to tubes? Are rails
I have
not
tubes.
straight enough?
I have steel tubes 3 millimeters thick. I think it's 3 millimeters.
Yeah, whatever, dude. You're talking about 2 tiny distances. I'm talking 5 miles or further.
2.5 miles. Come on, man. Give me
Because
something.
then you're living in your head, Peter. You're just it's a form of mental masturbation. This is your blow up doll.
But I
Intellectually
am
speaking.
giving you what you need today without needing to build it at 0 expense. It's already done. It's already there. You can go. You can touch
Dude.
it.
As
You
far as
can
I
run
know,
your
there's a
hands
better
over it.
example. We've already made the rails. There's thousands
And
of
it's
miles
only
of steel rails.
it's a
And guess
5-hour
what?
drive from where you live.
Guess what,
It's a
Peter?
5-hour
Here's the
drive.
detail. Here's the fun detail,
Come on,
Peter.
man.
Here's the most important fun detail of the thousands of miles of steel railway that we have here in this country. It's
Come
that
on, man.
no curvature of the Earth was put into consideration when constructing them.
Please, Charles.
That's the interesting part, right?
I'm meeting all of your requirements. Just compromise on the 5-mile requirement. They are 5 miles in total, but it's 2 segments at right angles. Come on, man. I'm almost there. It's 5 miles, but it's bent at the right angle. So can you accept that?
You
It's a
told me
total
exactly what
of-
you're talking about. Like you're just talking nonsense, dude.
I will show you. I just
You
need
should
you
have
to
it
accept.
10 miles, dude. In fact, you know what? Just to piss you off, I'm going to raise my standard of evidence. I'm going to have a higher standard of evidence than I had 5 minutes ago. I'm going to say 10 miles. It's got to be a steel rail, 10 miles straight, and I suppose would be technically, well, yeah, 10 miles straight and then 10 miles curved or whatever. If you had them, one right above the other, one would have to be longer than the other technically, but whatever, you get the point.
Yeah. What if I throw in something extra? There's 4 of them, a total of 10 miles, and they have a vacuum inside of them. That's bonus. It has nothing to do with curvature. It's just bonus because I know you like vacuums.
A man-made vacuum, the only kind of vacuum that exists in nature.
Yes.
You can see it right there. I don't even think you realize it.
It's
Well, you
10 to
just
the
said
negative
You just said yes.
64.
You just said yes when I said a man-made vacuum, the only kind of vacuum that exists,
Yes.
because nature doesn't create one.
Yes.
So, is there such a thing as the vacuum of space?
Absolutely not. This one is 10 to the negative 9.
Wait, did you just say
Or
that you don't believe in the vacuum of space?
No. Yeah, I don't. Gregory
wait a
talked me out of it.
Wait a second. Hold the phone here, Peter. Is the Earth flat?
No.
So the Earth is a ball, and it has a radius of 3,959 miles, right?
I memorized the radius in kilometers, so 6,371.
Right. Well, anyway, so you believe the Earth is a ball and it's spinning, right?
Yes.
But you don't believe in the vacuum of space?
No. Gregory talked me out of it 2 days ago.
Well, that goes
No.
going to the moon and rocket and all that. So you're I guess you're done with all that. There's no globes then.
I wouldn't take
No, I'm
anything
only done
Gregory
with
said
vacuum.
at face value, though.
But I did.
He's a
I'm
liar.
only. No, I'm not. I can explain, but that's not the
No, not
discussion
you,
I was having
Gregory.
with
I was saying, don't listen to Gregory. He's full of shit.
Sure, I like Gregory though. We built some bridges the other day. So, Charles,
Well,
why
wait,
are you
hold on. I got
encouraging-
one more question. So wait, if you don't believe in the vacuum of space, you believe that we are inside a container and that gas pressure requires containment, right?
I believe that we are inside of a container, and I believe that everything is in the container. All gas, all solids, all liquids are inside of this container. Yes.
So wait, just one more quick question. Have you ever seen the movie Spaceballs?
Yes, we talked about it yesterday. Please don't have that conversation with me again.
Oh, wait,
Can
I'm
we
just
go
no,
back
no,
to
just
discussing-
to clarify. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just clarifying. So,
Yes,
do
I
you
have to.
believe that the Earth resides in a way like that one scene or that one setting in that movie Spaceballs?
I don't.
Well, then, what do you believe? Because that sounds like what you're describing.
I believe that the Earth is inside of a large container, which is not filled with a vacuum of space. Okay? Now, can we go back to curvature
Do you
measurement?
think this container encapsulates the sun or not?
It does encapsulate the sun.
Okay.
Can we go
It
back to
sounds to
curvature
me like you're now trying to say you believe in the vacuum of space without saying you believe in the vacuum of space.
I do not believe in the vacuum of space. Gregory talked me out of it.
Yeah, but you can't really say
Man,
what you
Gregory
do
is a
believe in, it seems like.
When can we go back to our conversation, Charles?
Sure, now I guess.
Okay. So I'm pleading with you, because this is going to come at no expense to any of us, that you accept 4 tubes with a total length of 10 miles. They are in 2 different locations, 2 tubes per location at right angles to one another. They are made out of rigid steel, and they are at the same elevation. Both ends of the tube are at very precisely at the same elevation, and they clearly show the curvature of the Earth underneath them.
Show it how?
As bonus, Charles, one of them is within a 5-hour drive from where you live. So you could be there
wait,
today.
you didn't answer my question. Show curvature how? Via measurement or optically or what?
In all the ways you required. Let me explain. Both ends of the tube are of they are on the same horizontal plane. I should rephrase. They're on the same horizontal plane, both ends of the tube, but they are at different elevations of the mean sea level, which should never occur on flat Earth, since we both know that on flat Earth, 2 points of equal elevation are on the same horizontal plane, and 2 points of different elevation
I don't mean to
cannot
interrupt
be
you, but
on the same
I'm going to need a
horizontal.
diagram. Can you post a diagram of what you're describing?
I thought you'd never ask. I thought you would never ask. Just give me 1 second.
Sounds like conjecture, though, I gotta say.
No. Here it is. Just 1 second.
It sounds like you're doing everything but an arc segment measurement, which is, again, where my standard of evidence
Well, I
lies.
gave you that first. You didn't want it. You wanted a steel object extending into the distance that you can touch and you can smell and you can ride your bike on it. Now, do not ride your bike on those tubes, because you're going to get arrested.
Actually, Peter, that's not exactly what I said. What I said is 2, one on top of the other, one straight, the other curved. So that's not what you're describing.
I'm sorry. I lost. Mine are not like that. Yeah.
Because I mean, after all, over 5 miles or 10 miles, like if you're walking along next to it or riding a bicycle along next to it, over 5 miles or 10 miles, like you'd need something to show you, like you need something in contrast to another thing in order to observe the structure for yourself.
I hope it's lost. Back to the drawing board. Thank you for your time.
But I do think it's interesting though. So the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container, right, Peter?
I'll give you better than that. You cannot have anything outside of the container, pressure or no pressure. The container is the necessary antecedent to the existence of all particles.
Oh, actually, that sounds like a positive claim and going a step further than I would go. But hey, then again,
I don't mind.
Whatever.
Let me phrase it maybe in a simpler way. I could not, even if I tried, demonstrate a single particle existing outside of the container.
Oh yeah, I mean,
there you go.
Yeah,
easy peasy.
I'm not in contention with that. But
yeah,
you just got to be careful with your wording because it's one thing to say that, it's another thing to claim they're, yeah. Well, anyway, you're right. I hope that in the future, if more people do catch on to the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary and contained, I hope that doesn't ruin the production of quality science fiction movies.
It's not likely to.
Thousand years deep.
You want to know a funny example of gas pressure? Is that my car, like one of the tires, has gotten a leak, and it's like too small to find very easily, but it's like it leaks, so where I gotta like pump it up every morning before I drive it anywhere. But it's just like it's just a funny thing.
Charles, are you hearing me?
I think you're. Oh, he left.
Yo, Charles. Who do you want to tell you that the Earth is flat? Like, if the government came out tomorrow and said that the Earth is flat, you would start believing them?
Your microphone is kind of messed up. I can't quite hear what you're saying.
If the government came out tomorrow and said the Earth was flat, would you believe them?
Well, I wouldn't believe them. I already know it's flat.
So now they wouldn't be liars?
Yeah, from that point forward, they would not be liars in regards to that subject.
No, they're still liars. They're still liars.
Who do you want to tell you that the Earth is
Already
flat?
lied. So how do you go become an? How do you not become not a liar after you've already lied? You're still a liar, even though you told the truth.
Tons
You
of
told
evidence.
the
They've been lying for 100 years apparently. So if they come out tomorrow and say that it's flat, that's good for you, or what does that mean to you?
You gotta fix your microphone. I can't hear you at all.
I think it's just trying to make a claim that flat earthers just go against what the government says, just to go against them. I don't really think he had much of an argument there, other than that, whatever the government says, we disagree, which is a stereotype thing.
I think if the government ever comes out and says the Earth is flat, it wouldn't be not because they want to, but because it would be the culture that would be upstream from government. Because the thing is, politics is downstream from culture. So
what
if something
authority are you
is in the culture,
so what authority do you expect to affirm it for you, for that to then be reciprocated by the rest of the world?
Water already proves it.
Yeah, water is not going to tell you Earth is flat. Water is just going to sit there.
Exactly. It just sits there, flat and level.
Oh, and how do you know it's flat and level? What measurement is there for that?
You have to go back and look up these gotchas, Callie, because they just suck, dude.
Now, answer Dog's question. How do you know that it's flat and level?
No, it's fine. I'll give an example of it not being flat and level. So how about when you... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I want them to address your question.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll listen to you further there.
Okay, so
the water's flat and level. Yeah.
As you travel across water, the angle of the stars changes in a way that water curves or is in a tangent and not a straight line, so it can't be flat and level. That's a pretty basic logical argument.
That sounds like a pretty big claim. You're going to have to put that into the side chat, I think. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, cool.
Put it there right next to the two steel tubes that I added there that show the curvature. It's going to make for a nice body of evidence.
That means the water has a geometric horizon we can look at. Let's take a look.
Yep, it's going to be awesome.
Post it.
So, do you want to see the geometric horizon or do you want to see the apparent?
Oh, I guess he's already obfuscating from that burden. Well, nice try.
I'm asking you a question, heretic. Are you scared of it?
I think it was answered before you asked it in the question that I asked you.
So, in the question you asked me, you used the word
about
see.
What I wanted to see.
In the question you asked me, you used the word see. Is that correct?
Yeah, you said that the water's curved, and you can tell this because the water blocks your view to things like stars, so that then necessitates a geometric horizon that'll be the furthest extent over that curve that you're going to be able to see before you get your 60 nautical miles per degree due to curvature of water. So just post that geometric horizon, please.
Do you want to see it? Is that what you want, or do you want a measurement of it?
Why do you keep asking questions to clarify things that I've already stated outright?
Okay, so you want to see the geometric horizon. That's fine.
Okay, so it's just an obfuscation tactic. You're just going to delay. That was the very first thing I said.
What was the obfuscation?
Well,
what was the obfuscation?
I'm like, I'd like to see the geometric horizon. Like, oh, is that a geometric horizon you'd like? Oh, would you like to see it? I mean, it's just, you're obviously just delaying. Stalling.
Okay, well, you asked for us to see the geometric horizon, and I can show you.
Okay, anyway, just post it when you got it. Thanks.
I think he's just trying to be precise with his language, heretic.
You gotta be kidding me. You're gonna white knife for that fool.
No, I'm just trying to build bridges between two good men.
Heretic, why can't you defend your position?
Good man. Why can't you? Why couldn't he?
I defend my position every day while getting muted by you. It's easy.
What are you talking about? Why couldn't he defend his position? He made the statement that water... No, he didn't. He made the statement that water curves, right? And I was like, can I just see that then? The geometric horizon that would go with that. And he's like, is it a geometric? Is it geometric? Is it a horizon? You want to see it? Are you sure you want to see it? Obviously just started stalling. Why couldn't he defend his position? Why didn't you call him out on that?
He did.
I'm
You're just
calling
in
him out.
denial.
How did he defend it?
Yeah, he
Heretic.
asked which you wanted to see. Did you want to see a measurement or do you want to see a photograph? That's what he was asking.
Yeah, the geometric horizon. I was pretty clear about what I wanted to see.
No, you're not being clear right now. See, I asked you two different things.
Okay, well, you're just a complete moron then. So we'll go back to him. He posted something, so let's take a look.
So I posted you seeing the geometric horizon, which is what you originally asked for.
Okay, so that's a geometric horizon. So it's 1.2 miles times the square of the observer height in feet, that horizon?
No.
Oh, so it's not a geometric horizon. Well, thanks. For nothing.
It is a geometric horizon. Do you want to hear why? So this is why. It's a geometric horizon because we're viewing it apparently. So geometric horizon is distorted by the atmosphere. So if you want to see the geometric horizon, it will always be viewed apparently. Is that not logical to you? Do you have a problem with what I just said?
So geometric horizon would be 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet. That's the geometry of it. So you said it's not that, so it's not a geometric horizon.
It is the geometric horizon, yes. The geometric horizon is at all points on the tangent.
So it's 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet?
No.
So it's not a geometric horizon?
It is a geometric horizon, yes.
Geometric horizon is 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet. So is it that?
It is that, but it is obscured through the apparentness of us looking at it. Do you not understand apparent? Do you not understand seeing?
So it is the 1.2 miles now.
Why would it have to be that? Could you explain that for me?
Because that's the geometry of your ball. Due to the curvature rate, which you say blocks stars. This is what you started with, so that's what it has to be.
Yeah.
You didn't make a claim of refraction or apparent horizons or any of that when you said 60 nautical miles per degree. You just made a pure geometry claim. So that's what we would see, is that pure geometry.
Oh, I see. You've got brain damage. You forgot all the questions I asked to clarify your question.
All the questions that you asked, which were just repeating my question? Yeah, that was a complete waste of time.
Yeah. No, I asked specifically about the word see. Did you forget about that?
Yeah, and now you're telling me I can't see the geometric horizon.
So yes,
that's
you
not
did.
What we're actually looking at. Because geometric horizon would be 1.2
So you're saying yes, you did forget.
And you tell me that's not what I see.
Just to clarify, are you saying you did forget me trying to ask if the word see is what you want for the evidence?
No.
Ooh, you've locked yourself in a bit of a circular problem here. So you asked for seeing the geometric horizon, and now you're pissed off that I'm showing you an apparent picture of the horizon, even though the horizon is always the geometric horizon, because that's the only way you get a horizon, and just viewing it apparently means that the distance to the geometric horizon is different due to optics. I've explained it to you. What do you have a problem with?
In what way is it apparent that that's a geometric horizon?
Because it obscures things bottom up.
So what? Is that just an apparent phenomenon, or is it a physical, actual thing, physical obstruction of curvature?
So physical obstruction would be something... Heretic? A physical obstruction would be something...
Okay.
Would be
I
something...
have all the data and analytics on...
Could just be sinking refraction. How do I know? How do I know that that's a physical...
So I'm going to try to answer if you stop, okay?
No.
How do I know that's a physical curve with a geometric horizon physically blocking things that are behind it?
So, if it was a physical obstruction, it would be that those windmills are crashing into or sinking into the ground. They're crashing into. But the apparent obstruction is what happens to the path of light as it moves from those windmills to our eyes. So everything you're talking about when it comes to a picture has to do with the apparent causes of a geometric horizon. You see when you're saying, instead of actually dealing with what I said?
So basically what you just told me is all the light from the bottom of those windmills has to do is not reach your eye, and then I'm not going to see the bottoms of them. So that doesn't necessitate physical earth curve or geometric horizons like you're trying to assert. Want to try something else?
Geometric horizons have been measured, so it's not just...
okay. Well, why didn't you just give me that to begin with? Because
it's just we can't show.
You can't show it.
Oh my god! Your brain damage is hit again.
So you can't
Do you
show
need to
it.
take some pills or
Right,
something?
right. So it's my brain damage that I asked you to show me something that you said you saw blocking stars, and then you post it and go, "We can't actually see it, the thing I'm supposed to be showing you," and I'm the guy with brain damage. That's cool.
Yeah, because you're acting like I didn't ask many times, do you want me to show you the measurement, as in like some measurement that we've done, or do you want me to show you a picture? And you kept obfuscating because you know that this apparent geometric distinction is meaningless, because anytime I show you the horizon, it's apparent, and the geometric can only be measured, and it has been measured again and again and again. Do you want some measurements?
How is it apparent that that's a geometric horizon?
Oh, great. So you're just blah, blah, blahing. Why are you asking how is it apparent that's a
How is it
geometric
apparent?
horizon? That
It's
makes
not
no
apparent
sense.
to me that that's a geometric horizon, because geometric horizons are at 1.2 miles times square root of the observer height in feet, and it's apparent to me you said it's not that.
I see. So you just completely forgot last time I answered this.
Yeah, you just tied yourself
Do you
in
need help?
knots. You just said
Do you need me to call an ambulance? Are you having a stroke?
Okay, I guess he's tapped out. Next. Callie can white knight now. Go ahead, Callie.
You don't know the
That was
difference
amazing.
between measuring something and just looking at it, dude?
Well, he said that he saw it blocking stars, dude.
Dude, you're just a cupcake. You're just mute happy.
Oh, I'm a cupcake. That proves Earth globe, I guess.
Well, yeah,
But he said
we
he
already
saw it.
measured the globe. That's
Okay, so
why,
let's go
hence,
back to
we
the
have
beginning.
maps
60
based on the
nautical,
globe.
yeah, nobody cares about this stupid bullshit. So let's just go right back to the beginning. He said 60 nautical miles per degree due to the curved surface of water. So then that's just a pure geometry claim, which means that we're looking at a curved surface, which gives us just a pure geometrical horizon. 1.2 miles times square root of the observer height in feet. That's the math that goes with the geometry of the sphere, leading to the 60 nautical miles per degree claim, right? So if that's what this is, what the declination of the star, or the elevation angles to the star is due to, is that curved surface, then he should just be able to show us the geometric horizon.
All right, you ready? Are you ready for this, heretic? If I drop a pencil in water and it's no longer in the position it would have been if that cup of water was empty, does that mean that its geometric position ceases to exist?
Oh, so now you're just telling me that you can't actually see the geometric position, which all of this started
Did you
by
understand
Doug
what
saying.
you understand?
Yeah. You just basically told me that you can't see the geometric position of the pencil or whatever you dropped in water. So now you just tell me you can't see.
It's just refracted.
Can't see the geometric position that actually blocks things. So if you can't see it, how do you see it blocking anything?
Consider the variable that bends light. You do know the geometric position. It's not a problem.
You don't know it. You can't see it, and you have to see it according to Dog's initial claim.
You don't know it because you don't research stuff that you talk about.
Okay, cool. Talk about me some more. That helps you prove something about a globe.
Well, clearly you don't know that refraction.
I don't think any globe proof. I don't think any globe proof in existence should ever have to use my name in any way.
They don't.
I don't think it should have to refer to heretic in any way. So every time you say me, this,
why would they?
Heretic,
You don't do
that,
experiments.
Exactly. Why would they? Right. So why would you have to invoke me at all for your globe proof? Point is we need to see the geometry that this guy said actually causes the stars to decline the way that they do.
Oh, you
and then he
deny
told
the
us
1
we don't
degree
see it, and then you told us you too told us we don't see it. So we do not see the sphere that you guys claim is causing the 60 nautical miles per degree.
I never said that. But are you denying the 1 degree every 60 miles?
Not yet. I'm going to grill you on that a different time, but I'm taking a different route right now.
Yeah, because you're a cupcake. You have to deny things that we obviously observe.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to deny it. I would just ask you. I would just ask you for your proof. I would just ask you for your proof that there's 60 nautical miles per every degree. But I'm doing something else right now, so I'll do that later.
You want me to go measure my angle to Polaris for you?
No, I want you to measure. Okay, well, since you insist,
How about you measure your angle to Polaris? I think we're both in the northern hemisphere.
Talk over me. It's not going to work. So I want you to measure 60 nautical miles from, let's say, 90 degrees to 89 degrees north. Go ahead and show me that 60 nautical miles exists at all degrees of latitude. Go ahead.
Or we could just both take our angles to Polaris.
Okay, but you have to substantiate the distance between those angle measurements.
Yeah, Google Maps did that for us. You think that they're wrong?
I don't know. Go get me the proof that 90 to 89 degrees north.
When your map says that's
I don't know. Show me what you got. Go get me the proof that 90 to 89 degrees north is 60 nautical miles.
When Google Maps says you're 2 miles...
Yeah, I mean, you just say these things and we're supposed to just take them for granted. I don't know that every single degree of latitude on the Earth comes out to 60 nautical miles. I don't even know why it would on an oblate spheroid where it's not perfect. There should be some variation to some extent. The potato geoid thing or whatever that they
You
show
know, that's
us,
funny that
couldn't
you say
be
that. There
perfectly 60
is.
nautical miles.
You know what they say? That's how they figured out that it's an oblate spheroid, because of cell matter. How funny is that?
So it's not exactly 60 nautical miles then.
They better determine the oblateness of the spheroid by means of celestial navigation. That's absolutely right.
So it's not exactly 60 nautical miles per every degree. There's going to be corrections needed, etc.
It still comports with a sphere.
But yes or no? Yes or no?
I mean, we're the people that did this that you're speaking.
Yes or no? So
Just
what?
say fucking
You're
yes to
speaking on the
Heretic because he's right. Just say yes.
Can't have it
Wait,
Why
both
is it so
ways.
hard to say yes?
Yes to what?
What are you defending? He's asking you, is it true that it's not always 60 nautical miles? And you know that it's true, so just say yes.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid
Are
to
you
say fucking
retarded?
yes.
Were you listening? Were you fucking
I
listening,
was.
idiot? I just said that. Well, then why
No,
are
you're
you asking
making
me
us
to
look
repeat
bad.
that?
You're making Glob look really bad right now.
Yeah, I love making you stupid Globers look bad. It's easy. You guys are auto Globers.
God. What a tantrum. All right, so it's not 60 nautical miles per degree. So that
Yeah,
not
you heard me say
necessarily
that before.
exactly that.
I said.
Okay, great. All right,
Well,
that defeats the entire initial claim here. Let's start over with a new conversation because that one's been blown.
You're a cupcake.
Okay, just go back to that then.
That's the best
That
he's got.
Like I said before, that weird guy. Celestial navigation helped us determine the oblateness of the sphere.
Peter, he's ruining your globe for you.
Yeah, Peter wants to be a flat earther so bad. He just doesn't know why it's a globe, but he believes it. So how does celestial navigation work on a flat earth?
It's already flat and people sail.
No, that doesn't explain how it would work on a flat earth.
How do you get an elevation angle off of a curve?
Horizontal reference is not the surface of the earth.
So
you don't
you're
use
not
a
going to
horizon?
measure the Earth.
Kelly, maybe we could go over this with you. Kelly, is there a horizon that you're taking a measurement to?
Who does that?
I'm asking you. Do you take a measurement to the horizon? Do you line up your equipment?
No.
Do you line?
What do you mean a
line up your?
measurement to the horizon?
Do you line your equipment up to the horizon?
You could point your crosshairs at the horizon line if you want. Yeah.
Is the horizon horizontal?
No. It's not going to be on the same horizontal as your level reference.
Is the
That's what a dip angle
horizon
is.
is the horizon horizontal, Kelly?
No, not if you ask me. It's a circle.
Okay. Is a circle a horizontal plane?
Yeah.
Okay.
But your azimuth, like if you're going to determine a horizon line and a circle around you, that doesn't mean that every point of elevation on your azimuth is the same. So technically,
Okay.
it's not a horizontal plane.
Okay, so is it a circle?
For the sake of measurement, you
a
just treat it as
horizontal
such.
plane?
For the sake of measuring the stars, yeah, you just treat it as such.
Okay. So you create it to a horizontal plane. Now, is there a horizontal line on a curved surface?
No.
Or do you have to go into the ball to get a horizontal plane?
Why don't you just tell me what you're thinking?
Well, it seems that there's no horizontals on the surface of a sphere, but yet we look all around us and we'll see a horizontal plane in all directions, and we create that. And you called it a circle. That's fine. That's fair. But it's still a horizon is always horizontal. So when you even do your calculations according to reality, and when you do your calculation,
how did you determine that?
Well, you determine it when you do your corrections, and you yourself said we treat it as a horizontal.
Dude, when I look at the horizon, there's topography. Okay, so I know it's not horizontal.
So
I'm asking you, how did you measure
when you're in the
horizon's
ocean?
horizontal?
When you're in the ocean, I wasn't talking about land. That's why we're talking about the ocean. Because obviously the land, yes, there's topography. It goes up, it goes down. There's hills and there's valleys. When you're in the ocean and you're treating the ocean as a horizontal plane to get your angles made to the celestial objects in the sky, you don't do that. Okay. Well, nice.
No, the level reference.
Thanks for confirming that.
The level reference on your sect, you're going to have a spirit level probably in your bubble sextant if you're really doing CellNet.
And you have a horizontal plane, right?
Point one of your scopes at the horizon line.
Let me
while
put it
you
this way.
hold your sextant level, and that'll give you a dip angle.
Let me put it this way. Yeah, and then you correct it and you bring it up and you create a baseline. Why? Because you're creating a horizontal plane. The reason why
I never mentioned a curved baseline. Nobody said anything about a curved baseline.
I didn't say
of the Earth, and we have a level reference. We have a leveling instrument.
I didn't say a curved baseline. I said you create the baseline, the horizontal plane, with your dip correction. And the problem that you have here is that now you're in the inside of the ball again, because that's the only place where you can get that horizontal plane in all directions around you. You're gonna have to be inside the ball, because that's where you cut the ball in half. Here, I'm gonna post a little photo for you. Maybe I'll tag you to it. I don't know, or you can just look at the side chat.
Yeah, you are inside the celestial sphere. That's right.
You can read it yourself, right? A sphere doesn't have horizontal lines in the sense of a flat line, right? Because it's curved. It's a sphere. That does not exist. But the fact that you look in the ocean and you're treating it like reality is, then you're saying, oh, there's a horizontal plane. Let me get my measurement to it. Well, then that's exactly why it's not a curved surface, because you're not inside the ball. You're on the surface of the plane. It's not a ball. There you go. It's easy, bro. It's gotta snap. It's gotta click. You gotta understand it. You gotta realize that when you say yourself from your own words, we're creating a horizontal plane for mathematics, then you're no longer on the surface of a sphere. All right, I'm gonna mute myself up. I'm getting worked up.
A horizontal plane is artificial, created by your level reference.
All right, buddy. All right. All right.
That guy
deny
was
reality all you want. Goodbye.
You angle the lens, and your theodolite will give you a reading in arc minutes, the difference between level and the angle of your lens. Okay, you point your scope at the horizon, put your crosshairs on the horizon line, and it's not
the horizon line.
You're not making it level
on a globe. Okay, so imagine this, right? In your same breath, you're telling me to treat the surface of the curved ball like you're in the center of it. You don't even realize you're saying that, and it's frustrating because you don't even know what you're saying right now. And you're not catching it. It's like the lights aren't on. No, there's no one home.
That's what I would say to you about a flat plane cutting through a celestial sphere. How does that work?
Okay. You are proving yourself, but you're not realizing it. I don't know.
You didn't hear what I just said.
We'll say that again.
How does the celestial sphere work on a flat Earth?
It doesn't. What are you talking about?
I agree.
What the hell?
There we go.
All right. Welcome.
Then that's it. It's over, man.
Welcome to Globe.
You're saying that SolNav requires a flat plane. I'm saying, how do you have a flat Earth cutting through the celestial sphere?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I for some reason thought you're saying, how does a round sphere work on a flat plane? My bad. I misunderstood you. You mean the sky? You mean the stars in the sky celestial sphere?
The celestial sphere.
Okay. You mean the stars above the ground? that we are looking all around us, and then we're back to our little private domes, right? Is that what you're talking about? I misunderstood you. My bad. I thought you meant how does a
Do the
curved
stars
Earth
go under the
work on a
flat Earth?
flat Earth? What was that?
Right. Let's say there's an equatorial plane cutting through the center of the sphere. Right. We got half of the celestial sphere above us. I can see the stars above me. All right. So where did the other half of on the sphere? Right. The bottom half of the sphere. Where does that go on a flat Earth?
The problem though is the problem is you're stuck in your heliocentric model, and you're trying to make that make sense in reality.
So give me a
So
yeah, you guys are from the. You can't reverse engineer the fucking sphere, dude.
I understand why
give
you're
me
wrong.
That work.
I understand why you don't get it, but the reality is that when I go into Home Depot and I'm looking at the lights on aisle 1, I can't see the lights on aisle 22 until I go over there, and then I can see the lights on aisle 22, because now that's in my visual area, right? Like in my personal equidistance dome that I create 360 all around me, because that's the way reality works. So when you're in California,
Wait, you have a personal dome?
So our personal dome is only 22 aisles long.
No. It's just in reference to a Home Depot. Do you think the world's the size of Home Depot? You dumb fuck.
Oh, so you have a different dome inside.
What I'm trying to get at is that what you have in your optics is all you have to work with. Like for instance, when I'm in California,
calm down, dude. You're spazzing. You're spiraling, man. You're spiraling.
When I'm in California,
I'm listening.
When I'm in California, right, and it's nighttime, the stars I see are different than my buddy in New York who's also looking at the stars, because he's in aisle 22 and I'm in aisle 1. You understand?
What about at Lowe's? When you go to Lowe's, do you see more aisles or fewer?
Oh my God, Peter.
What about Costco?
Dude, stop.
Oh, Costco's bigger. It's a bigger world.
What?
I have a quick question. Callie, the black one, 666. Why do you have 666 in your name? Why do you represent
he's
that?
a demon.
To upset you when you talk to me.
I mean, is that the reason?
Oh, why are you getting upset? What's the big deal? It's just a numeric value, man.
I never said I was upset. I asked you a question about why you have 666 in your name.
All right, what's your name? All right, why do you have Hollywood in your name?
I'll answer your question after you answer mine.
Maybe he lives in Hollywood.
I used to piss off people. You get mad at a numeric value. I think that's funny.
I mean, it's a known numeric value of the devil, and it's not a good symbol, right?
All right, according to you, that's irrelevant though.
What does it mean according to you? I'm just wondering. I asked you a question. Why do you have?
It means you getting gaslighted. That's what it means to me.
Why do you have 666 in your name?
It means that you would get gaslighted if you're like sensitive.
Can you explain the gaslighting to me?
Yeah, put much thought into your position of why you don't like the number.
Hold on.
Think about it.
Hold on.
You associate a numeric value with some nasty stuff, and I'm telling you now, like, you don't got to do that.
So you're trying to make
anyway.
So you're trying to make this the numeric value that everybody knows to be bad into a good thing?
How do you know that 6 means that? How do you know that?
I don't know that.
Exactly. So why do you say that it is?
I'm just saying that's what it appears to be to everybody else, you know. I'm just saying
you're indoctrinated to believe stuff.
Why not? So you're
indoctrinated.
Yeah. So, but why not pick a different? Why not pick a different number? Why
completely irrelevant?
And stop talking about numbers.
I'm sorry, I don't like this topic. I don't want to.
All right. Listen. You both don't. I rest my case.
No.
Well, I agree with half of that.
All right. So for the slow kids in the back, 666 comes from the Bible, where it describes it's the number of who? Man. The 666 number belongs to man, not to the devil. If you think it belongs to the devil, you've been indoctrinated like a retard.
Thank you, AI. Anyway.
You could just listen to an Iron Maiden song. It explains it all.
Which song is that? Oh, I know which one.
Yeah,
Who cares? Iron Maiden
but the
is.
devil knows his time is short.
Yeah, but so
Let him who
how about this?
understands
How about
reckon
this?
Well, technically, though, it says it's the beast AI, so I don't know. Is a man the beast? I guess
No.
right?
Listen. None of you are allowed to speak about it until you can quote the passage. Okay?
It's Revelations 13. I know the passage.
You're all
Jesus
stupid.
Christ.
Okay.
It's Revelations
Okay,
13, right?
Let's play a game. Let's play a game. Let's play a game called I'm Right and You're Wrong. Go ahead and quote it.
Can it have multiple meanings though? Like, for example, the swastika has a negative connotation, but it also has a different connotation related to the stars, right? And other communities that use that symbol for other things, right?
Oh my god, no one cares.
I have a question for Callie. This is a really quick question, if it's alright to ask him.
No, before we go on with that question,
before
we go on with that question, we're not going to quote the verse. I'm just going to wrap this up. If you're going to speak about something that has a source body of text from where it comes from, try to speak accurately, for goodness sakes. All right, go ahead and continue.
Yeah, it's a beast.
Callie, would it be fair to say that by you putting that as part of your name, that you are doing that for reasons of being intentionally antagonistic? Would that be fair to say? Because, I mean, like, regardless of whatever someone else's religious belief is or whatever your religious beliefs are, it would kind of illustrate you as being an asshole.
You know who the real asshole is? The real asshole is a person who interrupts a perfectly good flat earth conversation to ask someone why they have 3 numbers in their name.
It was supposed to be a quick question.
Yeah? What'd you learn from that?
Well, I learned that he didn't want to answer the question. And until we had to answer it for him and defend him.
Right. So what you actually learned is you were wrong.
Well, I learned that he doesn't have a position. He just put it there to piss people off or something.
Okay, you know what pisses me off? Is people interrupting the flow of conversation for stupid shit.
I mean, the conversation wasn't really going anywhere because people were dipping out because it wasn't going anywhere.
Alright, so you wanted to provoke it?
No, I just wanted to ask a question.
Alright, fair. Now, did any of you look up the verse to see who was right?
Yeah, I said it. Can you not hear me? Test. Hear me?
Alright, what does the verse say verbatim?
It's talking about it's explaining the beast, and then it says, but if you have wisdom, it's the mark of it, or the of man. So yeah, you're right in saying that it's about a man, but it's also
it's multiple meanings, right? That was my point, I guess.
No, the number originally, the number of the beast is the number of man.
Yeah.
Right. So I appreciate you informing us. I just wanted to hear from him what he thought it meant. And he didn't have really anything to say, which is suspect.
That's fair, but what was on the table was that number belongs to the devil. That's what we all heard.
Well, apparently that's part of that's an interpretation, right? Or no?
What? No. Who came first? Who came first in the numerics, right? The beast or the man? The answer is man. Right? So the beast acquires the man's number, not the other way around.
Right. And it's interesting too because the beast is slain, so the devil doesn't get killed. So I would agree with AI. It's not that it's attributed to the devil, but it's not technically the devil because in the story of Revelations, the beast that rises out of the water, which is given that number as well, but it's saying though, but that's the mark of man. So maybe we call it the beast, but it's of man.
Right, so, and the swastika represents Nazis, but it also represents something else, right?
It represented peace originally.
Yeah, so you can decide when you put that in your name what you want it to mean, and he didn't have a decision.
All right, I think we all know the truth. He did it to be edgy because he's
I wanted to see what he thought about it.
Yeah, he said he does it to trigger you, and it worked. Damn him. Damn you, Kelly.
It didn't trigger me. It's just something. It's odd.
Definitely derailed the questioning and conversation, but no worries. It's all good. I mean, he still doesn't have a horizon on a curved sphere surface, so it doesn't matter.
To be fair, I think it was a fair question.
Yeah, it is, but it's also fair to point out that 99% of the people you encounter have no idea that that number is actually the number of man.
Right.
Source text from which the
Right. So he
concept came
decided.
from.
Right. So he either could have said, "I decided that I want to inform people that this is what it actually means," or he could have said, "I chose it because that's what everyone thinks it is, and that's what I want everyone to believe it is, that I am, or whatever."
Well, knowing his intentions now, right, that he does things just to trigger people and to set people off, isn't it maybe safe to ask and question, well, then do you just say the Earth's a globe just to piss people off in this, in this arena, just to spark things? So
I think
now,
of a better question than that.
Now,
I think it would be a much more interesting question to ask him. Does the idea of the Earth not being a globe and the Earth being flat and stationary and contained, and in that sense, most obviously being created by something, even though you can't identify exactly what, does the idea of there being a higher power bother him emotionally? I think that's a more reasonable question.
it probably does. That's why he comes here every day.
Are you trying to say that 666 is a Freudian slip because it's the number of a man and he wants to bother people? I gotcha. That was genius. So in short, he's hot and bothered over the idea of men. All right, let's move on.
Still looking for that horizontal plane on
No, I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I was saying like they most people that throw around these things like him, and I think most people in general, they don't really research them and what they mean like you do, AI. So what I'm saying is he's probably an atheist, and he's just like, there's probably no God, and these flowers are dumb.
Yeah.
It's no more complicated than that.
Yeah, but see, I'm using the source text to make double, triple entendre. So, for example, in the Bible, it says that many people who deny God are really suppressing the latent truth that they're just a bunch of, raving homos. So, what I was trying to say is that he's projecting on us the number of a man because he's got this latent Freudian pseudo-sexual homoeroticism. So, in other words, he's here because he wants to shove his balls down a flat earther's throat. Get it?
I just get concerned with people that knowingly put a symbol that they know other people or that they know what other people will think it means, that it's a negative connotation. It's odd. Why would you want to associate yourself with something you know that everyone thinks it's a bad thing, right?
Well, that's an important part of what I was trying to say, is that I don't believe he actually does. He's just a wuss. Doesn't like, the idea of being fooled, admitting that he's been fooled about the surface of the Earth, and admitting that there's a higher power than him, more than likely, even though he can't identify details about it. I mean, come on, it's obvious. Gas pressure requires a container in the consistent X value form. We all know this. This is how it is with every demonstration. And we have 14.7 psi at sea level. So, question arises, who or what created the container? one of the mysteries of life. I don't think it's ever going to be answered. Not while you're alive.
What is?
Or what, created the container that gives us the gas pressure we breathe.
Oh, yeah. Well, it depends on what you consider a container. That's the only problem.
Or for that matter, just how it was formed in any sense.
Well, I mean, I think it could be a lot of different things combined. I mean, you can't erase reality from reality. You can't erase the physics that are happening with the physics that are happening. You know what I'm saying? You just can't erase them. Like if there are ways to contain certain materials or minerals, you just keep it to that extent and keep going to see what you can do with, like all the stuff you can manipulate to contain. Whether it, be by electricity, magnetism, temperature, like however you can do that. I mean, vacuum, cartoon. I mean, I don't know. Have they ever tried to make one underwater? To where you're showing a medium and you have air and you have stuff like that. I mean, the word resistance has to ring a bell to people, right?
You know what could stop gas from going any further? Having nowhere further to go.
Yeah, it would be that gas being there. Yeah, be that gas. So it would be a
Yeah, for example, well, no, I'm talking about nothing. I'm talking about no more free space. There's a common assumption in uniformitarianism that free space is indefinite, and if you just head in direction A and you had an infinite amount of fuel, you could just keep going and you'd never stop. Right? You just keep going. Then you go 5 more miles and you go 5 more miles. You just keep going.
That's very silly.
But if you run out of free space, why wouldn't you just stop? You can't go any further. Nowhere to go.
Where do you think the container is?
Where?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not about where. It's about is.
Yeah, I agree about
where's the container of the universe? Exactly.
Far out.
Right. So I want you to tell me all about it. I want you to tell me where it is, what it's made out of, how it works. Go ahead.
We don't have a precise measurement, and we have no idea what it's made of.
Well, according to the literature, there's three main quote unquote theories competing against each other. So,
yeah, I agree.
They don't even know.
Nobody agrees. Nobody agrees. Yeah, we don't know.
All right, so I'm going to steal off your test and borrow that answer. Fair?
Yeah.
All right, so now that we've equalized that, didn't change whether the surface was curved or not, did it?
No, not at all.
Yeah, and something else that didn't change is whether or not we're allowed to independently explore the surface of the Earth, which currently still we are not allowed to do that legally.
I certainly wouldn't recommend you come and explore the surface of the Earth in my house.
Yeah, well, that's not what I was talking about. I'm not talking about private residences. I'm talking about
I'm just using this as an opportunity to remind you that that's not a good idea.
Wait a minute. Did we all just let it slip by that his floor is made of dirt?
Did he say that?
Yeah, he said the surface of Earth inside my house. That's pretty hardcore. Got a dirt floor.
I do.
Dude, I'll tell you what though, I would have a dirt floor if I could get like, if you've ever been to like a fancy grass garden, like a Japanese grass garden or something where they grow that super soft grass and it's perfectly curated, I would have that as a floor for sure. You can lay on that stuff. It feels so nice.
So why did he go into hiding after I asked a question about his name?
He's afraid
I'll
of
have to
it.
ask him later.
Guys, the Earth isn't flat, by the way, chat. Oh my days.
Why would you say that?
Oh my god, I put proof in the side chat, bro. Oh my days. It's key evidence right here.
Oh, your days. Oh, my days.
Yeah, oh my days.
That's so funny because it doesn't even show the Earth as being spherical. You're just showing like an astronaut in the solar panel.
Oh, so that astronaut actually did allegedly turn his camera and show the Earth in pretty much the same view that you get from inside the ISS, which is just a small portion of the Earth that's exaggeratedly curved, greater than it should be, which was exactly the same kind of data we had prior. So this is nothing new or profound in any way.
I don't
I
think you
mean,
watched the video.
no
bro.
stars, curved solar panels, wide angle lens. What are we talking about here?
I guess I didn't watch it for very long.
Is
I think
it
it's
real
a
or
tiny,
is it
it's a tiny
CGI?
Earth proof.
Why are
If
we
you
arguing?
look at it carefully, the curvature, right? It looks like a tiny Earth proof. Like it looks like the Earth would have a radius of like 1,000 miles or less if this was the Earth.
Well,
I mean, why can't they just use a regular camera? That's just all I ask.
Yeah. Well, supposedly the arc of the horizon for the ISS's height is 1,400 miles, which would put it at 3% of the Earth's surface. So the ISS horizontally can only see a maximum of 3% of the surface area of the Earth. So if you're getting this much exaggerated curve at 3%, right? I mean, what are we talking about here? This is like retard level.
So AI, do you think that guy was actually out there at elevation so high?
I would grant him that he's at a high altitude, sure.
Like what? Like 400 kilometers?
Is it possible?
I would just say high. I would just use the word high.
But is it possible
Maybe-
it's just totally a fake video? Like it's possible, right?
Well, if it's fake, then there's no point breaking it down, right? It could be anything. Could be Marvel. Could be, Thor could be in it. Hulk.
Yeah. Well, we know we can send up amateur aircraft to the blackness, right? To where they bust out of the ambient atmosphere that's like the bluish cloud layer, and they get into like that gray blue transition, and then they rise above it, and then there's like black in the top part of the frame and bluish gray, and then the clouds and the earth in the bottom part of the frame, right? You could create your own vehicle that could do that. So getting to high altitude isn't really that great of a task.
And those are real? That footage is real from those aircraft?
Well, it's not unreasonable to think they're real because so many different people do it across all different fields with all kinds of equipment. Even kids from high schools have done it with high altitude balloons or rockets with balloons, all that kind of stuff. And I mean to get above where you're in the blackness. You're no longer surrounded completely by the blue, and you can see the blue below you and the black above you in the frame.
I mean, I can't. I've been waiting for this SpaceX Polaris Dawn mission to happen for the last couple weeks. They keep delaying it and whatever. They said they're going to launch on Friday, and we should get some good fucking footage, right? Supposedly they're
Dude,
going to go.
all the footage is going to be the same it's always been. Something goes up, it reaches the black area, it takes a fisheye, retarded looking, weird, wobbly lens that zips around 3 different ways, and the people have to pause a million times, get it to curve, get it to not curve, get it to go straight, and then try to tell you, well, if it was curved, it wouldn't curve this way based on this lens, and then it's just the same old circle jerk it's always been.
What about the rectilinear lens? Are those any good?
Rectilinear lenses have a distortion effect, which is an increase of the Y value as it goes away from the center. Which, if it was 2 homogeneous color fields, would be experienced as a curve. So if the top was black and the bottom was blue, and you have the Y value increase as it approaches the edges from the center, then that would make the blue values appear to go down on the fringe left and fringe right. And if you were imagining the black, right, and the blue as lines, the blue line would look like a curve on that axis. And that's the standard deviation that that type of lens creates. So if you're up high, looking at something wide in your field of view, it would look curved.
So are there any... I was hoping you landed that. Are there any lens with which we could take reliable footage of something that curves?
Your eyeball.
Is there any lens at all that could be used to photograph a curving surface?
There are extremely engineered lenses that are used for, I can't think of the exact word, but essentially cartography type planes and high altitude cartography, where the purpose of the camera is to get correct angles. But I'm not exactly sure how they're used in that manner. Versus, because they're kind of like a top-down view more than anything. They're not really intended for looking out straight.
Are we seeing line of sight or what? Like, are we seeing actually straight horizontally forward? Is that like in contention here, or what's going on?
Those are the cameras they use for stitching when the planes fly over, and they got to do a new mapping of it. They stitch it together. That's why they use those special lenses like that.
Yeah. You know what's cool about those lenses? Is they're pressure engineered and temperature engineered, which standard cameras do not possess. So if you send up a standard camera, the differential pressure from the interior to the exterior is actually going to warp the view.
Yeah, so like you probably couldn't take a picture of it when you're sitting on the ground and use it to go taking pictures, then go bird watching. It wouldn't work.
Yeah, because the interior and exterior have such a differential in temperature that they have enough of a variant optical whatever the hell. What's it called?
I think all the birds would look flat too.
Index.
No, you'd see a bird with no dirt or water underneath it. You'd see a bird be able to fly about 7 miles or whatever, however high, 5 miles, 3 miles, whatever the bird's highest height a bird can fly in the air, right? You'd see it away from the curve going that way and no dirt and water underneath it. Same as you'd be able to see helicopters and airplanes while you're on that spot. See, because they have to be past the dirt and water. They can't be behind the dirt and water to go down and around it. So the only thing I would look for is something levitating with no dirt and water underneath it somewhere. And be like, there's the edge of Earth right there.
Did anyone understand anything this man just said? Or is it just me?
Yeah. He's saying you can't look at a surface that you can't see the entire surface and tell you what the whole object is. You have to be far enough away so you can see underneath it as well. Which, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, memory serves, is somewhere between 750 and 1,200 miles from the radius of the Earth. that you'd have to be able to see the sides of it in the same field of view. So allegedly, there's going to be, supposedly, a vessel sent with humans out to that range in the near future.
What do you think about the Discover satellite? Do you like it?
I can't remember which one it is.
I don't like any satellites.
That's the one that sits 1.5 million kilometers away from the surface of the Earth.
And what does it do up there?
It's taking images of the Earth constantly, every 10 minutes, I think.
That's the Himawari.
That's Himawari.
No. Called Discover. It also detects, it serves as an early detection warning mechanism for solar winds.
Those meteorites and comets and asteroids must be invisible.
Yeah, I would love to see stars on this. I'm at the website, dude. It's just like a black. I mean, it's just crazy, man.
Is it Discover or Gozar that allegedly filmed the backside?
Where is the Earth in this image? Like, it's just on a black background. I don't get it. Is that what the reality is up in space?
Yes.
It's just blackness all around Earth. So despite the fact that on Earth we can see many objects in the sky,
yes,
and then when you go into the sky you can't see any of them, it doesn't make sense.
Under some conditions, and unfortunately, this satellite is in a tough spot for what you're requesting it to do.
What?
Because well, let me explain. It's difficult for this satellite to make you happy in that regard, because it has the entire sun behind it at all times.
So
there's a huge source of light behind the camera illuminating the Earth. Any photographer knows what that means, right? If you have a strong source of light behind you illuminating an object, what that does to your dynamic range.
Do you understand that what they claim stars are huge sources of light also?
Oh no, they're very dim sources of light on the Earth.
What?
At night, when you see thousands of stars in the sky with your naked eye, do they appear bright to you?
Yeah.
Could you read a book?
That's literally why I can see them.
Is that a lot of light coming into your eyeballs? It's dark at night, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's dark in this image, bro. Where's like one star?
You won't see a star if the sun is behind your back.
What about a planet?
Neither a planet.
That just seems like the most
there is
bullshit
one
I've ever heard.
in the photo. There's one planet.
So how come
What he means is if the Earth is in your field of view, and it's the most luminous object, and it's overblurring your dynamic range, right? Then your camera sensor isn't going to be able to read the other light because it's focused on the one source of light that's the brightest.
Okay, so
AI is actually quite a reasonable person.
Yeah. Okay, well, how about this is reasonable? Are you telling me that this satellite stays completely in front of the sun at all times?
Yes. It has been placed there on purpose to sit in a somewhat. It's not exactly stationary, but it's in a location that doesn't change. It's called a Lagrange point L1.
Okay, great. So do you have any other satellites on the dark side?
Not like that, no.
Why not?
Because this one we put there so it warns us against solar crown, whatever, mass ejection.
Okay, so
it warns us. It warns us. We have 8 minutes to kiss our asses goodbye.
So do they put satellites up to look at the stars at all?
They do, like the Hubble telescope and the Webb telescope.
No, but like any like images of the stars and Earth together?
Yes. Probably. But that's hard because the Earth is the brightest object when it's illuminated. Like AI
No, what
just
about
explained to you.
the dark side of Earth when it's nighttime? When it's better to see the stars.
Oh, you're punked out now.
Well, you would be staring at the sun then, wouldn't you?
No.
Not necessarily.
The sun would be
You're
behind the Earth.
My friend, if you're on the dark side of the Earth, then the sun is on the other side.
So you wouldn't see it.
No.
You just got to tilt your camera a little bit.
You would have to be a very specific point, geometric point, for the sun to be completely obscured by the Earth.
Are there any satellites? Are there any?
It's not about obscure it though.
Are there any satellite images of Earth and the stars around it?
I don't think so. I haven't seen any.
The answer is if there was, right, you'd be able to tell the discrepancies, and that's why they don't do it.
I think if I were faking
Pretty
images
much.
of the Earth, I would put some stars on those fake images just for you.
But the reason they don't is because it would blow the whole
It's the
thing
same,
up.
yeah, it's the same reason why they told the astronauts just make up whatever bullshit comes off the top of your head about what you saw in space, and that way there'll be so much fog of war, nobody will know what the truth is. That's why you could literally put a clip together for like 5 minutes long of everyone that allegedly went to space saying a different story of what they saw, even though they went to the same location at the same time. I saw stars. I didn't see stars. I saw infinite blackness. I saw a dull color. I saw purple. It smelled like steak. It smelled like farts. I mean, who the frick knows what they're coming up with?
I mean, that's the best point is the fact that the first-hand like evidence of these guys is all over the place, and it's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, bro, who took their helmet off to smell the space and make sure it smelled like burnt steak? I mean, get real. Oh, do you know why there's oversaturation in the ambient atmosphere? You know why? Because of the atmosphere. That's why. So you know, like a city has this dome of yellow over it when you're far away from the city, and you get far away from the city, so you can look up without the light pollution, right? And then when you get far enough away from the city and you look out at the stars, you can see them, right? Because you're no longer looking at the city, and the light pollution's no longer there, which is actually just overblare into the atmosphere, which just then reflects back from the particulates in the atmosphere back into your camera and oversaturates it. But in space, that wouldn't exist. So simply just pointing away from the source of light would allow you to see the stars as soon as the camera adjusted. Okay, it'd be a simple task. Simple. Easy peasy. Just remove the source of light from having direct access to your aperture, and ipso facto, you're now in complete darkness.
Yeah, put a little circle in front of the Earth, and then you can see the stars, right?
That's why we have beautiful photos of stars from space. Beautiful.
They're actually why they use satellites.
The Hubble telescope takes amazing photos of stars when the sun is not saturating its sensors. That's exactly what it does.
Peter, I have an answer, I think, Peter, to your lens question. It's not a lens, but you can take absolutely undistorted photos with a pinhole camera. Just an FYI.
Thank you. So we're on the same page, right? If I have a photo camera floating in the orbit and the sun is not actively saturating my sensor, then I can see beautiful high resolution, high density of stars out there. And the moment the camera faces something that is a stronger source of light, like, for example, the Earth reflecting the sun, the light from the sun, then I can no longer see the stars and I cannot take a photo. But all I need to do is wait a little bit when the sun hides behind, and then stars show up again. No big
Right. So
deal.
when the alleged astronaut who said the Earth is flat that we just got posted, and then he turned his camera to see the Earth, why didn't he turn his camera away from the ISS and show the stars?
I don't know.
Why does the Discover thing say they have to be color and brightness adjusted?
The images.
Why can't we just get a raw image?
Yeah. So read on that website. There's a page called Epic. Epic is the sensor or a set of sensors.
I'm on
whose
the
job
page,
it is.
bro.
Yeah, I'm telling you where to click. Click on Epic. It collects images of the Earth in several bands, several different bands of light, visible and invisible light, and it combines them together.
Yeah, so why can't they just use like a normal camera?
Because their
That's what
goal
happens
is not
inside
to
the
provide.
camera too.
Their goal, yes, but their goal is not to provide evidence to flat earthers like you. Their goal is to collect very specific scientific data about the Earth. So they couldn't give a shit about what you think. That's the honest
It's not
answer.
about that.
They're not
It's not
doing this
about
for
that,
you.
homie. You're looking at it wrong. You're looking at it wrong. What they should be doing it for. Show all the things they need to show, and that flat earthers asked for, and be done with it. But rather than having them do it, we always hear the excuse that we're not doing it for flat earthers. Well, for goodness sakes, don't you care about all the sleepless nights from all the Globers?
They don't give a shit about us either. There's only like 10 of us here, right? Ever.
Yes. Then why are you so allegiant to such a dispassionate master?
They don't give a shit about us. They're very selfish people. They don't give a shit about you. Certainly not about you, and certainly not about me.
I think they do give a shit, and that's why they don't make it easy to understand.
They do.
Dude, I'm on
for you.
Bro, let's be clear. I'm on plenty of watch lists.
I'll peel the band-aid for you guys, okay? They don't even know you exist.
Oh, yes, they do.
No.
All right, dude. Let me peel the band-aid back on. Let me peel the band-aid back on, dude. They don't know we exist so much that we literally had to have a meeting in Congress about the topic. Yeah.
Oh shit.
They don't know you,
shit.
AI Overlord. Exists.
Okay, fair. That could be fair.
That's what I meant.
Oh, they know me. Trust me, they know me. I know that for a fact.
Delusional much?
No, I was in the CIA, dude.
You were not in the CIA, buddy. Come on.
Yes, I was.
Oh my goodness! I
And now you're wondering how am I gonna fess him out? You see, I got a print report, right? So I can prove it. And you can bet any amount of money you want, and you'll be sorely loosed. So I mean, I don't give a fuck what you do with that information.
What if I never pay you the money?
No, it's fine. You weren't in the CIA. You're just lying like you do every time.
Go after me.
So, real quick about that again. Sorry, this is fascinating. If you want to keep going, never mind.
I think you're spiraling.
So on this like Discover Epic satellite, do they have any sort of like cameras to observe the satellite itself to look for damage and other stuff like that for this expensive vehicle?
I didn't see any information about that. Did you?
No, which doesn't make sense.
I know,
Not
right?
They buy all the parts. Listen, they buy all the parts from Taiwan instead of China, and then they just expect it to last forever.
So when you look on the website, that guy was just spiraling. They tell you exactly what sensors the satellite has. They have a diagram that shows you the location and the nature of all the sensors. Did you look at that?
Post the blueprints for that satellite. I want to see how it's put together.
Oh, that'd be interesting. When you find it, let me know. I want to have a look too.
It's always a secret. Since the beginning, I've been asking people for the ISS, space shuttle, or a satellite prints on how they're assembled, and nobody's been able to do it yet.
Let us know when you find it. It'd be very interesting.
Yeah, maybe Professor Phil will finally tell us.
The camera only produces 2048 by 2048 pixel images.
Yeah. And then they reduce the resolution in half. Continue reading.
Wow.
Yeah. Guess the distance.
Wouldn't you want like better resolution to do all this science stuff that they claim they're doing?
Yeah, you would.
Wouldn't you want more accuracy with all this money?
Yeah, do you think they have a good Wi-Fi signal there, 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth?
Yeah, exactly. Dude, you ever see? Let me ask you this question: to the guy who was disbelieving that this resolution is matterful. What about the pale blue dot? Do you remember that image? It's literally streaks on a piece of paper and a literal blue dot up in the corner. And they're trying to tell you, oh, look, this is a picture of the Earth. And it looks like like the windshield that my kid sneezed on.
Yeah, these pictures are much better than that.
Wait, you guys think the Earth is flat?
What, dude? Alright, let me think. Okay, so title of the channel, 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, I can't read.
Yeah.
Good luck to you, sir.
So yes, the Earth is clearly flat, Bobby.
It's definitely not flat.
Hold on, let me use a greater emphasis word. It's totally, seriously, like for totes, bro, flat, bro.
Definitely not.
Hey, whoa, party frickin' foul. You used the same word twice. You have to get a better word each time.
What do you say to me, boy?
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're not up for this task, bro.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you said definitely twice.
What did you say?
I said you said definitely twice.
Yeah, it's definitely not flat.
Right? And then I upped the ante with totally seriously. And then you upped the ante with just saying definitely again.
Seriously, totally, definitely, 100%. Not the case.
100%, that's the best you can do.
I'm convinced. I'm a Glober.
I know. He said 100%. Who could argue with that?
Yeah, dude. I'm God. I know I created the Earth. What do you guys think of Darth Dawkins?
So what reason do I have to doubt that it's flat?
What reason? The evidence that has been accumulated over the many years we've studied the Earth.
Like, for instance?
What do you mean, for instance? Look
like
up
one piece of evidence.
Yeah, so like one piece of evidence would be research done by NASA.
Which research?
The one in 1968 by Theodore Roosevelt.
What?
Yeah, you didn't expect it, bro. Get knowledge cliffed, bro.
I'm asking for clarification.
I just gave you some.
Theodore Roosevelt in 1968. What does that mean?
Oh, well, he's talking about the wheelchair that he ordered.
Yes.
Theodore Roosevelt wasn't even the president in 1968.
Was he even
I
alive?
never said that Theodore Roosevelt isn't the president.
Dude,
because when I went to grab my piano, I put my dog on it.
All right,
'cause there
so
was
you
no pizza.
failed miserably, dude, to provide one thing. It's sad. It sucks, man.
Wait. So, are you denying the evidence that the Earth is round?
No, I'm denying that you're taking this seriously.
Oh yeah, I think it's pretty obvious I'm not taking this seriously. I don't know if you have autism and you can't tell, but I think everyone else in the room can tell. Which is why the first guy I was talking to was.
Did I not just tell you that I agreed with everyone else that doesn't think you're taking this seriously? Are you retarded?
No,
Dude, we know
wait.
you're fucking trolling. What the fuck? You think that you fooling somebody?
Do I think that I'm bullying someone? I definitely don't think that I'm bullying someone on Discord.com.
Fooling someone, fooling us. You sound
Bullying
like
us?
an idiot.
Sorry, your
Trolling.
mic's terrible. Sorry, your mic's
Yeah,
terrible. It's like
listening-
kind of hard to hear you, you old man. You're on Discord and
Your
mic
logic is terrible, and you're a retard, dude.
Wait, how's my logic terrible?
spiraling. He's got you there.
Wait, how is my logic terrible?
I just don't even want to engage with you anymore because you're not taking this seriously.
That's what I thought, bitch. That's what I thought, bitch.
Yeah, you should think that no one will take you seriously and talk to you seriously if you're not taking it seriously.
Yeah,
dumbass.
If I'm... Wait, when did I ask you to take me seriously? I just asked you to give an explanation to what you said, dumbass.
I'm
What are you
asking
talking
you
about?
to shut the next globe now, dude. How about that?
He was spiraling.
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, you make the globe people look bad, dude. It sucks.
Wait, you
I
believe
bet
the
you
Earth's
couldn't
you're a
prove
dumbass,
the
bro?
globe.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll do it. I'll cook it. Prove the globe now. Go. Where's the curvature?
Nah, I'm good. That's your burden.
Okay, well then get lost.
Bro,
Hey,
you're like
what's your
surrendering.
degree in?
Okay, I surrender to you on Discord.com, bro. You happy now?
Okay,
Yeah,
so you
flee
cannot prove the
flee the
globe.
battlefield and save your
Wait,
life.
why do you think I can't prove the globe?
I know for well, not for a fact, but I'm 85% sure that you couldn't prove the globe.
How did you
Go.
calculate that probability?
From experience, past experience.
How does it apply to me?
Because
you're
you're
like
just
everybody
a
else we hear, dude.
You're just a random bro on Discord. You came here to make fun of people,
So,
and I
if
bet.
I'm random,
Do you think you're the
for
first
lack of
person that acts
understanding,
like you, dude?
it'd be harder to
Do you think you're the
apply
first
previous
person that's
knowledge.
come here that acts like you?
Okay, prove me wrong then. Prove the globe. Let's go. 10 minutes. Let's go.
Wait, you're switching, bro. That's a red herring. We're switching.
Prove the globe.
What?
Prove the globe. You have 10 minutes. Let's time box it so these people don't go nuts and ban us both. So, prove the globe. Go.
All right. Okay. So do you know?
This is the first time you've ever thought about this, right? This is your first time. You're a virgin. First time. You've
This is
thought
my
about the
first
globe,
time.
and now you're going
This is
to
my
embarrass
first time
yourself.
thinking
Let's
about
go.
proof of the globe. I didn't think I needed proof. To be honest, I thought it was
know.
like a
Well,
general
you
consensus.
do. I'm sorry, but you do. Let's go.
It is a general
proof
consensus,
that
but
the
it's
Earth is
but
flat.
it's
Okay,
not a
prove
good
it.
consensus.
Prove it. We're talking two adult men. I assume you're a man, and I assume you're adult, relatively speaking. So two men talking. Give me a good, solid piece of evidence that the Earth is a globe, and try to
There's
try
photographs.
to eliminate external authorities as much as you can. Let's go.
There is photographs of the Earth.
Okay.
I think that is proof of the Earth.
Okay. How did you obtain those photographs?
Yeah, you didn't listen to him. Eliminate external.
Can you stop spiraling? I'm talking to the man.
Yes, sir.
How did you obtain those? How did you obtain those photographs?
I don't have them obtained, but I've seen them.
Okay,
Through
so
the
you've
internet.
seen some photographs. I've seen many photographs.
Yeah,
of many
through the
things.
internet.
Some of them were not real. How do we eliminate that possibility?
Wait, can you prove that they're not real?
I've seen photographs of Catwoman wearing a leather outfit, and I wish she was real, but she wasn't.
How does that apply to what I'm telling you? Because I'm asking you.
Well,
to
how do
prove-
you and I do you and I eliminate the possibility that those photographs that you did not take, nor do you know the people who took them,
Because they're
that
peer
they are authentic?
Because they're peer reviewed.
Yes,
For
but
example,
you
NASA
joined
has taken
this-
photos of the Earth, and with those photos, they've been peer reviewed by
but
people
the
at the
purpose of
company.
this, sure,
But the purpose of this VC is not full of people who cannot Google. This VC is full of people who are trying to scrutinize the evidence provided by authorities, especially about the shape of the Earth. Otherwise, they would just go to Google and say, what is the shape of the Earth? And it would say it's a spheroid, right? But that's not what this
wouldn't
VC
that be
exists.
your burden to prove
No,
that
you came here.
evidence
You
is
came
false?
here to talk. You came here to talk to people who are scrutinizing such evidence. So you should avoid it because inevitably you're going to run into questions about its authenticity. So is this the best globe proof that you have?
I'm gonna keep using it. That's fine. I'll keep using it.
Well, I'm not convinced. I think that this is CGI.
Prove that it's CGI.
Okay, show me a photo.
Which photo? Which
The
photo?
one that you claim proves. The one that you claim
The best photo, dude. What the fuck?
that
Show us
the
the
Earth
best
is the
photo,
globe.
dude. You fuck.
Yeah.
The best photo? Okay.
Oh, you
find
brought
my
up
favorite
photos
photo.
you
He's-
brought
yeah,
up
what's up?
photos in abstraction,
He
right?
just kind of got you there. He's kind of got you there, Suitcase.
Well,
Like,
then
give
let
it.
me do it.
he's-
Let me cook. Let me cook.
Oh, sorry.
no.
Carry on.
No,
He's
talk,
really
talk,
not
talk.
listening to this, so carry on.
No bother, mate.
So
So
I'm curious. How does he got me?
I'll demonstrate. You please provide the evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Okay. Here is some evidence. I will give you a picture
Okay.
in the chat. Actually,
Okay,
I can't.
I'm
I don't
looking.
have pick berms.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
You can send one to Peter, and then Peter can post it.
Who's Peter?
The guy you're
I don't see
talking
his
to.
name.
While you're doing that, can I explain why he's got you, if I may?
Yeah, go for it. You
No,
can
please don't. No, please don't. You're
No,
giving
no,
him an
go
out.
for it.
No,
go
you
for it,
see,
go
he
for it,
wants,
go for
He
it.
wants you to because he wants to milk the clock. No milking of the clock. Time stops.
I
The
can't even
referee-
send messages to him. His
the
DMs are
referee,
closed.
the referee paused his stopwatch, and now you need to find the evidence for the Earth being a globe. Let's go.
We can add
Hey,
stoppage
Peter,
time.
you might need to check your messages. Like, you might need to accept a friend request or something in order for him to
I'm
send something
looking.
to you.
I'm looking at my DMs. I can't wait.
It won't let me send it to you. How many times do I have to say it?
Try sending it to me.
Are you technologically
what's up?
incompetent?
How
I think he's just trying to
how am
milk
I
the
being
clock.
How am I being technologically incompetent by identifying the problem, you fucking idiot? Like, what are you on about?
I mean, you can't figure this shit out? How to send somebody
I
something?
told you how. I literally told him that I couldn't DM him.
So send
I
it
knew it.
to somebody
Any
else.
of
I knew
us.
it.
Anybody.
it.
That's
You
what I'm
wouldn't
doing
prove
at the
globe.
moment, but you stopped me.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, you're not the first one who failed to prove the globe.
You're not the first one who failed to be able to send an image either.
Noob.
Yeah, that's fine.
Only
So
very
people
few of us.
consistently can't send you DMs, and you haven't
Select
been able to
few
fix
of
it.
us
So how am I
been able to prove the
technologically?
globe.
All right, okay, cool story. So Charles offered you to send it to him, so you should try sending it to Charles.
Charles. All right. I'll
Blue
send it
icon.
to Charles. All right. Here's your picture of the Earth. I can't send messages to him either, bruh.
Dude, what the heck?
So then find
Yeah,
a
it's
fucking
serious.
link, bro.
Hey, dude.
Hey, you just post
Bro.
a link?
Bro,
Oh wait, yeah,
was
that
I
would work. That would work. That would work.
was
I
I
guess I
not
can
right
follow
when I said you wouldn't be able to prove the globe? So far, I'm doing pretty well, right? Or do you think you've proven it already and we just missed it?
Wrong.
No, I don't think I've proven the globe yet.
Not yet, right? Okay, so the time is the clock is ticking.
Wait, he might have me here, bruh. I literally cannot send links either.
So far, so good. I feel so confident now. I'm actually upgrading
Hey,
to 95%.
I'm gonna try again. Okay, there we go. I sent it.
All right, I'm looking at it. Okay, what is that? That's a website. Okay, walk me through it. Walk me
It's a
through it.
picture of the Earth.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I've seen those
The website
before.
includes photographic evidence of the Earth.
Okay, walk me through it. This is your evidence. Walk me through it. What is it? Who obtained it? How was it obtained? How can you verify
It doesn't matter.
authenticity? It matters.
It doesn't
to me.
matter who took it. No. You're not letting me finish. I was going to tell you why it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who took the photo still exists.
Yes, there is a JPEG loaded from this server that contains a spherical representation of the Earth. Yes, I agree. How does that prove that
it's
the
the
actual
closest
Earth...
depiction to reality that we have of the Earth.
How does this image that I downloaded prove that the Earth that we actually live on, in reality, is a globe? Walk me through the reasoning here.
Okay, it's pretty simple. We have a photo of the globe, right? So we believe that the globe exists. Because it's been peer-reviewed, it's been verified.
Show me
That's why they've uploaded it to the website.
Okay, fine. Show me how this photo that I'm looking at, this image, show me the proof that it has been peer-reviewed.
I got you, bro. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, thank you.
Right here. Right here. At the bottom of the page, it says that the people who edit it are content editors.
Why are they at the bottom of... No, wait, can I talk to him?
Yes.
At the bottom of which page? The one you shared initially, or there's another page?
It tells you that the page editor has multiple people working on it and
where's that? I don't see it.
It's at the bottom of the website.
It says what I see.
Yeah, so multiple people are like managing the site and like reviewing it.
Yes.
Wait, why are you telling me to shut up? I'm trying to talk.
Because you're not answering my questions. You're just milking
Wait,
the clock.
I wasn't trying to answer your question. I was trying to expand on the point I was making. Are you dumbass? Can you not track the conversation?
I am tracking. I'm ahead of you. I'm looking.
No, you're not tracking the conversation, which is why you tried to interrupt me because you thought I was responding to your point.
I apologize. Please, I apologize. Please conclude your statement.
Good boy.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
As I was saying, though, almost lost my point. At the bottom, it shows you that multiple people manage and review the website.
I don't see that. I see text that says page editor, SMD content editors.
Yeah. So the people that are managing the content on the website are reviewing what goes up on it. That's a form of peer review.
So the people who manage the website put the image on the website. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and the image has to be verified to be true.
So if
because
I find
they're a source
the website,
of factual information.
Okay. If I find a website dedicated to the Lord of the Rings, and at the bottom it says this page is edited by Bob and Jake.
Yeah.
Then that's going to be proof that Lord of the Rings is a true story?
I don't think Lord of the Rings claims to be some factual source of evidence as NASA does.
Yeah, but we're trying to verify
the case. So I think that's disanalogous.
That is the case. We're trying to verify
so they do. Can you show me that? Can you show me that?
No, you're correct. You're correct.
Oh, okay.
No need for me to... I agree. So our purpose is to verify the authenticity of this image. How can we do it?
Wait, repeat that again? My bad. I lagged.
Our purpose here is to verify the authenticity of the image on this website. So asking the people who generated the image does not sound good to me.
The people who generate the image have an obligation to report factual evidence. Right? So this would inherently
Where does it say that? Where does it say that? Point me.
No, it's inherent. Like NASA purports facts. They don't purport, false information.
How do you know?
Okay. So if I create a website that claims that Canada does not exist as a sovereign state.
Wait, repeat that again.
And at the bottom,
your dumbass boyfriend was talking to me. Can you repeat yourself?
I apologize. He's spiraling.
Nah, you're good.
If I were to create a website that claims that Canada has been seized by the United States and has become the 51st state.
Yeah.
And at the bottom of this webpage, I would have a bunch of photographs and some headlines and a picture of Justin Trudeau being arrested. And at the bottom of that page, and at the bottom of the page I put my name as the editor and AI Overlord as the co-editor.
Yeah.
Would you accept that as evidence that Canada indeed has become the 51st state?
Probably not, because
Okay,
your
and
website
why?
doesn't. Why? Because your website isn't reputable. It doesn't have anybody besides yourself and an AI working on it. It
But
doesn't
me
have
and
as
AI
much.
are the world's top authorities on the issue of the annexation of Canada.
How does
And
that parallel what
we
I'm
would
giving
say
you?
on the website.
How does that parallel what I'm giving you?
AI was in CIA. I was in KGB. We would put our credentials there. We would say, "Trust us, bro. Canada is no longer a sovereign state."
That's not equivalent, because what
That's
you're
what you're
providing
doing.
me isn't the
That
truth.
is
It
what
is
you're doing. You're just obfuscating. That's exactly what you're doing.
I'm not. That's not what I'm doing, because the
This is
website you would be
exactly what you're
making
doing.
wouldn't be reporting facts. These aren't peer reviewed. It's just yourself.
This
Explain
is,
to
first
me
of all,
how.
this is not a
Explain to
peer
me.
review.
Hold up. Explain to me how your counterpoint parallels what I've shown you.
Wait a minute, sucker. Wait a minute. Hold on there, Buster Sucker. Everybody knows that the CIA and the KGB are peers. Okay, so sit it down.
Okay, that was very funny. That was
Peer
very
review.
funny. That was a
Yeah,
great.
that's peer review. So you essentially pointed us to a website with an image, and we asked you to tell us more about the image and its authenticity. You pointed us to the names of the people who made the website. This is ridiculous.
That's not what I pointed to. I didn't point to the people who made the
Yes, you
website.
did.
I pointed to the reference it gave to the
Editors of the
management
website.
team. Yeah, and the management team has an obligation to report facts. 'Cause
Okay,
that's what NASA does. It
Substantiate
studies.
that. Substantiate.
So what's the
Substantiate
fact?
that.
What vehicle took the image?
Shush it.
Wait,
Shush it.
are you serious? Are you right? Are you
Substantiate
serious?
it.
Are you like? Wait, do you think that
Substantiate it.
NASA isn't reporting facts about like our solar system?
Substantiate the
Well, I'm
claim
asking you a
that
question.
the
I'm
people.
asking you a question. Do
Yes,
you think?
I am. It's your evidence, buddy. I don't think anything. I'm asking you to substantiate your own claim that the website, the people who edit the website, have a legal obligation to be
I didn't
truthful.
say it was a legal obligation. That's a straw man.
Okay, what obligation? Well, you see, I have to speak on your behalf. I hate that. Explain to us why we should trust this website, please.
Why we should trust this website? I
Yes,
think we should
the
trust
authentic-
NASA because they have a strong reputation for reporting the truth. They have many sources to obtain evidence. They're again highly reputable. Many sources to obtain evidence.
Okay.
They have
Okay,
many people working under them.
Okay,
and
fair enough.
coming to
Good.
conclusions. Many
Let me-
scientists.
Let me explore this. For the image that you pointed us to, please tell us more about how it was obtained using what instruments.
It doesn't matter.
It does not matter. What distance
Yeah, it doesn't
was
matter.
it taken from? What was the
It
distance?
doesn't matter.
What is the photograph of?
The Earth.
Oh no, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does because it pertains to the point,
No,
dumbass.
it doesn't matter. No, I think that's a
No, it
photograph
pertains
of
to the point.
Mars. No, I think that's
Okay,
Mars.
that's
on
fine.
that picture.
I think you're wrong. Can we move on?
Could you prove that it's not Mars?
I didn't make the claim it was Mars, so that's your burden, dumbass.
But I think it looks like Mars to me. If I squint, it
That's
kinda
your
looks like
claim, so
Mars.
you'd have to prove that. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you're
dumbass.
trying to convince me
Yeah.
with your evidence.
Okay, and my
purpose of
evidence
this
is
conversation-
valid. Yours isn't, and your interpretation is
The whole
valid.
purpose.
Invalid.
Sure. But dude, you can believe what you want. The reason why you engage in this conversation with me is to provide me with evidence that would at least make me
Yeah,
consider
and I gave
that
you
the Earth may
evidence,
be a
and
globe.
then you gave me another interpretation, which is your burden to
No,
prove.
I'm only asking
You
you
tried
questions.
switching the burden. No, you didn't
I'm
ask me
asking you
questions.
questions
You said
about
that
your
you
own
thought it
evidence.
was Mars, and then asked me to give you evidence.
Oh, because you're being ridiculous, so I can afford myself to be ridiculous as well in response to your ridiculous behavior.
What part of what I said was ridiculous? Tell me.
When I asked you
Specifically.
genuine questions about how the image was obtained,
Which questions? Which question?
What instrument was used to take this image?
I told you it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
See,
Which is the truth.
so
It
you're
doesn't matter.
deciding. Okay, what
I think it
distance
does.
was it?
Doesn't
What
matter.
distance was it? What object is in this image?
Doesn't matter. Oh, the Earth. Yeah, the Earth. My bad.
Can you please? Can you please? See, I caught you. Can you please?
No, you didn't catch me on anything. I corrected myself, dumbass.
Can you please show some evidence that it truly is Earth?
What do you mean? The evidence? Wait, you're asking me to prove that evidence is evidence?
If I knew what Earth looked like, why would I be asking you for the proof that it looks like I already know that it looks?
Because you want to know.
This could be anything, man. This is just a circle with a bunch of colors.
But the evidence I gave you claims that it's Earth, so it's your burden to debunk the evidence.
It's not even a sphere. It's a circle with patches of different colors on it.
Yeah, and it's claimed to be the Earth, so it's your burden to show that it isn't the Earth.
So a random guy on the internet, guy on the internet claims that this is the Earth.
It's not a random guy claiming that it's the Earth. It's the website claiming it's the Earth. You're dumb.
Those are random people to me.
Okay, it doesn't matter if they're random. They're more reputable than you are.
Okay, so I'm reading the text. So there's this image.
Okay.
And there's text overlaid on it, and in this text, it doesn't say at all that this image is the Earth.
Dude, it's clearly referencing the image and claiming it's Earth.
Where?
Why are you such a rat? You're actually a rat. You're talking about me being disingenuous and you asking genuine questions when you know for a fact that it's referencing the globe and calling it.
Let me slice. Peter.
Okay, AI overlord.
Yo, Peter has pressed you for citation from the text. So
and I gave one. I gave one. I gave them. I said the website claims that it's the Earth.
No, friend. A citation means you go, and you pull the text and you type the text verbatim. This is where it's saying it's the Earth, or you screenshot.
It's at the top of the page. There's my citation. The top of the page says Earth over the image, implying that the image is Earth.
Wow.
The words above the image are depicting what it's showing.
That is not how that reads.
Shut up, Brad. Who's talking to you?
Okay, you took the ball out of the picture. You took the ball out of the picture. It would read the same way.
Wait, why are you spiraling? Yeah, your boy lost. Now he's on.
Hey, dude. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to show us that this website claims that.
I did. I told you the citation. I told you that at the top. Listen, bro. I'm about to explain it to you, but you're interrupting me. At the top of the page, it says Earth over the image that I referenced you, making a clear implication that the image depicts what the words are telling you.
Hold on.
Wait, I have a question for you. Quickly. Hold on, before you continue. I have a question. Are you ratting right now, or is this like genuine? Like, are you ratting?
Good. Can you please look at the chat right now? I posted a photo in the chat. Is that the Earth?
Hold up. 1 second. I'm gonna load up my phone and I'll look at it.
It's at 10 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, and I've still proven Earth.
Do you see the photo that I posted? It's 10 minutes.
Okay. Let's see. You're Peter, right? Yeah, you're Peter.
Yes.
You're Peter. Okay.
For the audience, the picture shows a circle with an image on it, and it says Earth, our home planet, is the third planet from the sun and the fifth largest planet. It's the only place we know. I can't even read that shit. We know of that's inhabited by living things, and the editor of the page is Mr. Herman Minkowski. Okay, so is that the Earth?
Wait, I never said that. I don't think it's the Earth. I don't know if it's the Earth.
But this is exactly what you're showing me.
No, it's not. It's not a parallel because the image you gave me has no reputable sources that are backing it. And NASA's backing up their own webpage and providing evidence to try and convince you of something.
Herman Minkowski is backing this image.
Herman Minkowski? Wait. You're saying... Hold up. Let me go back to the image. When does it say he died? Tell me.
In 1909.
Yeah, the internet didn't exist at that point, dumbass. What are you talking about?
Well, we have found this picture.
Yeah, so I just gave you something that would prevent him from providing this evidence.
I found this picture. in the Prussian Academy of Sciences, and this picture purports to show the Earth. And there's a text with the claim that what I'm showing is the Earth, and this is exactly the same thing you're doing to us.
Yeah, prove all of those things you just said.
Okay,
just give me evidence for every single aspect.
Okay, ask me the same questions I asked you.
No, I'm good. I'm gonna ask different ones. So, show me the website you got this from. And I was also gonna mention. Wikipedia has way less reliability than NASA because their website can be edited by anyone on. Another thing to mention. Hold on.
I retract my statement. I took it from roscosmos.ru.
Okay. Can you prove that website has as much reputation as NASA?
Yes, Russia was the first country to send a man into space.
Get wrecked.
Prove that.
Yuri Gagarin was the first human being to ever orbit the Earth. That's
that.
Some strong... he came down and he said, I went into heaven and I didn't see God.
Prove that.
My dad told me.
Prove that.
I cannot.
Yeah, exactly, dumbass. Alright, so you have shown no counter evidence to what I've given.
Yes, I failed to demonstrate that the Earth looked like Hermann Minkowski. Now it's your turn to convince us that the Earth looks like that bluish thing that you showed us earlier.
I already did.
Go. Same questions.
Already did.
Okay.
Now you're just starting the conversation over again.
All right. Yeah, no, but I've learned from you. So, what is on the image that you shared with us?
What's the image I shared with you?
What is on that in that image?
Your mom's pussy.
Prove that.
Nah, I'm good. I don't want to embarrass your mom any further.
I take a W.
Okay, we're 1-1.
That's right. No.
I take a W. All I have to do is demonstrate that you wouldn't be able to
AI overlord.
Hold on, Fred. Peter went 7 levels to prove that. You only went 1. So Peter clearly took the victory in that round.
No, the overall score is 1-1. I took 1 victory. He took 1. So W discussion.
No.
Also, you guys believe the Earth is flat? Yo, redneck retard.
Do you remember my prediction,
do you actually
brother?
believe the Earth is flat?
What was my prediction?
That I wouldn't be able to prove the Earth existed within 10 minutes, but I did. So.
And you did not. You failed. You just.
Okay, even if I failed to meet your prediction, or even if I did meet your prediction, that doesn't mean that I agreed or challenged
Just chill for a second. I'm going to assess what happened. Okay, what happened was
I don't think I care about your assessment.
Okay. So nobody.
I don't think I've demonstrated the one.
Okay, yeah.
You're gonna get muted, bro.
It's spiraling.
You can choose to stay and listen, or you can choose to bail.
He left.
Well, what clearly happened is that he couldn't prove that the image in the article was even alleged to be a photograph, or even alleged to be an image of the Earth from the text itself. There was just a title of Earth at the top. He couldn't even prove an image from a piece of paper, let alone what the shape of the Earth is.
Right. That reminds me of like when David Weiss, he shows the bottom of pans and he calls them planets. And people are like, yeah, I believe those are planets. He's like, they're at the bottom of my pans.
Now, we got to give credit where credit is due. Notice how Peter was able to wrap that up in a 10-minute segment that didn't cause anyone to fall asleep or scratch their eyeballs or ears out. So flat earthers, learn from the best, which is obviously Peter, at keeping it brief, yet making the guy spiral.
Was that a globe on globe crime right there? Is that what's going on?
Globe on globe violence.
Yeah, that was a globe on globe violence right there. Let him at it.
Yeah, so let's see. So let's see what Peter did. He kept him to the point. Very, very few red herrings. Like maybe he touched a red herring with the tip of his finger, but he definitely didn't start eating it.
Yeah, Peter's definitely sharpening.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Peter's definitely sharpening his debate skills within this forum. I've noticed that, like, over the past, couple months. He's definitely gotten way better. And even he's getting it. Like earlier when he was like, hey, he's asking you a question. Just say yes. You know the answer is yes. Just continue. Like, he's getting it now. Good kudos to Peter.
Yeah, if only I could get half the flat earthers to take notes.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be celebrating if I were you, Apocryphon.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I wouldn't take no. I kind of like to stretch things out and drag them along.
Because the next time I prove the globe, you won't be able to dismiss it so easily.
Peter, you can't prove something that doesn't exist. I don't know what you don't get about.
I can prove the globe in 3 minutes.
Okay, go. 7:18. Go ahead. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to overstay my welcome. So maybe some other time.
All of us sudden. You know what we say in the trade? All of us slutting. Because you're just a whore. All right, Peter. You wouldn't win anyway. You can't prove something that doesn't exist. And I already told you. Horizontal line.
Be forewarned. Once I prove it to you, you won't be able to unsee it.
Horizontal lines, bro. I don't know how you're going to change that.
That's exactly how I'm going to do it. That's exactly how I'm going to do it. I'm just going to use a single horizontal line.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I need a break now, so maybe later when I'm in the mood. I'll do it just for you.
Well, when you're in the middle of the sphere creating your horizontal, you let me know so I can go down there with you.
Brother, I'm gonna give you the spoiler here, okay? I'm going to prove the globe using a single horizontal line. That's how I've perfected my argument.
I like it.
Yeah.
Even though we have learned that the surface of a sphere has 0 horizontal lines, I love it. I can't wait to see your angle to that. Pun intended, meaning straight lines create angles.
Oh yeah, you'll see.
Well, if you maintain a horizontal attitude, right, according to a globe, that would be incoherent. So you'd have to maintain a horizontal referentially to the plane of the horizon from a fixed point of vertical that would constantly be changing radially, meaning that the line that you're on that's horizontal now, a millisecond later, a nanosecond later, a femtosecond later would now be a different orientation. And that orientation
I did not understand anything from what you said. Not a single word.
You're a liar, Peter. I understood every word, and I know you're not that stupid. So don't do that.
Listen. We don't pick on people for their disabilities. Maybe he is that stupid. Okay, he can still be in the club.
My bad. You're right.
I appreciate that.
You're right.
Otherwise, Charles would be.
Keep in mind, not being able to recognize polysyllabic words and sesquipedalian antics doesn't mean you're less intelligent. It just means you don't understand those words because you may have never heard them before.
Exactly. Thank you.
So basically, I just said you have a horizontal line. Well, you know what? Let's just imagine it's a level, like an actual structured level. A tool, 6 feet long, 2 inches deep, 1 inch wide, with a bubble in the center. You hold it out level. That's what you call that horizontal. Now, as you move that along, like as you just start walking forward, if you attempt to maintain the level of that level, allegedly on a globe, the level would actually be arcing, right?
You know what's funny? You're trying to guess what my proof is.
No, I'm not.
I'll give you a hint. It does not involve moving.
All right, I'm not trying to guess your proof, dude.
You are.
No. Okay. See, what you forgot is that I'm allegedly. What you forgot is that I am allegedly the most narcissistic, egomaniacal, self-serving personality in flat Earth. So obviously, I'm talking about something about me, not about you. Okay.
The best you could hope for is number 3. The best you could hope for is number 3, and that's even stretching it.
All right, let's keep the number 2 in one spot of mystery for now.
Yeah.
So, what I was actually going for Peter, was since you were interested in the horizontal line, I wanted to get your globe-sided opinion on a contention that's going on right now in regards to Will Duffy, the final experiment, and some members of the FED panel with the airplane pitch data.
Yeah.
So, for example, the level idea is if you have the level, if you move a level forward at the same altitude across the flat reference plane, the level itself is going to maintain its attitude. It's not going to rotate on itself. It's just going to stay straight and keep going along the line indefinitely, right?
So, a technical remark first. The reason why I've been a little bit snappy with you earlier is because your mic is horrible and it's very annoying to listen to it. So, if you could do something about it, I'd appreciate it. Other than that, I'm going to wait. Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, better now. Thanks. So, that's if you were to move across the surface of Earth, assuming that it's, has same elevation, right? At every point, you would adjust your level to correspond to the vertical line at that point. That's what airplanes do actually when they fly. And that's what water does when it seeks level.
Right, but we're trying to set the baseline for if it's maintaining a constant elevation above a curved surface, or if it's maintaining a constant elevation above a flat surface. And we're imagining the tool being the level, a straight bar, 6 feet long, with a bubble in the center. If it's traveling over a flat surface, then the orientation or the attitude of the level is always going to be parallel with the surface, 2 parallel straight lines, right?
Yes, in other words, it will always stay on the same horizontal plane.
Correct. Then if you have a curved surface and you're moving along it, and the vertical is always changing, then the reference of the level device would constantly be rotating.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, so it would experience a necessary constant change in its attitude. That would be experienced from a certain viewpoint as a rotation of the device, right?
Yes, of course.
Yep. So now if you had another thing on top of the level set to 3 degrees off the level of the level, okay? So you imagine the level's a straight line, which it is because it's a solid object, and you take 3 degrees off of it, and you're always referencing the level itself when you get to 3 degrees. So if you're always referencing the level in both scenarios, and you always get 3 degrees, then it's always going to read 3 degrees in both instances, right?
So it's harder. This one's harder for me to follow. So I imagine a spirit level, and off of it we extend some kind of line or string or a piece of metal that's sticking out at 3 degrees to the surface of the level?
Correct.
Yes. So of course it would maintain this relationship together with the level.
Right. And the reason the level is constantly changing its position or not changing its position is because it's always seeking the equipotential vertical, right?
Absolutely. It's always finding the vertical. Yes.
And it's when it comes to
You're breaking up.
The arc's path is essentially an infinite turn, right? Or an infinite rotation that can be, it can be reduced into smaller and smaller rotations, right? So it's not like it goes 5 feet and makes a. Oh, apologize. So it doesn't. What I'm saying is the levels don't go 5 feet and then make a crazy jerking motion to the right, or they just go a constant gradual turn, right?
Yes. These are incremental
if you're traveling in an arc.
I can't say this word. Infinitely small adjustments over a distance. Yes.
Okay, okay, but if you're saying this is how we build over a curved Earth, because they're just small, tiny increments that they go unnoticed because we're like leveling
they are very much noticed.
Okay,
they're
well
very
then,
much noticed.
okay, in the real world, there's no notification of something deviating from that original point, and that's just
Yes,
fact.
there is.
No,
but I would like to continue. I don't want to talk about this. I want to continue to AI. Can I talk to AI,
Yeah,
please?
go ahead. I'll get you after. Don't trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, me and Peter are talking about traveling through free space, not building something on the surface.
Yeah, we can talk about that later. Huh?
That would make, yeah, absolutely. That would make building on the surface a red herring at this point. So,
yeah,
so you're traveling across the surface, and you have an infinitesimal correction.
Yes.
And the 3 degrees is always referenced from the current state of affairs, which is always going to be referenced to the level itself, which is always going to be straight. So the 3 degrees will always be 3 degrees and never be anything different, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in order to know if the level is experiencing the rotational attitude change, you must reference something other than the 3 degrees, correct?
Yes.
All right, so now I'll do the culmination. So there's a claim out there that if you get the pitch data off of horizontal from an airplane's flight, you'll be able to determine whether the plane is taking an arced path or not. My contention is that you wouldn't be able to because you need a third reference. You need the attitude reference off the orientation of the plane from its original takeoff point. And if the gyro or the ring lasers or whatever are being used, mechanical or optical, are always baselining themselves back to an assumptive horizontal, then you wouldn't actually have the correct information. And so you need to pitch it data and the attitude data, not just the pitch data. Does that make sense?
Kind of, but I haven't thought through this very carefully. Can I tell you, before we introduce an airplane, which is a bit of a leap that we're making, could we first agree on how we could detect this on the surface of the Earth with the experiment you were describing with the level? Can I tell you how?
Go ahead.
Imagine that at a certain point we put a large pole, a large stick, into the ground, very tall one, and we make sure that it's perfectly vertical at that location. And then we start kind of ahead of that pole, and we start doing the thing you were describing with the level. And at every step where we level the level, we kind of somehow mark, maybe with a laser or something, the location on the pole that our level laser targets. And you would see, as we're walking towards it, that point would be moving. It would be moving down the pole when we're working towards it. So if it starts at a certain elevation on that pole, as we're getting closer, and essentially we're changing the attitude of that level down, then that laser would start dropping and dropping on that pole. And we could take measurements. We could have someone standing at the pole, taking a measurement, making a notch every time the laser hits, and then watching it slowly creep down and down and down the pole. And by the time we make it to the pole, the laser would be hitting at the eye level or wherever we're holding this level, 6 feet off the ground, let's say. And then as we're moving away from the pole, it would start creeping up and up and up. That's how we need that object to reference off of. So I agree with you.
So the contention that was put forward by members of the FED panel was that if you got the pitch data from an airplane's black box that tracks its leaving the airport traveling across the surface of the Earth and arriving at another airport, that logistically it's either going to be a path following a constant arc or a path following an ascension, a leveling off, a horizontal flight, and then a descension. Right? So those two are distinctly different profiles of attitude behavior across the travel, and that would distinctly tell you whether the plane is actually flying in an arced path or not.
Yes.
And so,
and I think
I know how. Yeah, well, let me wrap this up. So the contention was, rather than spend all kinds of money going to Antarctica, which isn't going to be absolutely conclusive, why not just do the pitch data thing, and then we'll settle it once and for all. All right, go ahead.
Sure, of course. We could also measure the curvature and prove it in 3 minutes, but what fun would that be, right? So here's another way we can do this. From my investigation of how gyroscopes are constructed for airplanes, and I'm talking about the old school mechanical ones in order not to introduce any controversy about the laser gyros, right? So in a mechanical gyro, as used on an airplane, there's a problem that needs to be solved if you believe in the globe cartoon, which is as the plane flies over the ever-changing vertical, like you correctly described in the globe model, the gyro would need to adjust to that, right? Otherwise, it's just going to keep pointing away from the vertical or horizontal, but you know what I mean. It's going to remain tilted, right? Because the gyro preserves that plane, and if we believe in the globe cartoon, that the vertical is constantly changing. So if the gyro doesn't do something clever, it's going to go out of whack. It's not going to identify horizontal anymore. To your surprise, there is a mechanism in a gyro that causes it to readjust. And I'm sure we could tap into that and we could measure by exactly how much it has been adjusting over a distance. And that's how we would know. So maybe that's what they mean. I'm not that advanced in.
No, they're assuming. So yes, I understand what you're saying. That was my contention, that because those types of gyros are always reasserting horizontal, that you'd essentially have a constant reference to horizontal, which wouldn't actually tell you that the level is rotating, right? So you wouldn't have the information necessary to know whether the plane was actually traveling in an arc or not, if that was the only data that the machine output.
But think about what's happening. Yes, that's what it outputs. But that's just because the pilot is not interested in globe proof. The pilot is interested in seeing the horizontal at all times in the artificial horizon. Correct. But if you were to tap into the gearing of the gyro, you would detect that those gears are turning as the gyro continues to reset.
Correct. So the problem is, depending on how the output data is constructed, you could be just doing a fool's errand unless you actually get to the meat and potatoes of the device.
Yeah, I think so. That's my understanding, but I'm not an expert by any stretch of imagination on those details of aviation. So I think a ground-based experiment that we agreed on would be a much better one. Of course, there's Atmo to deal with, but that's, there's still going to be a pattern of the dot dropping down and going up. Or not.
So AI, the reason why I understand that the building was a red herring to the plane discussion, but I do believe that fundamentals, though, of keeping something at a particular degree angle or horizontal, as we say, it's applicable because it's the same principle. If you have a horizontal going across, keeping that elevation level, quote unquote, well, if they're saying levels curved, then it's no longer a transferred line of straightness that just doesn't exist. It can't be that, because if you keep something horizontal, that line will transfer as far out as you keep it going. and it never curves away. The second you're curving away from that degree or position, as you guys are talking about, then it's no longer horizontal. So you wouldn't say that a plane flies horizontally then, but they do. So I don't know. It's kind of weird, bro, but it is what it is.
Oh, AI did not agree that the Earth is a globe. He said if the Earth was a globe, that's how a level would behave as you travel across otherwise, smooth Earth without topography. And
I believe he was speaking in your paradigm, though, like as in regards to what you guys believe.
Yes.
But
and he correctly described
keeping the distance from a curved line over a curved surface equal. Yes, that would make it level in a I guess a colloquial way of saying it. But in reality, level is drawn from something that is horizontal. And
let's talk about reality some other time. But in the Globe cartoon, let's first agree on what the cartoon looks like, and then we can argue if the cartoon is real or not. That's but it's counterproductive to argue if it's real if we hadn't agreed first on what the cartoon is. And AI correctly described the cartoon, in my opinion.
We know what the cartoon is, though. We know what the cartoon is. We've all been.
All of us do. I'm not sure all of us do.
We've all been taught that it's a ball. We all been taught that. We saw it growing up in cartoons and movies.
That's
and
not
TV
what
shows.
I meant. You know it. I meant how a level would behave on said cartoon.
Okay, so again, though, in the, I want to say like deceitful language that's used to try to convince somebody that level means curved, that is just I feel like it's just inappropriate. It's not even like that's
okay. I'll use different language. I will rephrase the same thing and you'll tell me if that helps you. On the Globe cartoon, as we walk over the surface like AI described, at every point the level would be perpendicular. The tool, I'm not going to call it level, the spirit tool would always remain perpendicular to the vertical.
Okay.
I didn't say level. I didn't say horizontal. I just said at every point we would have to adjust the tool slightly so it identifies the vertical, and therefore the material of the tool would be perpendicular to the vertical. Vertical, yes.
Okay.
Better? Does it feel better now?
Well, I get what you're saying, but then with that, in that same breath, you can say, but in reality, this is not what happens, because in reality, we are transferring lines horizontally, and if you change elevation, they will be parallel to that position. So they will.
We were not changing elevation. In our thought experiment, we never changed elevation.
I'm just saying if we had to, they would still be parallel. So yes, perpendicular in their position to the horizontal, but if we are building something horizontally, then you're never going to deviate from that position.
You know what would help?
What?
If you never use the word horizontal either. Can you formulate the same thing you're trying to say without ever saying horizontal?
I can't do that because that's reality, bro.
But I'll give you a hint. Because
when we're building,
instead of saying horizontal, say perpendicular to vertical.
Okay, but the point though is that let's say you have a point that's okay. Let's say we're building the. Let's say we're
back to building, huh?
Hold on. Let's say we're building the Sphere in Las Vegas, right? And it's a dome, right? And then somebody says, "Hey, give me a position on this part of the dome, right? The Sphere, the little half dome." And they go, "Okay, all right. Is it perpendicular?" Well, technically, no, because to our zenith, It's going to be angled a little bit from our original position, okay? So it would be sticking out sideways, per se, on this sphere. But you want us to run on the ball like a monkey on a barrel until it's in a position to where you can say, this is perpendicular to our horizontal. And then you run on that ball like a monkey again to another position and say, this is also perpendicular to our horizontal. But in reality, Peter, you can't do that. When you're building something or flying something or whatever, those perpendiculars to horizontal are always going to be from one zenith, from one position. And everything outside of that on a flat and plane Earth is going to be deviating from that original position. So then, yeah, you can say, oh, this now is angled. It's not perpendicular to our horizontal because our horizontal is on the original zenith line. And everything from that is now deviating, which we can do. We can build that. We're not stupid idiots. We can do that. And we do that. We built the sphere in Las Vegas. But the point is that you like manipulate and twist and try to make it seem like perpendicular to horizontal is a good thing and we can get by that
Vertical.
way. And I'm saying, no, you can't do that. That's not the way it works in reality. I get in your thought experiment it makes sense, but not in reality.
Sure. I can show you a building in reality where I know you're a big fan of tunnels, so you'll like this one.
Tunnels go up and they go up and they go down and
all right,
they go down.
But
they
not
go
this
up.
one.
Doesn't matter.
But not this one. The idea for this tunnel, and I'm putting the word tunnel in quotes so you don't freak out on me later. The idea for this tunnel was that its entire length was supposed to be on the same horizontal plane, which on flat Earth should be very easy because that's what you get if you have equal elevation. 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal.
You mean like this tunnel right here, the one that they built from France to United Kingdom?
No.
You mean like this tunnel? Okay,
no, a different tunnel.
Okay, I'm just saying because tunnels, they also have a.
Why are you
Go ahead.
interrupting me? I was going to tell you about a tunnel, and before I show it to you, I want to describe it. Okay.
Go ahead.
So the design goal for that tunnel was that it's on the same horizontal plane to a ridiculous level of precision. I won't even say what it is, but let's just say it's ridiculous.
Right.
It is smaller than the smallest object you have ever seen with your own eyes, and then divided by thousands. That's how small it is.
All right.
Okay. And the length of the tunnel was 4 kilometers.
Yes.
Which
You're
is
talking about LIGO?
2.5 miles.
Are you talking about LIGO, Peter? Cut the shit.
And the conclusion was that the end of the tunnel was 1 meter off the elevation of the beginning of the tunnel. 1 meter difference.
Okay.
That is LIGO, yes.
Nah, I know. Cut the shit. We already know your fucking story. Okay, here's the point, though. Okay.
Why are you swearing at me? I've been friendly to you. Why are you spiraling?
You're right. Okay, Peter. Okay. Tunnels that are built and made all day, every day, right? Every month, every year. Someone's building something somewhere. Okay. The point being is that you are saying they had to account for curvature of the Earth. And I get it. Because, Peter, on their website, on the front page, on the bottom, it says, accounting for curvature of the Earth.
I gave you that link 2 days ago.
At that point?
I gave you that link, so you don't need to tell me what it says.
Peter, I know, but I'm saying we're not only just, it's just not me and you in the room. There's a whole audience. That point, though, that is like almost like a psyop at this point. It's almost like what company is going to put what company is going to put
psyop policy.
What company is going to put on their website? We had to account for curvature of the Earth when we're building this. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the presentation of a website, of a company's website to begin with. But I would say this: it seems like that's just one of those things where somebody either got paid or told, hey, put this text in your website, because we have to make people believe that we're accounting for curvature. And the reason why I say that, Peter, is because, okay, LIGO, is that the only fucking structure that ever had to account for curvature of the Earth? Because I'll tell you what, if they are accounting for it at 2.5 miles, well, what about the people mover? We did.
Hey, wait. Just baby steps. You asked what company. You left all these questions unanswered. Now you're going to tell us about people mover.
Well, so because the people mover is equivalent. The people mover is equivalent.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's 2.5 miles long. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. It's 2.25 miles long. And you know what?
Could it tolerate? Can things move?
Never once.
Can it tolerate a meter? Can it tolerate 3 feet of change? Vertical change over that distance?
There was nothing about anything in the blueprints about accounting for curvature. Nothing.
Sure, because it doesn't have the same requirement of being in the same horizontal plane on both ends.
It doesn't have the requirement. God damn you, Peter! You always find a way. You guys are so you're like a greased up fish, and I say greased up fish because fish alone are slippery, but a greased up fish, holy fuck, it's really hard to grab those. That's you.
Hey, I gave you a citation to the website, not of the company that built it, the company or the organization that designed it, that designed the technical requirements for that tunnel or tube. And they are a bunch of nerds at Caltech, and they want to share everything they know about their beautiful design because they're jerking off to it.
Where did they measure the curve of the Earth at then? In that,
they did not. They did not.
So it was just made sure it's flat and it'll work.
Caltech come to me for curvature measurements. They come to me. They knock on my door. They say, "Do you have any curve measurements?" I say, "Here you go."
Okay. So imagine this, right? You're saying they did this, but you know what I want to guarantee you, though? I guarantee you the people that actually built it, all of their blueprints were horizontal lines, parallel lines to their change of elevation in one way or another. Everything was horizontal and flat about it. I guarantee
because it's a psyop.
Yep. I guarantee you, bro.
Can I give you the cherry on top?
Nobody builds according to the curvature of the Earth.
You've said this already. Can I tell you the cherry on top?
What's the cherry on top? Your mama? I'm just kidding. What is it?
Yes. This building is a 3-hour drive for where I live, and I've seen it.
Wait, so now you've seen the curve of the Earth because you saw.
I have verified that the building is physically there the way it looks on the image. So it's a good psyop.
Wait, nobody said that this building doesn't exist. I'm just saying that your
it was a cherry on top. It was extra. It was bonus information.
Oh my god! Peter, you never cease to amaze me. The point is that nobody builds that way. If you're transferring a line to keep an elevation to topography to the level of, let's say, sea level, right? Let's just say like Lagos was what? I don't know. Let's say it was 700 feet above sea level, okay? You have a marker of 700 feet, right? Everything that's either above that or below that is going to be parallel to it. Let me ask you a question, Peter. How many parallel lines do you have to line up to make a circle? And by the way, you could even make that an infinite number. It will never circle back in on it. I promise you that. Because that's just the nature of the game. You understand what I'm saying? Yes or no?
I think I do. I also understand what Caltech are saying. Why wouldn't I trust them and trust you? Can I trust both of you?
Well, again, if you have some nerds sitting behind a computer screen saying we had to account for curvature, but then you have builders that go out there and they are transferring horizontal lines and keeping it straight, and even from the deviation of one's elevation on that vertical, it's still going to be parallel to the original position. Let me give you an example. I'm gonna type it in chat. Actually, I can literally do this right now. Check it out. see this, and then we're over here, and then we're over here, then we're over here, then we're over here. Okay, check it out. I'm gonna give it to you right now. Look at the chat. You see that? Minus the 1111. I don't know what the fuck happened there. But see those dashes? Even though they're hyphens or underscores, they're still always going to be parallel to one another. The second that you curve away from that position, that if you change the degree or the angle, then all of a sudden it's no longer a transferred line that would take place in reality in building. So I don't know how else to tell you, Peter. I do not know. I'm sorry, I don't. But do you get it now?
I get what you're saying. Yes.
Okay, good. At least we're starting somewhere. If you continuously, infinitely, I could do this. If I could chat, if I could put on this chat, like if I could go larger than the screen that I have on my phone, I could go in the underscore hyphen. No matter how I fucking put it, it's going to be a straight line infinitely in all directions, Peter. Because that's the way we build shit. We don't.
That's how flat Earth would work. Yeah.
Now here's the point, though, Peter. There are times when sometimes we do have to add an arc or a curve, if you will, right? Like we do have to do that sometimes. Matter of fact, at LAX, we did do that. We literally had when we were building the luggage terminal to go underneath the tarmac up to Tom Bradley International 2, we did have to bend that, if you will. And doing so, the iron was curved, but it was manufactured that way. It's not like we took a straight horizontal beam and then pounded the shit out of it until it curved. No, it was made that way. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then all of our measurements according to that, we're still making sure that we are plumb level square. So, and the engineers knew this, and this is the way they built it, and this is the way they did it. The engineers knew this, and
so
that's
you're
just the way it
using
works.
plumb level, huh?
Plumb level square all day, every day. That's what we do. That's the way everything's built.
I like that.
Yeah, plumb level square. Because that is the way reality works in the real world, Peter.
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay, well then the only time you're going to curve away from that plumb level square is when the blueprints call for it. And again, the LAX People Mover, 2.5 miles.
Like in life.
Again, though, you're saying, okay, how about this, Peter? They use curvature of the Earth. We didn't. So who's wrong? Even though we both came up with the same conclusion. Who's wrong then? One of us has to be wrong.
I think you're wrong.
Oh, so you're saying that no, because if we didn't account for curvature and there's curvature, that means we'd be 3.5 feet off at the end. Yes or no? But guess what? We weren't.
Yes, true. If your goal was to create a tunnel that remains through its entire length at the same horizontal plane, then you would be off. Yeah.
But it wasn't, though. It was right where it needed to be. And there was no curvature introduced to it at all. No point. There was no point for it. Because that's not reality.
How do you still not get this, APOC? Like, what about your building plans and what about the building itself had to be both a straight line as well as level?
What? Oh, fucking A, bro. What do you mean? What do I not get? What do you get about it? Level is horizontal.
Yeah, so
it's not curved.
It's really simple. So in the building plans, they would have said, okay, the floor of this is going to be level, and then they didn't say that it has to be a perfectly straight line where it's 90 degrees from all points along that part of the building.
Yeah, it just tells me, dogs, that you just don't understand what level is. I'm sorry, you just don't.
I've gone through it like a dozen times. Level is a line that references something, where it's equal from all points to that reference.
In the real world, dog, level is horizontal. In the real world. Not the fucking fantasy Narnia bullshit textbook paper fucking false claims. Not that world.
So you're saying level is perpendicular to vertical, yes? Is that what you're saying?
With 2 points, absolutely.
So you're saying level is horizontal, and I can translate that into level is perpendicular to vertical.
Hold on.
I only need 1 point.
Peter. No. See, that's where you're wrong. That's why you're all fuckered up, Peter. Because it's not 1 point, it's 2 points. That's what makes it fucking level. This is what you guys don't
Who says?
This is what you don't understand. Oh my god. Reality says that.
Dude, why are you getting all hyper worked up?
You're
Peter,
right.
the troll is here.
You're right. You're
AI
right.
Overlord just told you that if the globe cartoon was real, then a level would just adjust to the plumb line in any location on the globe cartoon. So he recognizes that on a globe cartoon, level requires a single point, it finds vertical, and it's perpendicular to that. He disagrees that the globe cartoon is real, okay, but if it were real as a result of some kind of cosmic joke, then level would not require 2 points. He explained it very articulate, very succinctly. Oh fuck, I cannot speak. He explained it very well. How it would work on the globe cartoon. So why are you yelling?
That's great, but in reality, though, when you're gonna make sure something's
on
level,
flat Earth, in flat Earth reality,
why are you cutting me off?
Level also requires.
Why'd you cut me off, Peter?
Level.
Why'd you cut me off?
Because I forgot to say one more thing. I need to say one more thing to save us 10 minutes.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Okay, thank you. In flat Earth reality, we also only need 1 point to establish level with a spirit level, because, and that's actually what you do. If you hold it in your hand, you're not like resting it on 2 fulcrums. You're holding it in your hand, and you're adjusting it until it finds vertical, and then, because it's perpendicular to the vertical, you get your horizontal. Even in flat Earth reality, you only need 1 point to establish a level. So what are we arguing about? It's the same in the globe cartoon as it is in flat Earth reality.
Okay, so here's the point, though, that you're not understanding, Peter. When you are trying, okay, let's take a picture frame, okay? We're going to call the left side 1 point and the right side a second point. And you're going to move those 2 points until they're level. Matter of fact, a level itself as an instrument tool has one end and another end. Matter of fact, even within the mechanics of it, it has one line and another line. And then there's a bubble. And when that bubble is between those 2 points, that makes it level. So I don't care what the fuck you say. I get you had a conversation earlier and you said whatever you had to say. But the reality is, hold on, Peter, I'm not done. I let you speak now. Just listen. The reality is, establishing level requires 2 points in the reality world. Not
Can I ask you something?
Holy fuck, Peter. You just don't know. I ask you talk, but you know what? Go ahead. I've had enough to drink.
But I want to ask you. Okay. So let's say I take that picture frame and I throw it away. And then I put the same spirit level tool on the tip of my finger. And I balance it in such a way that it finds vertical.
Okay. And so with that,
do I have a level plane?
Wait, Peter, what you're not understanding, your finger's not what's fucking level. The level is what's level. And now you can tell what's level. So but Peter,
but the earth has nothing to do with it. The earth has nothing to do with it.
But Peter, the level has a left side and a right side. It has 2 points. And the way you
stop repeating that. Stop repeating that.
The
Jesus.
way you angle.
How many times are you going to repeat the same thing?
As many times as it takes you to understand what the fuck level means.
But that's not what we're arguing. Of course, the level tool has a non-zero length, and therefore it has 2 points at the edges.
Then why are you bringing up your finger then, Peter?
Because what I'm trying to illustrate is that it has nothing to do with the shape or even topography of the Earth. I can be standing on a slope of a hill. I can put the level on my finger,
Still
and
2
if
points.
I balance it accurately, the level is going to find the vertical and therefore the horizontal.
Still 2 points, Peter. Your finger alone doesn't do it. Matter of fact, your finger, if you put your finger up to it, that doesn't represent level. The level establishes level, not you.
I'm out.
Now,
Mate. I can't do this anymore.
hold on. Now, if you took if you took your right hand and you had your finger out, you know what's gonna actually knows a better explanation here? If you took your left hand and then you put your finger out. Now we're talking, Peter, because now you have 2 points, which you can put your level on top of, and then you'll say, my finger is level to my second finger because I have established a fucking reference point, and now we're level. Oh my god!
Are my fingers part of the Earth?
Oh my god! You're the one that
so
fucking brought them up, Peter. God,
You just agreed Apocryphon.
I gotta check out. This guy's fucking retarded. Sorry, Peter. No offense, but you are just retarded. I'm sorry. All right.
Hey, you know those spirit levels you're talking about, Apocryphon? The reference for them, is it the two ends, or is it the actual bubble in the middle of the spirit level?
The bubble is within 2 lines. So in those 2 lines,
the lines, dummy. Between the lines, the bubble has to be between them.
Exactly. Not 1 line, it's 2 lines. God damn it.
Yeah, so the downward acceleration of gravity causes the bubble to be above the liquid, and if it's between those 2 lines, and you know anything to the left and right of a straight piece of a spirit level will be 90 degrees and horizontal to that vertical.
Oh my god!
Who's having a meltdown right now? Who needs to go have their blankie?
Hey, dogs. You could only have 1 line. You could have 1 line in the center, and you center the bubble in the middle. So you could have a single line in the spirit level, and the bubble would be put. I know, but you could. But you could.
No, you can't. No, you cannot.
Yes, you could.
No, you cannot.
Brodwin, do you do anything other than just like go, no, you can't at people? Do you do anything other than that?
That's not how they're made. They're not made like that.
What if I make one like that?
Hold on, Peter. There's not 1 level built in the world where there's 1 line.
I know, but there could be. But there could be.
No,
Yes,
there can't be. You have to have a reference to it. Oh my god.
That would be the reference.
You're trolling. You're trolling right now, bro.
That would be so inaccurate. It'd be ridiculous.
It wouldn't matter anyway. Nobody references nobody references the lines in the bubble. They use that to orient the device. Then they reference the device.
Exactly.
You know that AI.
In fact, there are spirit levels that have a dot, and you align it to the dot.
No,
Theodolite has one like that.
No, it's just a bubble in the center. They have a dot, they have a circle, right? A circle. You're calling a dot, but it's a circle. But even the bubble has to be in that circle, by the way, and not touching the line.
Not 2 lines. There are no 2 lines.
It wouldn't matter. All you need is an equidistant reference from the side that you put the bubble relatively targeted on. However you define targeted. You could have the bubble could look like a reticle. It could look like 2 lines. It could look like a triangle. You could use a phallic symbol. You could use any symbol you want as long as it has an equidistant reference from both sides.
Exactly, and a lot of guys when they set up levels,
When he said the phallic symbol, he meant you, Apocrypha.
A lot of guys when they set up the Olites and the bubble will be touching the line, I'll say, "You fucking idiot," because he's an apprentice, dude. Put the bubble equidistant to the circle because if it's on the line, that means you're going to be off when we're shooting our shot because that does make a difference. It's not level; it does change, bro. You're not in the field, so why do I get worked up over you? I don't know.
I don't know. If I didn't know better, I'd say this was the first stages of a bromance.
Fuck you, AI.
I guess we doing the level is not level argument.
What's up? What's up, Red? Only in the globe world can you find level with 1 point. Fucking amazing.
Dude, like I'm imagining that, how freaking laughable. Like, oh, here I got my special homemade level with one with a bubble and one line. Like, what do you?
Oh my god.
Get kind of in the middle. There it is.
Funny. Well, yeah.
Call it Glevel.
I don't know, dude. Dude, you might be surprised. Somebody could probably find a company that has 3 lines, one on each side and one in the center.
Well,
And
actually,
what are we gonna do then, AI? The whole thing's gonna go to shit. Apocryphon's gonna lose it.
No. But technically, you're still gonna have 2 points because you're gonna use the bubble itself, the end of the bubble on the left and the right.
Oh, so there's a bubble. That's like a 3rd point.
So technically, if you had 1 point, you're gonna make sure that bubble is equidistant to that line, and that's still 2 points. You get that? Do you understand it yet?
Oh crap, dude. Technically, points don't exist in free space. So now what are we gonna do?
Yeah, how about that? How about that?
Talking to you.
Anything that has tangible dimension automatically has a left and a right side, which automatically is 2 points. Holy crap! Reality's breaking down.
AI.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that?
AI. Wait until he finds out about the uncertainty principle.
Oh my god, here we go. Oh, so not reality?
What if I told you that you can never measure a location of a particle with certainty?
So we're in Narnia again? Is that what we're doing? We're gonna drift away from reality to make your
So
shit
your
make
level is never truly level.
No, thank you. I don't want to go into your Narnia. I'd rather deal with reality, bro, where we use 2 points to make level. Bottom line. Whether it's in the bubble, whether it's the line, whether it's left to right of the fucking 8 foot, 6 foot, 4 foot, 2 foot spirit level, whatever.
Amen, brother. Amen, brother.
Hey,
Amen.
riddle me this, Apocryphon. What if you're using that tool and you are slightly hungover and your vision is curved and you didn't measure the level correctly? Is it still level?
Then you're gonna have to go back and redo the work because that fucker fucked up, and he's probably gonna get his 2 checks because he doesn't know how to fucking level something. You would be that guy. Give him 2 checks, get him off the job site. Doesn't know how to fucking level anything.
Yeah, unless you're building the frickin' a floor to a frickin' like a real crappy horse barn or some crap that you really don't give a shit about, that it doesn't really matter. Or you want the water to run off one way, then you can build it not level, all shitty like.
I'm not ignoring the fact that you guys have a lot of dumb shit to make your globe make sense. We're just pointing out it's dumb shit. And that's not reality. That's all I'm doing, Peter. I don't know if you get that or not.
Oh, I get it. I get it, brother. I get it completely.
I can't wait to tell my boss this conversation. He's gonna fucking laugh. You know what he's gonna call you, Peter? He's gonna say that you can never work in our trade because you'll get fired on day 1 because you can't even establish a level right correctly.
Yep. Apocryphon, a level line that's horizontal, in which the entirety of the line is horizontal, over a globe under the mechanics in which they believe occurs, would be a reciprocal slope. It'd literally be a sloped floor with an epicenter.
Yep. Just like I posted a photo of when we were at LAX, and the iron is arced because these roofs were arced, and you see it in the photo. But the steel was made that way. It was fabricated to where it's going to have a slope to it, right? But technically, we're still going to create a horizontal or an elevation, and that's going to be where you say it's perpendicular. And as you drop down in an arc, yes, you're right, it does curve down, but it's still referenced to the horizontal position of that original zenith to where we established that elevation from. Again, it's like hash marks and underscores. No matter how you think about it, we're always building to a parallel position. This is why I lose my shit with these guys, because it's like, holy fuck, what don't you understand? Dogs over there say some dumb shit. Peter say some dumb shit. Just don't ever get into our trade. You will be fired day one, I promise. If you think that bullshit. It's funny to me, bro.
Yeah, I mean, what if you read the plans and the plans show a perfectly flat floor, right, from one side to the other, and they're like, hey, where's the diagonal reciprocal slope off the single point level from the center of the Earth? I can't figure these plans out.
Exactly. Their brain's gonna explode. Where's the curve at? Oh my god. These guys, bro. Shame on you guys. Where's your brain at, dude? How you not get this?
Well, they operate under the assumption, they can correct us if we're wrong, that the curve of the Earth is irrelevant at scale, and so you can just shoot a level and pretend it's straight and horizontal, and it's practically going to come out fine. Except when we need it to be curved, then all of a sudden it matters and it's super important.
Yeah, and by the way, when you transfer that horizontal line, Peter, there's no curve to it. Just a little FYI, there's no curve to that. You literally transfer the line horizontally. If you don't know what horizontal means, I don't know how to help you. That's it. Bottom line.
I had a good teacher that taught me about what horizontal is.
He said horizontal's curved? Is that what he said?
No. He actually used to slap me if I ever said that.
Well, then why are you here pulling our fucking legs over here and saying some dumb shit? If
I'll tell you why.
that... Oh, go ahead.
My teacher used to teach me that horizontal was perpendicular to vertical, and the name of my teacher was Professor Bev.
Do you mean bend over and take it?
Oh, Bev, B-E-V, Bev. And his last name was Try Thinking.
Oh my God.
Bev Try Thinking, yes. He taught me that horizontal was perpendicular to vertical, and I've been using that ever since.
Okay, so remember earlier, Peter, when I said when Local 433 built the Sphere in Las Vegas, you have perpendicular lines, right? Now, on the curvature
What is that,
of
like a commie labor union or something?
It's our union, ironworker union. Dude. Oh my God. Shut up, bro.
The point is around.
The point is that on that Sphere in Las Vegas, you know, they show it all the time with the eyeball and all the American flag. Okay, the second you go to a position that's curved and you say this is perpendicular, no, it's not. Because it's actually diverging from the zenith on the top of that sphere. So in your world, thinking that the world's curved, then you wouldn't have a perpendicular position, not original to it.
Can I ask you a question about that sphere?
Go ahead.
So when you're standing at the top, I'm not recommending you do that, but if you were to stand at the top of the sphere and you deploy a plumb line, where would it be pointing?
Straight down.
Yeah.
That's
If
why.
you stood,
That's why.
wait.
Go ahead.
If you stood slightly off the top, where would it be pointing?
Down.
Right. So if we lived on a globe cartoon, the reason for that is because the center of
No, you're not getting it.
I don't want to say it.
No, hold on. No,
But the
you're
center of plumb is in the center of the globe, roughly speaking.
But Peter,
not in the center of the Las Vegas sphere.
Okay, but Peter. Okay, for instance, let's take that sphere.
Spheres don't make the shape of a sphere is not the reason why plumb points where it points.
Peter, can you hear me? Okay, when I said that it's down, that doesn't mean that it's going into the center of that sphere.
I know.
When I say down, that means it's going to be parallel to the original position, meaning they're both going to be facing upward.
I know, and
So
I'm trying to tell you that
so you can't get Peter. Hold on, you can't get a plumb bob to angle inward.
I know.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
And I was trying to say that the reason in the globe cartoon why the plumb points to the center of the globe is not because the globe is a sphere. Spheres don't make plumb bobs point where they point. It's because the center of the plumb mechanism is in the center of the sphere.
Okay.
Las Vegas sphere is a hollow piece of material. It has no effect on the plumb line.
Hold on. The plumb bob on the sphere, at the zenith, at the top of the sphere, you're gonna have that from that reference. Then you're gonna have from left to right in all directions, like the top of a basketball.
Yes.
Everything's going to be going down, but in your world, you think that means you're gonna have hold on, just let me finish. That means hold on, let me finish. You think there's going to be diverging plumb bob lines.
I agree, it's cringy.
That's not what it is.
I agree with you. That's why I'm stopping you. So, thank you. So, thank you. Good to be here. In the globe cartoon, however, it would be exactly the same as you say, because the Las Vegas sphere, just by the fact that it's a sphere or a hemisphere, does not mean shit to the plumb bob. The plumb bob responds to something else, not the shape. The plumb bob does not respond to the shape of the Earth.
Then why do you use it? Then why do you use that when it comes to the Earth? I mean, take what you just said and then apply it to reality on the grand scale of your ball Earth. Exactly what you just said, Peter. It's funny because you said it, but you don't realize how you're just fucking flat smacking your own face. Because with that principle that you just stated is exactly why we say it's not curving away from you. Because when you set up plumb bobs, they're always going straight down. No matter how far away.
You're doing this at silly short distances.
Oh my God, bro. All right,
You're doing this at such short distances
somebody else
that there's hardly any difference. And especially for the precision required for your job, that difference is completely irrelevant.
But it has the same principles for you to say that miles away plumb bobs are diverging. That's fucking
false. They are.
I
can show it to you in 3 minutes and prove you that you live on the globe, but I'm not going to do it tonight.
My God, bro, this guy is filled with stories, Narnia, and
I will show you a measurement that shows clearly 2 diverging verticals.
That's okay. That's ridiculous, but okay.
Hey, so when is the satellite going to take a picture of the flat Earth? When do we get to see that?
They always do that. What are you talking about? Every time you see a photo, it's taking a photo of the flat Earth. I mean, I don't know what you're talking. I mean, you go on a plane, take a photo of the ground, flat. You take a high elevation, low, or call it way up high, still taking flat. That's why you look left and right. You don't see diverging buildings. You don't see mountains and skyscrapers pointing left or right from your position. They're always just exactly the way they see in reality. Come on, guys. Stop with the trolling, bro. Jesus
Wait, why
Christ.
can't we see like a picture? Like, wait, what do you believe? Do you think all the continents, because if it's not a globe, the continents must be in some type of strange fucking position, right?
Not strange, just reality. Okay, for instance.
So why can't we take a picture of like this, you know?
Because you can't get high enough. How about that? But here's the point, though. If you had a big Olympic-sized pool, right, and you throw some boogie boards on the pool, on the surface of the pool, and they're all floating, right, then they're all going to be in their position accordingly, just like the continents. That's just, and if on the boogie board, if you had some parts that were higher and lower, like that's topography. Obviously, we get that. We all understand that. But the water is all stationary. And flat. It's not moving. It's not rotating. Just fucking. That's the Earth. Welcome to our Earth, bro. Welcome to reality.
Wait, so you can't fall off though?
Fall off.
Okay. Do you fall? Okay. When you jump in a jacuzzi, do you fall off? No. Obviously, there's like a barrier.
I mean, you can fall out of the jacuzzi. Yeah.
You can climb out of it. Yeah, I get that. You can climb out of it, but do you fall off though? Like, no. Like, come on, bro.
Well, if we're in a jacuzzi, like, how do you get out?
You're not falling off a jacuzzi. What are you talking about?
It's crazy, bro. I'll mute myself. Go ahead, Red. You get him.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
You're not claiming that the Earth is flat?
The Earth is flat. That's how it's measured.
Okay, so I actually came here asking for proof of that.
Proof of what? That's how it's measured.
I'm just saying, like,
you the one that had a positive claim saying otherwise. You said that we.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you do. So you don't believe that you live on a globe, right?
I'm agnostic.
What that have to do with anything? You don't believe that you live on the globe?
Showing our time over on Rumble. Let's see who just popped in the panel. That is YouTube. Okay, we're live on YouTube now. Sweet. Okay, so we're live on YouTube and Rumble. Shout out to whoever just did that. And yeah, man, the Rumble project's been great. Now we're moving over to Twitter. I mean, we're not giving up on shit. We're not giving up on Rumble or YouTube or any of that stuff. We're just making moves over to Twitter.